Hello everybody, welcome back to another stream, and this will be the last one before the DLC releases, most likely. Hopefully everyone is doing well. Ryushun, nice to see you again. Panicked Pike, Boris, RV, nice to have you, and Galaxy Dragon, nice to see you again. The final stream's finally upon us, at least for this playthrough, or half of a playthrough at least. So, right, yesterday we went and started most of like Millicent's quest and got her all the way up to Altus Plateau. We finished everything else in Liurnia that I think we need to do. So because I'm pressed on time for this stream, I don't remember what I was doing at the end of the last one. I'm probably going to speedrun a bit more often. Man. So I'm not going to talk to Muriel now because that's not something you miss out on entirely. So what are you doing? The dog's feisty. Alright, we got the gold sewing needle and the golden tailoring tools. I'm sure you guys heard that. Panicked Pike is Ponyboy? Okay. You can just call you Pike. I didn't realize your names are different. Okay. And that makes it a lot easier to remember you. What are you doing, little boy? Alright. So, we got the tailoring tools and the needle. Sewing needle made of gold, unique item made to alter demigod attire. One of the tools brought by Radagon when he entered into marriage with Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, and joined the Carian line. Golden tailoring tools are tailoring tools made from gold. Tools brought with the red-haired Radagon when he married into the Carian line. With these, even demigod attire can be altered at a site of grace. So we're going to go visit Bach. I don't think his dialogue changes, but I'm a little bit curious if it does, because we will have a little bit more dialogue from Melina once we go through the ruin-strewn precipice and into Altus Plateau proper about Bach and her relationship with her mother. Jonah, Mr. Jigalag, and Black Moose, welcome to the stream. First time commenting on the channel, but has anyone ever floated the idea that Melina is actually Marika's mother? I don't think I've seen that one specifically, but there has certainly been a lot of questions about the relation between Melina and Marika. However, I think one of the bigger contradictions with that line of thought for now is that Melina seems to believe that Marika is her mother, or at the very least, if Marika is not her mother, then we have another unknown entity who is regarded as Melina's mother.
Bok
In
seem ready to make adjustments.
The foot of the Erdtree, I suppose. And Vicky Vileblood, nice to see you again.
Oh, Go in, please.
All right,
Do.
so there's nothing from Bach, which is perfectly fine. So about the gold needles and everything, and the tailoring tools, I think it was Quaylog, and maybe somebody else is pointing out the string-like quality of the thing that Marika pulls out from the story trailer for the DLC. And considering how many inadvertent ties Radagon and, essentially Marika have to tailoring and sewing, it does make me really reconsider that connection, and maybe there will be more to it. Obviously, with the Erdtree kind of being like analogous to the World Tree of Norse mythology in some ways, and how the Norns would carve fate into the Yggdrasil, the World Tree, that's kind of one thing, but they might also be double dipping on that imagery with quote-unquote threads of fate being spun by the fates with threads of gold, perhaps, in Elden Ring. So if they do double up, that's pretty cool, but alright. Hey Bubba and Tia Marillion, nice to have you again. What's my level before starting the DLC? I'm probably going to be around 124 or 125. I need to finish prepping a few things on my offline character. But I'm getting there. I've heard some people have been struggling at higher levels, so we'll see how that works out. And I'm sure I could always just, farm if necessary and use some cheesy strats if I need to just level up. Alright, so this will tie into what Black Moose is saying right here. And then, who said it? I'm blind. I thought I saw a comment. Oh yeah, Mr. Jiglag. Recently, in their prep for the DLC, beat poor not Ranella. Okay. And then somebody else finally downed Moog, and so they're ready for the DLC. And Oliver, I missed you. How's it going? We have one more day before the DLC comes out. Technically less if you're playing on PC, but it's a little bit more than a day depending on your region if you're trying to play on console. So console players rip in pieces. And Tanner, nice to see you again. It's been a minute. Ooh, RV is going in at new game +2 at level 210. Yeah, so I thought about going in at a higher new game cycle on some of my further saves, but I do kind of want to see what the base scaling is like of the DLC rather than trying to crash on another boss for a very long time. Because that's what I did the first time I played Bloodborne's Old Hunters DLC. I went in at new game +1 and Ludwig kind of ruined my life a bit. But I mean, I eventually got good, so it's all good in the end. All right. What does Melina have to say up here?
The Erdtree is close, only a little further till the foot of the Erdtree, and the accord is fulfilled. It takes me back. I was born at the foot of the Erdtree, where Mother gave me my purpose, though now everything is lost to me. I have to ascertain for myself the reason for which I live, burned and bodiless.
So this sets up a lot of characterization for Melina because, well, we do kind of get the vibe that she's burned in a spirit of some sort. She kind of elaborates on it very briefly here and reveals that she's kind of lost her purpose in addition to her memories. And I've kind of inadvertently skipped over a lot of dialogue for the characters on this playthrough, so that's definitely my mistake. Because I realized I probably bounced around and didn't rest at enough sites of grace at the very beginning of the game to have Melina talk to us about her loss of memory and the grace of the Erdtree. So that was definitely my mistake. So, right. Now with us being in Altus Plateau, the vegetation has turned much more vibrant yellow in addition to some kind of orange colors. And I've got a certain amount of thoughts about that. And I do wonder if the reason Altus Plateau is yellow is that it's been suffused with the grace and the literal gold of the Erdtree over time. And I do think it's possible that the Erdtree was changed in the time of Radagon, and because of that, the rest of the lands between isn't as suffused with the same type of yellow gold as what we get up here in Altus Plateau. And one of my favorite things about Altus Plateau is depending on where you're looking, you could actually see kind of gold veins within the rocks, which aren't really present in too many other locations. But I have also wondered if they're kind of analogous to smithing stones and things like that. All right. RV says that was exactly your concern. You have a 150 base game ready to go as a backup. Smart idea. Yushin says the DLC is rated higher than TW3 Blood and Wine. I'm not sure what that is, actually. And Mr. Yada, nice to see you again. Blackman said, kind of last minute, but you decided to beat the Elden Beast and become the Elden Lord officially before entering the DLC. You left Millennia alive, though? Yeah, I'm not sure if there's going to be anything with Radahn, Mohg, or Millennia, so I'm probably going to keep all three of them alive before I go into the DLC, which means I might need to go back and defeat them and, you know, take a little bit of time for that, but I'd kind of rather do that than not. All right. So as we come up into Altus Plateau, we've entered the abandoned coffin site of Grace, and as we look around here, they are filled with a bunch of the wandering caravans, which the trolls kind of ferry around throughout the lands between. You know, I've never really paid too much attention to this sigil, I don't think. Or if I did, I just couldn't make out what it was. Like it's... Oh, that was weird. It's kind of reminiscent of the Karian one, but it's certainly different enough and low quality enough where it's kind of hard to really try to make it out. Right. Not a big deal. So, the reason why I think these coffins have all been abandoned is because they've reached essentially the foot of the Erdtree. So, maybe the current prevailing belief is when you get close enough to the Erdtree, you're pretty much good enough for the purposes of Erdtree burial. And so they just either gave up or they were all ambushed by the Omen in this region. Golden Roa and the Ruler's Mask and the Ruler's Rope. So I'm going to skip Lansax here because it's just going to take a lot of time and I kind of need to be booking it. I'll probably be reading chat a little bit less, to be honest. Hey, Quasi Dingo and Ding Dong, nice to see you again. Oh, TW3 is The Witcher 3. I don't think I've ever seen it abbreviated that way, which isn't to say that people don't do it. I'm just kind of surprised that I didn't think of it. Yeah, so as far as like those reviews go, I'm going to remain skeptical. I mean, I'm certain that Shadow of the Erdtree is going to receive a lot of glowing reviews, but I mean, who the hell has really had access to review it except people who would have benefited from having access to it? So, with that being said, I do think Elden Ring does have a lot of small issues, and I feel like the DLC probably isn't going to like ameliorate those issues, but overall, I do think it's a really good game, and I just wish it was a little bit tighter in some regards with its controls and a little bit more forgiving with like its access to upgrade materials in certain parts of the game. Also like more robust New Game Plus options. Damn, Tanner's trying to beat Mohg below level 50. You want to enter the DLC as early as possible? I considered doing something like that, but I didn't want to take the time, to be honest.
I've been waiting for you. I knew you had the stuff of champions. I hereby invite you to the Volcano Manor. Take my hand and have audience with my mistress. Very well. Speak to me again once you are ready. You will find me here.
So I'm probably going to pretty much avoid the Volcano Manor stuff for now, just because it isn't fully relevant to getting to the DLC, which is kind of what the main goal is at this point. Should have started this playthrough earlier, I suppose, but it's the price we pay. So since we met Millicent and gave her the unalloyed gold needle that was repaired by Gowry, she will eventually pop up here to Altus Plateau through the ruin-strewn precipice. It is questionable whether or not Millennia herself went through the Runestone Precipice, the Coward's Path, or she used like the Lift of Dectus, but Millicent might not have access to the Lift of Dectus, and so she may have come up the only way she could. So, right. Man, this is a really pretty view right now. I do really like it when the petals of the Erdtree fall. Also, with the best girl.
Ah, we meet again. In truth, it's been smooth sailing for me. The scarlet rot has stilled since last we met. As such, I've been able to continue my journey. Though rather vexingly, I realized that if I still had my sword arm, I could have aided you in battle. Now I'm tracing the path Melania took, after unleashing the power of the Scarlet Rot during her battle with General Radahn in the Caelid Wilds. I should like to meet her. This vanished woman. I think she's in the north, in the lands that lie beyond the Erdtree. Now, I'm tracing the path Melania took. She's passed into the lands that lie beyond the Erdtree. Now, she's passed in...
Forgeborge said, Millicent is what Melina should have been, a constant companion. You know, now that I think about it, maybe the reason Melina couldn't be summoned elsewhere is because she's bodiless. But when she's closer to the Erdtree, she's able to manifest her form a bit more strongly. I guess I never really considered why she doesn't help us more in the boss fights. It's kind of a unique point there. Alright, so to progress on Millicent's quest, we will need to go to the Shaded Castle. And with who just said Crepus's Vial is Forgeborge, yeah, maybe I will do a little bit of the Volcano Manor quest line just to get Crepus's Vial, because that's actually one of the most powerful items in the game, unironically, even though it doesn't boost one's power directly or anything like that. What the hell? That was awesome. It's really powerful for like being able to sneak up on things quickly and get free backstabs. And we'll tie into the whole Confessor vibes that I want to have going on as well. So got the Warming Stone. I guess I should go to the Side of Grace if I'm over here. So we saw Raya over there by Lux Ruins. She can also pop up someplace around here by the Lift of Dectus. Actually, this is kind of far out of the way. I'm changing my mind. And since it's night, we've got the Knight Rider and Altus Plateau here, but I'm going to skip him. Just kind of admiring Altus Plateau, seeing it on a better monitor than I'm used to. Alright. Oh yeah, and we still need to see Europe. But before doing that, I am going to go and get the next smithing bell bearing, so that way I can actually freaking upgrade my weapon or have access to more upgrade materials as we go along there. Golden Seed. We'll get the map. Maybe talk to Corin a bit and learn a little bit about Gold Mask. Wait, is Corin not here? Wait, he should have already vanished. There have been times where I like walked right next to Corin and missed him. Maybe I'll need to go back to the round table hold. Let me use my eyes again. I legitimately don't see him. Okay. And so Stephen was asking, can't you summon Millicent versus the magma worm? Yes, we actually did that on last night's stream. You can summon Millicent, Blackguard Boggart, Horned Tragoth, and that's pretty much it. But only 2 at a time. And so I showed off all 3, which is fun to do.
You, please, I can read them. You.
All right, she just talks about Rykard. I'm not too concerned about that. Rykard or like Aldous Plateau. So we've got another wandering merchant, and I found out that the wandering nomad set is from the Ray Lucarian merchant next to the gate when you backtrack.
Oh, gee. Are you here as a...
And if I had more time, I would go back for it. Ooh, one of my favorite items. So we got the Crossed Tree Tower Shield, Ancient Dragon Apostle Cookbook, Lightning pot, rope lightning pot, that might be good. And the tree surcoat, which is worn by Henricus, who invaded us above Bernal's Warmaster Shack in Limgrave, right below the Colosseum. Blue surcoat draped over chainmail. The tree insignia emblazoned at the front depicts the Erdtree and is a design beloved throughout the lands between. Or beloved throughout the lands between. So, for whatever reason, this depiction of the Erdtree doesn't match any version of the Erdtree that we know of. Not the one that we can see, not the one repped on other pieces of armor, and not even the kind of Erdtree that shows up with the Shadow Tree in all the promotional materials. So, this is very mystifying for that reason. And I really wonder if we're going to get more of the story behind like this design of the Erdtree and whatnot. If Melina can't fight with us, then maybe more interactions with her would have made up for that. To be fair, we do interact with her a lot, but many of them are easily missable. Hey Edward Constantine, nice to see you again. Insert Salad, how's it going? Sabakino Maiku, who's a bona fide video game expert, an extremely upright guy to a fault, got early access, and he says this DLC will exceed every expectation we have. Oh no, now you're setting us up to fail. So I kind of do unironically believe in that Homer Simpson philosophy of like, if you have any expectations, you'll be disappointed. And so if you have no expectations, everything will be fine or great. So Steven is saying that's the way she took to get to Altus. No, I'm saying that Millicent certainly goes up the Runestrewn precipice, but we don't necessarily know if Melania used the Runestrewn precipice to either go down to face Godric and Radahn, or if Finlay carried her up back that way. We just don't have enough info, so I believe that Millicent is going the most direct way back to the Erdtree that she can, and I think that will be supported somewhat when we see her move to Dominula. Unfortunately, I can't pull up MS Paint right now, otherwise I would show off a little bit of the map. I also don't have the map on this character fully filled out yet. So anyway, I will
I'm afraid I'm...
pull it out. So yeah, when we encounter Millicent at the Erdtree Gazing Hill, if you take a straight line on the map and have it point towards the Erdtree, it pretty much goes through Dominula exactly, which lines up where Millicent shows up. So I think she comes like a beeline towards the Erdtree. She realizes she can't access this way anymore, so then she backtracks a little bit to go through the Forbidden Lands into the mountaintops where we see her later. Only half listening, it's all good. You have a heretical idea about how Finlay's transported Melania? RV always goes by the expect nothing and accept everything mantra when it comes to Souls releases. I remain skeptical, but yeah, expect nothing and remain skeptical of everything. And kind of my unironic joke that I tell about pretty much all releases or anything that's supposed to come out in the future, I tend to not believe it until it's in my hands, and even after that point, I remain a little bit skeptical. Alright.
Oh, is there anything wrong?
So he's got the cool little violin song. Red crest heater shield isn't important. Oh, has red wings. That's odd. I should learn more about heraldry to see if there's anything like super significant. Maybe there's a little bit of a significance with Messmer's stuff, which I've talked about on previous streams, but we'll have to see how that actually plays out with the DLC. Scorpion Kite Shield, a fun one. A standard medium-sized metal shield, highly reputed for its solid build and reliability. Emblazoned with a yellow scorpion, a warning of surprise attacks and sudden strikes. So, because the scorpions are kind of associated with the outer god of rot, it is curious if this Scorpion Kite Shield is supposed to play into that motif at all, but if so, it's very muted, and there might be another way to interpret it, other than the rock god with just like it potentially being related to poisons, stabbing, assassination, etc. Now, I hyped this item up a little bit ago. The Crossed Tree Tower Shield. An iron great shield large enough to cover the entire body, emblazoned with an old interleaving tree. Great shields boast high damage negation and guard capacity, making enemy attacks easy to repel. So why the hell do I really enjoy this item from a lore perspective when it says very little at all? Well, when we actually look at this old interleaving tree and the icon for it, it seems as though it's kind of growing out of a flame at its basin where the two interleaving tree parts intersect. It also has that kind of double helix pattern, which is kind of reminiscent of life. And I am unironically curious if this is tied to the kind of crossed tree depictions that we saw in the first trailer for the DLC, when the girl wearing the Roderica style traveling set with the navy hood cast the butterfly spell. So that tree kind of also looked like the Two Fingers to me. I don't really know if that's going to work out. I think it's kind of a stretch, but that was just kind of like one of the initial impressions that I got. And there's a lot of unanswered questions about the Two Fingers' relationship to the Erdtree via runes and things like that, because if the Two Fingers gave people runes with their wriggling and whatnot, and that's like a big if, believe me, then were they integral to the creation of the Elden Ring, which is comprised of runes as well? Or what exactly is going on with that relationship between Marika and the Two Fingers? Why were they revered so strongly and then kind of summarily abandoned are some of my biggest questions about the lore. And I don't really bring those questions up very often because we have so little to sink our teeth into that it just... yeah, pretty much all we're left with is questions. Sir Salad said, you heard that the jellyfish are Nox. Is that true? They're kind of everywhere, so you doubt it? That's a really good question, to be honest. I don't know. So, if they are related to the Nox, I could potentially see how that would work. Because we've got potentially like astrologer ruins all throughout the lands between, or at least a pre-Erdtree civilization, perhaps, depending on if you think the so-called astrologer ruins in the mountaintops of the giants are analogous to that civilization, and therefore all of those types of ruins are analogous to that civilization. But to be fair, it isn't necessarily clear if the astrologers are the Nox or if the Nox are a knockoff of astrologers. So we'll talk to Goldmask. He says a lot, but he's pointing at the Erdtree. Dragonwind Grease. So I'll go ahead and get the Site of Grace next to Dominula. Then I'll probably teleport to the Round Table Hold to talk to Korn. And maybe come back to see him. Then Goldmask. And then the Shaded Castle and a... no, I'll probably go inside before the Shaded Castle to get the bell bearing that I want. Damn it. I want to get one of my favored items, which seems like it's almost every item in this damn game to talk about, but I don't feel like I have time. I really like the Celebrant Skull and all the stuff going on in Dominula. Alright. I want to talk to the ghost. So let's go to the Round Table Hold. Oh, I also forgot to rest at the Site of Grace where Bach will talk to us and have Melina bring us up.
Ah, I had been waiting for your return. I've decided to leave the Round Table Hold after all. As I mentioned, I'm off in search of the noble Gold Mask. We may not meet again for some time. If there's any incantations you wish to learn, now's the moment.
So we've pretty much already looked at the ones we want. If this got buffed with like a patch notes, I would consider buying it, but I'm poor, so I'm not.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
So he's going to look for Gold Mask now. I think that's it for the Round Table Hold. I don't remember if I talked to Dialos when he found out about like Lanya's death, and then a lackey contacted him to go to the Volcano Manor. But he really does a pretty quick 180 on his mindset of hating the Volcano Manor. So let's go back to Altus. We should be able to rest here, and I think Bach will show up as well as Melina. No Bok Bok yet. There he is. Jump scare time.
Bok the seamster at your service, master. Ready to make adjustments to your garments. Oh, going so soon? Please do be safe on your journeys.
Isn't even enough time to hydrate. Okay. Hopefully Melina pops up. Nope. Maybe it's at the next one. Alright, Forgeboard, you have a good night and take care, and may the DLC find you well as well. Don't you dare go hollow. Aristocrat boots. Sweet. There's corn.
Ah, look who we have here. How delightful to meet a familiar face, even after departing the Round Table Hold. I've been doing some learning of my own since then, actually, and will happily pass it along to you. Do you sport with me? From your description, it can be no other than the Gold Mask himself. Of course, I knew he would be close by. Bless the Golden Order and its benevolent rays, and to you too. My sincerest thanks.
Oh yeah, Jigalag brings up a good point that I might need to actually buy some demigod attire to even give Bach the needle to potentially advance that quest, so I'll probably need to do that in a moment here. MK, nice to see you again. Alright.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
So let's go ahead and teleport a little bit more. You never realize how many NPCs have quest interactions right at the beginning of Altus? Yeah. Also, like, going back through this game on the lore through and also my prep through, it's quite remarkable just how many quests there are in Limgrave and even Liurnia. Because Liurnia does feel kind of barren with how spread apart everything is, but there are a decent amount of quests. Just not as centralized as everything else. Hello, girl. And then Galaxy kind of wished that Corrin and Goldmask's quest started sooner. Not a whole lot to them other than the Radagon as America's side quest. Yeah, I could see what you mean by that. This feels really self-contained, and it's really easy to kind of miss the climax of their quest as well. Alright. What's Goldmask have to say, I wonder? ... Alright, let's talk to Corrin again.
Ah, we meet yet again. Thanks to you, I have become acquainted with the noble Gold Mask himself, and taken my place by his side, as you can see. Have no fear. I will still teach you incantations as before, though we must do so quietly, such that we not disturb the great master's cogitation. The master is always deep in contemplation, while I frantically attempt to record his wisdom, the movement of his finger, and though I am yet to comprehend even the daintiest morsel of his wisdom, I know that this is my life's calling. The Golden Order has bestowed me, talentless as I am, the great duty of documentarian.
Alright, so we've got a lot of questions about Corrin and his relationship to Goldmask, because if Goldmask doesn't talk, and all he does is wriggle him damn fingers, and Corrin wears a blindfold, how the hell he understand what he's saying? But yeah. I do have a lot of questions about why so many Tarnished are adherents of the Golden Order and whatnot, because my view of the timeline is that the Golden Order came later than many people expect, and I would place its creation with Radagon becoming Elden Lord, relatively speaking. I think the idea of the religion could have predated that, don't get me wrong, but yeah, anyway. I was honestly distracted by my dog, so I didn't have the best.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
The best of a re-listen on his dialogue right there. Alright, so before going on into the Volcano Manor to get the Crepus Vial, we will go to the Isolated. No, not Isolated. I always forget what that one Divine Tower is in the south. How do I get the Oblivion view on NPCs? You gotta walk up behind them. And how's it going, global sequence? That's the pro content creator strat right there. Ooh, thanks, Mr. Tree. Forgot about this. Yeah, one of my weakest parts of the game is remembering where like all the golden seeds are, because you don't need them on New Game Plus. And at least like all of these sacred tiers are just in churches, so that makes things easier. So, okay, so order of operations. What's this Margit drop? I forget. Is this one a talisman pouch? No, that's gold free. I know in 1.0 he dropped America's Sword Seal, which was way cooler than what he gives us now. But I guess I kind of need to go this way anyway. But I'm just going to ignore him for now. Doesn't this dude actually disappear if you kill Morgott up in Altus Plateau? I still need to do a run where I kill Morgott before I encounter either of the Margits, just to see how that all works together. Such wise words from Goldmask. Indeed, Elden Enthusiast. How's it going? Welcome back to the stream. And I don't want to deal with a damn Valiant Gargoyle, but man, there's a lot to talk about with her. Hey, Night Scout and Enter Y. Nice to see you two again. I don't think he's painting a finger language in gold on a stone golden order seal. That's, first of all, the sigil of Erdtree worship, and I'll be able to talk about that a bit more in a few moments if I go down to the minor Erdtree church. And I think he's like pouring sand onto an engraving to allow it to stand out a bit more, to add some contrast to the thing. Corin has protagonist powers like me, that's why he can see through the blindfold. Panicked Pike asks, isn't it odd that he's blindfolded in the first place? Kind of suggests he's been labeled a heretic. Not necessarily, because the blindfold on their set talks about not needing to see the path if you like already believe in it strongly enough. So, kind of works. Two Dumb Gamers, nice to see you again. Make sure you do all the Volcano Manor missions before meeting Morgott. You forgot one and missed out on Wolf Boy's armor, sadly. You shouldn't be able to miss out on Vargrim's. If so, I think that would coincide with going to Fair Missoula. That might interfere with Bernal. Xavier Livingston and Loki server discovered that the Fair Missoula Beast murals are actually on top of the arc of the gateway I just ran through. Oh, so the big one? I'll probably need to double check that. And so... Rip Jonah. Revenant, nice to see you. Maybe Corin sees the world kind of like Neo does in the Matrix. Imagine golden ciphers instead of the green code. Okay. Some big lore exposition right here. Prepare ourselves.
You, please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers. The fingers I served once prophesied. A tarnished would one day become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order. Surely you see it too. The gold that enshrouds the heavens. The great tree which begets the pillars of light. Oh, tarnished, hasten to the foot of the tree. And whatever you might face, the fingers will surely guide you.
All right, so we were just talking about it a moment ago about how it's odd where the two fingers do and do not fit into the established religious order of the Lands Between right now with the Golden Order, because the fingers seem to want us to perpetuate the Golden Order, which is told through us through a couple different finger readers. So does that mean Radagon has a closer connection to the two fingers than Marika, perhaps? Or what's exactly going on with that? I was going to say something else. I'm still thinking about it. Give me a second. Having a moment. The two fingers want the Golden Order established. How does that tie into Radagon? Oh, yeah. And so, whenever we do give Corrin the Book of the Two Fingers, he says that's a book of heresy. It's not derived from the Erdtree, which is just like, what the hell is going on then? Like, is Corrin just being a dumbass? Is this a dev fail moment? It seems very probable, to be honest. But it's one of those kind of questions that we inadvertently have to ask ourselves. Alright, so I'm probably just going to pick up the item real quick before we get ambushed. And then I'm going to run into the Minor Erdtree Church. The Giant Crusher? Damn. Was not expecting that. Oh lordy, coming! Yeah, so I was not wanting to fight an ulcerated tree spirit. It's interesting that he goes into phase 2 immediately. I wonder if this is like the effect of Altus Plateau. If it's just like more gold or something. Never thought about that. So normally I'd fight those, but you know, pressed for time. And ulcerated tree spirits, I think all of them only drop the golden seeds, which I do need more, I think. But I'm closing in on getting my max stacks, I think. So we picked up the Giant Crusher, the Missionary's Cookbook, and as we come into the Minor Erdtree Church of Altus Plateau, we've got a kind of baby Minor Erdtree, which is glowing a soft yellow color, not entirely unlike the main Erdtree, but for whatever reason, this kind of Minor Erdtree has vividly golden leaves, whereas the trees next to it have the more red-orange style gold leaves, which might not be like literal gold, but you know, just talking about from a color perspective here. And from this corpse, we get the Golden Order seal and a bunch of golden centipedes. So this church is very heavily coded with imagery which relates to the Golden Order specifically. And so I don't know how relevant this stuff is, but some of these trees also have like more wooden parts coming out of them that are not entirely colored with gold, but their branches have leaves on them. So I think the actual golden parts of the bark tree don't grow leaves, but the wooden ones do. And this might imply that the gold suffused into the tree like might stop growth, maybe? I'm not sure how I feel about this. I'm kind of rapid firing some ideas. Let me try to double check where this connects. Man, this would be so much easier with a free cam. So maybe these are coming from the gold branches as well. Damn it, maybe not. I wish I had the free cam. Maybe this one's a bit easier to tell. No, that's wood. Normal wood. How does this even work? So this is just... Where are these leaves even coming from? Okay, so they might be coming... Okay, yeah, they're definitely coming from the gold part. So I can abandon that idea right there. So anyway, what I think might be going on is the Erdtree is kind of in a different state, maybe because of the shattering, or maybe it's because it's received way more gold than the actual, you know, like, other trees. And I think this tree might be representative of the actual Golden Order under the time of Radagon, and it eventually got disconnected from the main Erdtree. So I think this Erdtree was kind of flourishing, and all of the other Erdtrees, which are much larger in stature, were being transitioned from a form of the more reddish orange type gold into this purer, vibrant yellow gold. Maybe pure is not the wrong word, but a yellower version of gold, a shinier version, I guess. So that might help explain why this minor Erdtree is tiny in comparison to the other minor Erdtrees. And when we do look at the dead minor Erdtree towards the northern end of Altus Plateau, it does have extra growths coming out of it, which is not uncommon for trees that have like died with like the whole coppice sprouting stuff. All right, so that was a bit of a tangent there. Oh yeah. And as Night Scott was pointing out, you can see the brown things in the canopy from here. I'm not sure if he's referring to these minor Erdtrees specifically, but also on the major Erdtree, at the very, very top, we can't see it from this angle, it doesn't look like, you do have more wooden branches sticking out of it, as well as like veins of silver. So there might be a kind of a parallel between the big Erdtree and this tiny minor Erdtree. And Inigo Montoya, nice to see you again. And Sins of Avarice 97. Everyone's excited? Nightmare Maniac, how's it going? Do I ever find myself wishing that the financial support that Elden Ring got should have been given to Dark Souls 1? Not should have, but like, damn, you love demons in Greek pantheon. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I do try to be a bit realistic. The whole reason Elden Ring got as much support as it did is because of games like Dark Souls. And even with that being said, Elden Ring didn't exactly ship in the most completed state. And the DLC seems to have been like a lot of ideas that they couldn't fit into the main game. So, with all that being said, I've said for a very long time that I would absolutely love to experience a FromSoft game where time and money were no issue for development. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. I was like, Divine Bridge? I forgot that we did the Tower of Return thing. Enter Wise says it's heresy, but he still takes it and teaches those heretical incantations Goran does. So yeah, he will take any book, kind of like Muriel, but he'll grumble about it a lot more. Elden Enthusiast thinks they need to do some farming to get to 120 or 150. Night Scout says, the others on Altus Plateau don't immediately go into Phase 2. You think this one is just especially bothered by Deathblight or is attacked in previous battles? Well, it is next to that minor Erdtree of the, like, minor Erdtree church, the super gold one. So maybe it was just suffused with more gold. I kind of hate the pathing of the invisible scarab sometimes. Ash of War, Prayerful Strike. But I do love me some colossal R2s on the torrent. Hey Happy Hep, how's it going? Welcome back to stream. The Cartwheel Album and Orcs killed Jonah with like a million runes too much. Alright. Sin says, that makes sense. You just wish DS1 got a finished product that wasn't half done sort of deal. Yeah. Did you imagine Lost Izalith, but complete? I really love the vibes of Lost Izalith, but, you know. Yeah. So we get some of our illusory walls, and we enter the sealed tunnel. So the glintstone miners here have like poisonous stuff for whatever reason. Oh yeah, and so this was an idea that I floated on the Discord a little bit earlier than stream. Yesterday we were talking about EG and Jaren saying that EG's weapons never succumbed or like dulled due to the scarlet rot. Well, he said that they were dull, but they never crumbled by the rot or something along those lines. And I was thinking about it, when we visit EG ourselves, he only sells somber smithing stones, and somber smithing stones are canonically said to have been drained of their color. And I wondered if the reason EG's weapons didn't succumb to the scarlet rot could be because they're made of like somber smithing stone material, and therefore they may lack gold, and that scarlet rot itself might affect gold because it eats away at memories and things like that, which is gold related to a high degree. Wait, why am I attacking everything? I need to just get my materials and move on. They mine uranium, obviously. Oh no. So, to go along with the whole poison aspect of thing, we get a bunch of the pygmy warriors, whatever they're called. Are they pygmies? The vulgar militia. Essentially, they're pygmies, but... The vulgar militiamen are often found in places... That's kind of trippy. I feel like somebody might be watching the stream and trolling me, and not really. I'm just joking. So yeah, the vulgar militiamen are often affiliated with poison with their attacks and their traps, so that could explain the inadvertent connection between these glintstone miners and our little dudes. I didn't mean to come back this way. Actually, yeah. No, I'm just gonna move on. I got what I needed. Because this is Rykard's Divine Tower and Radahn's. Alright, so I'm gonna go back to the Round Table Hold and turn in that thing so I can upgrade my weapon. Which I don't know how many materials I need, but I don't want to spend the time to look it up. Night Scout said, "Do you think a lot of Redmanes use weapons that aren't somber, though? So it may just be EG's craftsmanship in general." Yeah, I don't fully believe that idea. I just thought it was neat, because I'm pretty confident the Flamberge itself is not a somber weapon, which is a good point to bring up as well. Millennia's helmet is probably made out of unalloyed gold, yet the Scarlet Ionia destroys it. You mean like the bloom? Because technically... all of Millennia's equipment has, or at least her sword, has been imbued with a holy spell to keep it from crumbling somehow. But apparently those idiots didn't think to cast those spells on themselves. Alright. So we turned in that. Now... seems like we need these. So I'll probably need at least 7. MK asks, doesn't Scarlet Rot Lake sink the Liurnian town as well? I don't know about that because it's called Liurnia of the Lakes, so there might have been a lot more water in the past, or there might have been some like geological changes because the Academy Gate town is being submerged.
I took you no matter to lay out your own.
And so to blame it entirely on the Lake of Rot is something I'm unsure of. So I need Smithing Stone Tier 5. And I think I just bought 4s. So I'll need 14 of these, so 13 total, I think. Millennia's helmet might get disintegrated. I don't think it's disintegrated by rot as much as it is like an explosion type thing, but her sword is fine. Oh, damn it. I can't even access tier 5s. So where's the next one I need? Zamor Ruins. So this was a pointless thing, unless I want to upgrade other stuff, which I'll probably definitely want later in my runs. So normally I would go through the Mirage place over here and into this one for the Somber Smithing Stone Bell Bearing, but I'm not going to do that. So let's go visit Yura, and then we will visit the Volcano Manor. Wait, why did I come here? The transformation bloom also doesn't have the explosive force of the story trailer or the attacks. Oh, damn it. I meant to buy demigod armor, didn't I? I'll probably just buy, like, one piece of equipment. I'm not sure what's alterable.
I had my doubts, but look at you. Only once before have I seen two great runes together. Look there. The fingers shudder with exuberance. Fine work, brave Tarnished. The greater will is pleased. You have earned the right to become Elden Lord. Now, seek the Erdtree and an audience with Queen Marika to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order. The fingers expect as much from you as they do young Gideon. Take this, a token of farewell.
Hey, the third talisman pouch.
Now, go forth. Become Elden Lord.
So let's learn about Queen Marika, since I didn't talk to her about this before.
Queen Marika is the vessel of the Elden Ring, carrier of its vision. A god in truth. But after the Elden Ring's shattering, she was imprisoned in the Erdtree. A grim punishment for shattering the Order, despite her godhood. The fingers speak. Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a god and the vision's vessel. Confer great runes to become Elden Lord and join Queen Marika as her consort. The fingers have willed it so. Now you may go.
Alright, so that kind of sets up that Marika is the vessel of the vision and stuff like that. But I was not paying attention. So we're going to check out the equipment of champions. Why isn't Godric stuff here? He doesn't have a set now that I think about it. Because he's grafted too much? I don't remember if her robe is alterable or not. Anyway, robe indicating the highest order of sorcerer, worn by Renala, Queen of the Full Moon. When Renala, head of both the Academy of Raya Lucaria and the Carian royal family, lost her husband Radagon, her heart went along with him. And then those at the Academy realized that Renala was no champion after all. So this is a really important piece of lore, which I think a lot of people inadvertently miss or they forget about. Renala kind of became broken-hearted when Radagon left. So that ties into the chronology of Elden Ring because that implies Ranni would have needed to learn her lunar magic from Rennala before Radagon left, which might impact how one views the relationship between Ranni, Radagon, and Rennala, but I don't want to get too deep into that rabbit hole right now. And it is possible that, what's-his-face, Radahn could have like learned gravity sorcery even after Rennala became brokenhearted, but Ranni, at the very least, shouldn't have been able to do that because we're told that Rennala guided Ranni to meet her full moon. And maybe, like, Rennala could have done it initially and then gotten brokenhearted, and then the Snow Crone could have stepped onto the scene. That is a strong possibility as well, but, you know, just one of those issues with the story where we don't know what's going on exactly. Why don't the two fingers here mention Radagon? That's a good question. And I was trying to remember whether or not Ania talks about wanting us to restore the Golden Order, or if it's just that other finger reader crone that we were talking about earlier.
Now go forth. Let the words of the fingers guide you.
Alright, let me use a couple of items here. How many do I need? Okay. I'd probably need most of these, wouldn't I?
Now let the word.
Alright, now we can go visit Bach again, hopefully, maybe. And then Ira. Yeah, Enterwise says we're supposed to become consort, but Radagon might be an issue. For real though.
Bok, this is ready to make. Oh.
Alright, so nothing happens with him. I don't think we need to alter Renala's thing. Yeah, I thought it was not one of the alterable ones, so we'll probably... Does Morgoth's get altered? Radahn? What demigod attire can be altered? I don't remember. Alright, whatever. Night Scout agrees that Ranni probably received lessons from Rennala into young adulthood, rather than them being when she was very young and then reliant on a mega prodigy in that time period. She's an amazing mage, no doubt, but not necessarily someone who learned absolutely everything from her mom while still a child. Yeah, I don't necessarily think she would have needed to learn absolutely everything from Rennala, but they do seem to have a closer personal relationship with their magic being tied to their respective moons. So, at the very least, that period had to have been before Radagon left Rennala. The first defense of Leyndell. A sovereign alliance rots from within, traces yet remain of a bloody conspiracy. So the Sovereign Alliance is talking about the coalition of the demigods before the Shattering split them all apart. And the first defense of Leyndell, we don't know all of the participants. It seems likely it could have been a mix of Rykard and Godric's forces at the least, but we also don't know who exactly defended Leyndell aside from Morgoth's forces. And this is kind of one of the few indicators of the war, the Shattering War, beyond just the Shattering of the Ring, I guess. Sorry, that was not my best explanation by any means. Alright, so before Eleanor comes in and spawn kills us, we've got Sacred Tear and Ira, you know, just chilling, relaxing, maxing all cool.
Eleonora, it seems I am no match for you. but I've learned a thing or two myself. You see, I've sliced the finger off. Please. Please, Eleonora. Yield to the cesspool no longer. Do not stain the immaculacy of your sword. Your flesh. Your fire.
So as far as Yura's Japanese dialogue goes here, he actually says it's Eleonora's dragon fire, which is stained. Which kind of makes sense because she is a Drake Knight. And along with being a Drake Knight, she can use the Roar of Grail. And I'm not sure if that's technically a heal's breath or something else. Wow, she really just stood there and took all those R1s for no reason. I mean, I'm not complaining. Oh yeah, so Eleonora's blade, pole blade, also has, what's it called? Blood flame on it? Why can't you really see it? Maybe it's only when we get hit. Yeah, okay, when we get hit, we do get blood flamed, which inflicts bleed. She's not the only one capable of Drake spells. Bonk. Why did I stop attacking? That's annoying. Purifying Crystal Tier, which is essentially going to be vital for Moog if we fight him while we're underpowered. And Eleonora's Pole Blade. You know what? Maybe I should use this since Confessors rock Twin Blades, apparently. It's a pretty strong one. It would definitely be thematic as hell for the DLC. And it's a... yeah. Never thought about that. So you guys are saying Radahn's set is alterable. That makes sense, and it's unfortunate because I'm not going to fight Radahn yet. Damn it. So poor old Bach is going to have to suffer. So this is the end of Yura as we know him for now. He did say he sliced off the finger, and when you look at his model and Eleonora's, they both have 10 fingers, so it's a little bit unfortunate that we don't see what finger would have been cut off. But my headcanon would be that if Eleonora is known as the Violet Bloody Finger, that was a little bit terrifying, then perhaps he thought by cutting off that Violet Bloody Finger, Eleonora would regain her personhood and swoon and fall in love into his arms, and they could live happily ever after, which is just ironic as hell to me because Eleonora wears that Drake Knight set, and that set says that none of the Drake Knights have ever spoken a word because they want to be like dragons too much. So our boy was a true Eleonora simp. She probably never gave him the time of day if you truly do believe that the Drake Knight set is indicative of her, like, vocal capabilities. And so Night Scott brought up some pretty interesting points about Ranni, and that she has the Stargazer's heirloom on her body, so she's extremely close to Rennala, in their opinion. Ranni even left her wedding ring for her mom to guard. That's a great point as well. Eleonora seems quite a bit younger than Yura. You wonder if she was actually his daughter, rather than the theory she was his girlfriend. I thought there was something that implied a bit more that there were feelings of unrequited love. Maybe that's just my take on the situation with, like, talking about the immaculacy of her blade and the dragonfire. But him being her parent is an interesting idea that I've never considered, to be honest. I would want to double check all of the text, but I like that idea, which could help flesh out some of this relationship a bit more. If so, that could actually parallel the Hayata and Arena quest as well, because Edgar kind of goes crazy to find his daughter. And would that mean Yura kind of goes crazy trying to find and save his daughter as well? I like it. I really do. Okay. So now that we did that, let's go visit Raya again. Hey Stella, nice to see you. And Captini. Your favorite weapon is the Antspur rapier infused with poison. Wait, you can infuse it, or doesn't it just automatically have it? So there are a couple different ways to get to Volcano Manor. I would like to show off getting kicked by Patches, but I just don't have the time. So we're going to take the easy warp.
Give me your I will pray.
Revenant says, if I want to fight Moog under leveled, you could watch Saint Riot's guide he posted. Silly video, but his strat works. I fought Moog enough where I actually like the fight, and the only real concern would be if he just absolutely dumpsters me as far as damage is concerned with my health, but I've been leveling that up pretty regularly, so I'm not too worried. Alright, so I'd like to listen to her dialogue a lot, but I'm not going to. My apologies.
Brave Tanith. I am Tanith. Rias, a warrior, or perhaps you are. Will you join us here? Why accept the burden of their grace? Or be fooled by the dogmatic ramblings of the fingers? Rise with us against the Erdtree.
So we'll just go ahead and join the Volcano Manor. I really do like the philosophy of the Volcano Manor of just kind of like resisting and being tools for other people, but yeah, I don't know. I do think this philosophy is in line with the times of Godfrey, despite like Godric being the biggest Godfrey fanboy. And I think part of the support for that comes from the rando Crucible Knights actually serving the Volcano Manor. And I think the Elden Ring Twitter account kind of implied the same thing at one point with one of their posts. And Edward asks, you're guessing that I'm not summoning help from Moog? At least not from playable characters, but I'll probably summon with a Spirit Ash if I feel it's necessary.
Interesting. Now you belong. The drawing room light, but be sure.
Okay, drawing room key. God, it's almost like how my grandma speaks. She doesn't wash dishes, y'all. She washes the dishes. Antspur rapier is a boss smelter, especially because you can shield poke with it. Nice. Hey Malo, nice to see you again.
As a scout under Lady.
Right.
Brave Tanith under Lady.
So depending on how you go into Volcano Manor, it can alter Raya's dialogue, but it's not all that significant. So we get the recusant finger and the letter from Volcano Manor.
It's you, is it? Well, nice to see you again. So you've been invited as well, I see. Then we're comrades in arms henceforth. You watch my back, and I'll watch yours. Yes? I can tell. You're wondering about Lanya. Well, you see, after much internal debate, I've come to realize revenge is not the answer. According to Lady Tanith, I've got the stuff of champions. And champions, ironic as it is, are oft forced to walk a tainted path. It hit me like a bolt from the blue, that my former thoughts were simple naivety. Of course my heart weeps for Lanya. That unfortunate incident was a cruel twist of fate indeed. But succumbing to the pain and sadness caused won't make me a champion, will it? Lanya knows this, I'm certain. Fate has laid hard roads for us both, but such is true of any road trod by champions. I always resented these hands, their pale complexion, a far cry from any warriors, the shame of House Hoslow, but that won't be the case for long. They'll be darkened by grit once I've set out on the path of champions. The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood after all.
Mr. Yada says he's so stupid with 4 heart emojis. Alright. Jigalag was pointing out that we can kill the Elemer of the Briars boss in the Shaded Castle for some demigod attire. So maybe I'll do that since we're going to be heading that way anyway. So yeah, as you guys have been talking about in the chat, Dialos is indeed a bit of a mental pushover. He's got the perpetual little brother syndrome where he admires his big bro, wants to be just like him, and can't accept himself for who he is until the end of his quest. And so he's just kind of a hot mess because he's perpetually in his brother's shadow in his own mind.
I always resented these pale, that won't be, there'll be darker tale of...
So his quest is kind of tragic, but at least he does get a bit of a cathartic ending at the end of it.
You, what in heaven's name are you doing here? The Volcano Manor is a pit of recusants who spit at grace and hunt our own kind. I hope you understand the weight of my words.
So if you say I don't understand, it doesn't change anything, so let's do that.
Then you must leave immediately. Those with weak stomachs have no place here. I thought I told you to leave. Or do you claim to understand what it means to be a recusant, renouncing grace and hunting down one's own?
Yeah, Mao says Dialos is a hot mess because he's trying to be something he isn't. He does figure it out eventually.
Then you must leave. Those with weak...
Okay.
I thought, do you claim to what it means?
I understand.
Well, as long as you understand what you're saying. I thought you were tarnished, bred by virtue. Perhaps playing that part led you to your doubts, I wonder. But know that the path you walk is blasphemy and leads only to a miserable death. Before you consider hunting any of your own kind, think on that.
Yeah, so I really, really like Bernal as a character, even though his armor set, and well, it's really just the helmet, it just kind of like kills it for me a lot.
This blasphemous path leads only to a pitiful death. Before you consider hunting any of your own kind, think on that.
And part of the reason why I like Bernal so much is because he really does embody that champion's mindset of wanting to defeat his enemies at his own full strength and expecting the full strength of his enemies in return. So he will be willing enough to teach his potential opponents in the future his own arts because he believes in that kind of strength. Like, that's kind of what he embodies, which is essentially like the more noble path of the Volcano Manor, even though, as Diallo says, ironically enough, the champion, or the path of a champion, is often stained with blood or something to that effect. So it's a real survival of the fittest type situation going on here. And Tom Lessig, nice to see you again. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate that. You too. Well, have a good night, and, you know, good luck with the DLC.
Did you read the letter left for you?
Nope.
That is the task the Volcano Manor desires. You will be if you
blah,
are
blah,
loathed,
blah. Okay.
but you must leave. This is a... We have no place for the meek, nor the luxury of keeping clean hands.
So I do like that Tanith says they have no luxury, and it is a choice to join the Volcano Manor. I do want to fight our Confessor girl up above. She's not a Confessor, Inquisitor Giza, but don't have the time for it. Although, to be fair, if we actually got a trick weapon from doing it, I would be on that in a heartbeat. So as we look over here, Patches does not exist, but once we rest, I believe he does, or it's after the first assassination fulfillment that he appears. Nope. Okay. It's once we actually join.
Well, you've joined the manor, huh? I don't believe it. Didn't think you had it in you. And here I thought Raya was barking up the wrong tree. All good, though. We're on the same side now. We'll do good work together.
Night Scout says, considering why Juno is targeted by Tanith, joining Volcano Manor isn't genuinely a choice. Could you elaborate? Because I'm not sure I follow where you're coming from with that.
Oh, and of course, we can do business if you like. Hatch's Emporium at the Volcano Manor. Especially for you. Are you surprised that I belong to the Volcano Manor? I always hated the gibberish about lost grace and the laughable two fingers. I thought I could lend a hand in unmasking the charade. Not to mention, Tanith has always made me curious. I guess her master must really be something, because she's pretty damn smug about it. Even after announcing her blasphemous ambitions, she still stands proud. I've never seen a woman quite like her.
So Patches is infatuated because he hates clerics, and so does Tanith, I guess. It is kind of funny to see Patches of all characters kind of have a crush on somebody. So his inventory doesn't seem to be expanded. Maybe we get some more festering bloody fingers, but it's not that big of a deal.
Cheers for that.
Cheers for that indeed. Alright, so now let's go look at our map to see where, not Henricus is, but Istvan. The same place as Henricus. So maybe Istvan was supposed to be Henricus's first target. I'm glad we killed the bell-bearing hunter because he would have ganked me. Perhaps. Oh. Oh yeah, we picked up the sacred tier. Forgot about that. I always forget which way is north in relation to the War Master Shack. Wait, this is the wrong way. Captini hopes the DLC is about restoring the memories of Lap. God damn it, this is a terrible joke, so I'm going to apologize for it ahead of time, but still say it regardless. Maybe in the DLC we'll end up getting a lap dance. Invade Old Knight Istvan's world. So when we look at Istvan, he is wearing the scale armor set. He did help us fight the demi-humans in like that Bach cave, and we're going to repay his kindness with some fire. With some fire. So he has some of that gravity magic right there. Idiot. Oh yeah, so I shouldn't do the fully charged R2 with that. He failed to drink. I thought that was going to kill him. Oh well. There I was trying to be honorable for once in an assassination. Yeah, don't do that as an assassin, kids. Hey Aziz, nice to see you again. And Chud Boria, welcome back. You hope we get an endgame shop in the DLC with max smithing stones and larval tears? For real though, it really infuriates me how many FromSoft games are locked behind having a limited amount of materials for upgrades and rebirthing. And it's a choice that they do deliberately, but I just don't really think it adds value to the game. I know Crunchy feels differently, but it's just a bit of a waste of time, really. So I don't really mind if you have to beat the game first or something along those lines to have that stuff get unlocked. It's just a bit of a drag. My man's just tried to jump attack me. Damn it. Okay, so he hits a little bit harder than I expected. I thought I was able to tank at least one more attack than I did. Imagine dying to Istvan. Hey Galamoth, nice to see you again. You're still waiting on a dupe glitch for Elden Ring? So the dupe glitch is save scumming and then having a friend drop you everything. So this time my death spot was way closer to the warp. Yeah, finally finish off the Dancer Castanet quest. Enter Y, exactly. Oh, maybe because that gravity spell does damage me? That might have been why I had less health than I expected. Yep, it definitely damages me, alright. Okay. I did not expect that. Funny how Istvan helps Bach get his career tools back and Volcano Manor wants him dead. And Darth Moda, welcome on in. Will the New Zealand time hack work for the DLC? I am not sure. If you do activate your code, you might want to put your info in your VPN beforehand. Because if you activate your code from whatever region you do live in, I imagine there's going to be a bit of a hard-coded cooldown timer to mess you up. Wait a second. I was going to say, I just remembered that I'm a caster, sort of. I was afraid of that. No wonder why I forgot I was a caster. Because he's kicking my ass if I don't. Bro, why didn't it swing? That is so annoying in Elden Ring. Like, if you cycle into the run animation, it just kills your inputs for no real reason. Oh, I'm out of juice. Yeah, I just heard that. So he still might have killed me, but it's just super annoying when the run animation just screws everything up. I should just, like, never hold circle at this point, it seems. There are army runes. Okay. Yeah, Galamoth has been getting conflicting answers about the New Zealand time hack. Alright, actually, let's do it now. So I need to delay my dodge on that. Wait, how did I not have a blue flask left? Am I out of flasks from getting killed by him? No, because I've used way more than that. Alright, so I probably need to heal. That sucks. I couldn't dodge. So I think if I'm on his... If he hits me with the sword when he stabs it in the ground, I probably take a lot more damage. Yeah, people are trying to access the DLC early because New Zealand's time zone gets it earlier for consoles than the other ones. Uh-oh. I meant to R2, not R1. That was totally me, though. Oh, he tried to double tap. I should have known to not jump. I treat that like too many... Ooh, wow. Like too many other attacks. Oh. The run cycle almost killed me. Oh, that sucks. Figured that was coming. Oh, I must have unallocated my flask is what I'm thinking. Bro, why am I dying to Istvan? I must just do no damage. That's my only conclusion. Alright, yeah, I'm spending too much time on this, so I will, you know, pull out the hacks. Friend Alex is from New Zealand. Sorry about that. Okay. No, my damage actually seems fine. That did barely anything. That did a decent amount. Okay, so yeah, his sword stab thing definitely hurts. Go figure. I concur. I panic rolled and got caught. Uh-oh. Drink. Oh, the block saved me. I probably should have dodged, really. There we go. That's what I wanted. Oh, I was trying to jump over that. I'm out. I should have known better. Nice fight though? No, I'm doing terribly. Not even a real boss, just a dude. I probably have not been farming enough enemies. My level might be too low. Now, I don't know, like my damage actually seems fine, my HP seems fine, this is purely a skill issue. Hey Jack Irish, how's it going? Welcome back. Scale of 1 to fruit 10, how amazing do I think the DLC will be? No comment. Alright. Alright, I'll use more degenerative strategies. I'll like focus rather than just trying to brute force it. Oh, that didn't poise break him. That almost killed me. This is not a degen strat at all. There we go. Like, that wasn't a hard fight, but I made it way harder than it needed to be. Rune Arc, Furl Calling, Finger Remedy. Scaled Helm, Armor, Gauntlets, and Greaves. So let's book it on back to the manor. get our second quest for that Crepus Vial, and then move on. Galamoth's level 135 for the DLC. They're not sure
You've completed.
if going higher would be better. So we get magma
Never
shots.
forget that the way is tainted, but for this very reason, it is the true path to valor.
I'm not so sure about her conclusions there, but certainly the path ahead is tainted. So Galamoth's saying they have 57 vigor, and the other stats are only getting 1 damage per level up. That's how it is sometimes. Diminishing returns do be a thing.
Now you are a recusant true, and a full-fledged member of the Volcano Manor. I am pleased to have you on our side. Now you are I am pleased.
Alright, so Night Scout said, I asked about Juno earlier, and they said...
Someone please kill him.
They said, someone please kill him.
That horrendous serpent. Protagonist.
My dude has no eyes. Huh. Oh, they're just like all grayed out. Makes sense.
You're tarnished. Here to put the demigods to the sword. Then please, kill the great serpent. The one that devoured Praetor Rykard. I left the serpent slaying spear in the Lord's chamber. Worthy tarnished. Brandish the spear and run him through. The great serpent. That unspeakable monstrosity.
Jonah swears you've heard that voice actor in other places. I tend to get tripped up by some of the Frog Nation VAs because they sound similar. So this dude kind of sounds like Morgoth to me, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's somebody else.
Praetor Rykard's ambitions, though blasphemous,
Bernal as well.
marked him a worthy sovereign, but they were reduced to gluttonous depravity once he gave himself to the serpent. Whatever that thing is, it is no longer Praetor Rykard. Someone must kill him to spare him and his ambitions from further dishonor.
Cool stuff. Alright, so let's go talk to Bernal and whatnot. Letter from Volcano Manor. Alright, so Night Scout was saying Juno Hoslau refused to work for Volcano Manor. He then lived in the wilderness on the mountaintops, bothering no one. Tanith has him targeted for assassination. Right, but to be fair, that target for assassination could have been initially meant for Juno. Or not Juno, but Dialos. And so that might have been a method to bring him further under control of the manor. And could have been like 2 birds with 1 stone. But certainly the Volcano Manor doesn't shy away from the fact that they're hunting Tarnished for their power source. So whether the choice of the matter comes into it might not be as relevant in the grandest scheme of things, that if somebody's going to become Elden Lord eventually, it might necessitate killing more and more Tarnished.
So, you've blooded your sword in the hunt. Then I shall introduce myself once more. Bernal, a recusant just like you. Recusants have particular battle arts, styled to our methods of slaughter. Why not add some to your repertoire? You've come to understand now, eh? To take power and make it his own, the recusant must hunt his own kind. To raise the flag of revolt against this sanctified pillaging, we recusants must become the most wretched of predators. All you can do is laugh.
So it seems like the implications of hunting Tarnished are what's more blasphemous specifically, rather than hunting the demigods, which seems to be ordained from the fingers themselves, I guess. Or the greater will, depending how you want to look at it. Stormblade, quick step, impaling, spinning slash, war cry, endure, kick, stamp. Okay. Eruption, that's a cool one. So this is a Volcano Manor ability. Henricus can use this against us, so it makes sense. Assassin's Gambit. I don't remember how this one works. Grants near invisibility and silences footsteps. Maybe I should try that sometime.
Well, until we meet again.
I've used Stormblade before. It's not my style.
I always resented the pale.
So Dialis is the same. So let's go fight our guy, Idle Riley. Trying to think of the fastest way to get there. It might be here. Yeah, this is one of the more annoying ones to get to. Okay. So then, Night Scout was saying, trying to make Dialis murder his brother still implies that if you don't work for the manor, they take it as an offense. I don't know about that. I do see where you're coming from, though. I just don't think it's much of an offense, as much as it is that it's a path of blasphemy. And he's probably going to wind up on their list at some point anyway. But you might not be wrong, though. Ash of War Bloodblade. I really do like Bloodblade on certain weapons. It's kind of what makes base weapons into what are they called? Knockoff Reduvias. So we got some trolls over here. A Frenzied Flame one, or is it just one with a cloak? It's not on that door. So I must be misremembering which troll I'm thinking of. How did I do this? I don't need this item. Golden Rune Tier 3. Alright, so this will be Riley's spot up here. Everyone in this drawing room is so dramatic. I forgot to equip another talisman before that fight. Not sure what would be the best for me right now. Probably this. Invade Riley the Idol's world. Hide you in PvP if you're around 20 meters away? Interesting. How decent is that for PvE? Probably not very. Yeah, tracking though. So our dude has the, not Anspir Rapier, the Scorpion Tail, whatever the weapon is. Scorpion Stinger? I can't remember what it's actually called. And he's rocking a Confessor set just like me. He's also got the black crossbow of Crepus, the black key crossbow? Crossbow, whatever you call it. He calls himself a Confessor, but he doesn't even use a twin blade. He almost caught me with that, though. Camera, please. Oh, I'm extra stuck. That sucked. There's the invisible wall there. So definitely my fault for getting stuck on the terrain, but anyway. When we look at the crossbow itself, you can see the sword going through the alleged tree, which might be similar to that kind of tree depicted on the cross tree Great Shield, whatever it's called. I don't remember if I bought it. I think I did. Cross Tree Tower Shield. I knew there was tower in there somewhere, but okay. Oh yeah, and I meant to read Golden Roa a while back, but forgot. Wedge Lords. I'm trying to like defend. So this is the issue with playing with two characters. I power stance on another one, so me spamming L1 did nothing against Crepus when I'm dual handing this weapon. I called him Crepus, I meant Riley. Honestly, every time I see Riley the Idol, I just think of Riley from the Boondocks for some reason. It's not like that's the only Riley I know of, but not only is it spelled differently, it just happens to be the one I think of. Roll catching. Riley the Idol defeated. Crepus's Vial, and then the Black Key Bolt. Small mysterious bottle with a dark mist sealed within. Eliminates all sound made by the wearer during movement. A ritual implement used by Round Table Hold assassins. There was a time when Tarnished who had strayed from guidance feared nothing more than utter silence. So this has the Confessor's sword and tree design on it, and they're supposed to be the assassins of the Two Fingers, which might help support that weird theory that the Two Fingers could be related to kind of crossed trees or interweaving trees, whatever you want to call them. And then let's actually look at the ammo. I don't remember if it says anything specific. Oh, it causes scarlet rot? I forgot about that. Bolts used in Crepus's Black Key crossbow, an assassin's tool of exquisite craftsmanship. The intricate spiral tip bores deep, injecting scarlet rot far into the flesh of its targets. Right, so we got some golden roas. Now we'll make our way to the shaded castle for Millicent, and then we're pretty much going to be set to go into Lane Dell and fight Morgott after all this. You can't find the nerd emoji for yourself? Hey Rex, how's it going? Night Scout thinks Volcano Manor is very interesting to them. It prevents itself as a fed-up rebels thinking they must take extreme measures, but in practice are shown to sink to the depths of the same depravity they hate or worse. And then Mia, nice to see you. I forgot to say hello. You were asking... Damn it. Is Haslau being called a house like in Game of Thrones means they have some kind of lordship or nobility over some land? Yes, it seems as though they were a clan of nobles, but throughout the Shattering, it seems as though their filigree became not what it used to be and worth much less in the grandest scheme of things. Alright, so I just wanted to get that ready in case I die. Poison grease. Rex wants to combine Riley the Idol into Rydell. Rydell on Shooting Star. Or Rydell on Time. Night Scott says, Volcano Manor knows the true mission of the Tarnished and the Finger Maidens through him, most likely, and thus knows it works against its very Erdtree burning claims. I think they're fed up with being used, and they recognize their own hypocrisy, but proceed with it nonetheless. Yeah, the YouTube emojis are not the best. I should double check my emojis and maybe like commission some more, now that I think about it. Although to be fair, I try my best to not think about it. Alright, I don't remember what's on that body, but it's probably not important. Beast blood, yep. Not important. See, this is why the Crepus Vial is goated, because we didn't piss off that stupid Wraith coming up here. If Volcano Manor is doing anything at all to Chadwick, it's just praying to a different, presumably worse god. You may as well go Chaos instead of being a snake boy. Blood too. Alright. Let's ignore all these dudes to get our Valkyrie arm. Damn it. Oh, I lived? Not for long. This is the worst. Oh, so I'm still actually in the damn castle. Alright. This is probably a rip of a run. Alright, so I may have saved it, but I must be low on resources. I was gonna see if these dudes steal FP at all. I am a little bit surprised that dude still did manage to reach me. Because I don't remember having problems with him before. Maybe I just ran and didn't get jebaited. No. I pissed off the Wraith, but at least not the depraved perfumer. I tend to forget that this place has depraved perfumers. I think they're one of the toughest enemies in the game. Alright. Glass shard. Love it. That was my mistake. I should not have crouched because I'm already silent. So for whatever reason, this place has a lot of statues, which we don't see like repeated to this degree. So some people have wondered whether or not House Murray was in charge of like commissioning these statues and whatnot, because the styles are very at odds with each other. Like we've got what I call the Primeval Current statue. We've got like the Lift of Dectus Leyndell Marico statue without the vines and the spear. And we've got this other, like, praying woman statue, which I don't remember where exactly we see her now that I think about it. She's got a shawl around her. I don't even really remember seeing her here. And then we've got the lady who will appear in catacombs in quite a few places. Hey, Ayinat and Polyester Pimp, welcome back to the stream. It's Canehurst. It is close to Canehurst, but it is different. Murray statues are hella weird. Polyester was playing this the other night. You saw a perfumed or depraved perfumer, thought, yeah, whatever, and then you got your butt kicked. It's pretty easy to forget how dangerous some enemies are, like the further along you progress in the game and get like more powerful. It's unfair that that little Wraith guy can use his steed, but we cannot. Why are there clean rot nights? Because this place seems to revere Melania, and maybe this is where she commissioned the prostheses that she wore. So now that we are in a safe location, we'll go ahead and check out those items. A very good question, Aziz. And we don't exactly have a direct answer for what it's worth. Valkyrie's prosthesis. Golden prosthesis once used by the one-armed Valkyrie. A masterwork of craftsmanship, with practice and skill it can be used as proficiently as a real arm. When Male Murray, Lord of Shaded Castle, embraced this prosthesis, he claimed to feel the presence of his personal goddess. So within the prosthesis heirloom, which we showed off on last night's stream, I think it was. This is not talismans. We can see that the mentor of presumably Millennia also had a prosthesis on his right arm. And I think that ties into the curved sword talisman by guarding with the arm that doesn't actually take damage, so that way you can give a well-timed reply. It would be a kind of goaded strategy, which Millennia does use to great effect against Radahn. Aziz asks, Mikola didn't make the prosthesis for her? Maybe not, because it's not made of unalloyed gold for whatever it's worth. Although, to be fair, Mikola might have made a prosthesis for her later on, but this one, at the very least, seems to not be. House Murray is ruined. Just desserts for falling for that severed harpy. No surprise that guilty cretin took the castle in their storied sword. So that kind of establishes why we will see Elemer up here. Actually, these are almost like Nox Vine designs. And I'll need to remember to look back at the Leyndell outer wall. So I'm just going to run past everything for the most part, because there isn't any other major treasure here that I can recall. Avoid the pages. Damn it. Gold Firefly. Okay. Glad I was defending. Watch out for the knight and the dog. That knight didn't even see us. This is why Crepus's Vial is good. Okay. Could patches belong here? I don't think so, because he's tarnished and they seem that they should belong elsewhere. Gonna go ahead and use that now. Rex wonders if Murray acquired the Clean Rot Knights like he acquired the prosthesis, being the Millennia and Rot fanboy that he was. It is possible that after Millennia went on hiatus that... What am I doing? Oh my god. I forgot how tough he is, apparently. Are these knights as corrupted as the other ones? Could you elaborate, like the Clean Rat Knights being corrupted? You mean as filled with like Scarlet Rot, or... I'm not sure. That's literally half my health. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna need to rethink my shot. I can take off the Crepus Vial. I don't really have anything to block arcane / physical damage right now. Holy crap, this might be something that we are not prepared for. So I might just skip him for now and fight him later, if at all. Stupid Bach, making me look bad. Yep, I'm in a bit of a pickle. He wasn't even aiming at me. I probably shouldn't piss him off right now. Uh-oh. The sad thing is I need to heal, unironically. I rolled way too early. hurt? Okay. Alright, so he's rotted. Now we just got Strat Skelebro in effect. That's not good. Alright, well, that strat could have worked if I just, you know, implemented it slightly bit better. We can refine things. We can figure this out. Woo-wee. Parry him, coward? Maybe that's a good idea. Consuming the Baldecan blessing, you have the debuff? Never. Alright, let's think about this. Right, we'll try it again. Oh lord. Oh, there goes my runes. That's fine. So the ambush strat didn't work. Maybe I could have done it a little bit faster because I had been dual wielding. Fire Team Blue, nice to see you again. You hate this guy for getting the cool attacks we can't use. Jellyfish so you can poison and rot him. Oh yeah, the jellyfish isn't a bad idea. The only thing is the jellyfish has no HP because I haven't upgraded it all. And the bandits can grab aggro from different angles and allow him to stay still a little bit more. So let's piss him off. Right. Alright, he's still pissed off. That was a terrible roll. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I should have rolled forward. Damn, that was really close, though. Hey, Bella, how's it going? Probably better to use poison grease if I want that debuff. That's a true story. I could use poison armament. Actually, I don't think I have it allocated anymore. So we could use poison grease if I have any. Sweet. Put this on. Wait, did I not heal from that? Maybe I got hit. I was not paying attention, I guess. He's not poisoned. That's not great. I rolled too late. That was me. My poison's gone. Okay. May as well heal. Oh, I have a lot of heals left. That's not good. I fudged it. Alright, so I will hold off on the poison grease until I've actually rotted him, if I'm going to do that at all. Galamoth's getting killed by Fextra. Drop from a scarab near a rock somewhere in the southeast. Start off at a site of grace and go in the right direction until you find it. Vicky says having this boss music play while you're farming for runes right now makes it so much more dramatic. My condolences. All right, we'll do Vicky a solid and you know, not have that happen. Oh, I know why. Okay, yes, I could do the physic first because this doesn't restore HP for me anything. I don't think. Let me double check that. Forgot about that. The charge effect. Okay. It's good, actually. It's funny. No. We just need pretenses here. Rip the Skelly, bro. That's not good. So that should be good there. I rolled into it. Damn it. I was out of stamina. And I made him kill my guy. Goes bad, man. Trying to regain some stamina. Stuck on the throne thing. I took too long to follow that attack up. No! Alright, so all I need to do is live. Here I go choking again. Degenerative strats for low levels. Murray Executioner Sword and the Briar Great Shield. There you go, Vicky! Even though you didn't want it, I had something to prove now. Rip your rune farming. Let it be boring again. Rex, your comments out of context is kind of dramatic and funny. In that, actually, your father was killed by Elmer the Briar. So I just saw that your father was killed. I was like, what the hell? Your father was killed by Elmer of the Briar, so if I could get vengeance for you, that'd be awesome. Oh, you're welcome. Didn't mean to, but here we are. And Vorb, nice to see you again. You did all the Nightfield bosses you were missing, and also found Poison Mist and Earthshake before work. Nice, and other random stuff. Yeah, it is kind of awkward trying to do all of the night stuff, because it's just easier to travel at night, because you're just going to miss stuff as a result. I wish there was more day stuff to break up the cycles a bit more. Okay. So, Anspur Rapier is actually by... It's on Marley himself. What's his name in English? Marley. Marley Murray? Yeah. So, as far as his Japanese goes, it's more like Murray. But anyway. We're going to go to Lanedell proper. Oh, wait, no. We wanted to go to the Round Table Hold for Bach. Sorry, I spent my monies too soon. Thanks, Dylan. Appreciate that. Nice to see you again. You wish you could set the default time of day for revives. I agree. Kind of surprised they didn't have a system for that. What am I doing? Oh, yeah. Bill Murray, exactly. Oh, so I can buy his helmet, but I'm pretty sure we can't alter that, so it'll be the armor. Oh, we have like almost just enough. Okay. Right. Now we will visit Bach and then go through the rest of Lanedell. The things we do for lore sometimes. Watch this like not even matter.
Bok the seamster, at your service, master. Ready to make... Oh, please do...
Just to be safe. It'd be ironic if Jigalag was wrong.
Bok this ready to make... Oh, please do...
So that might not matter after all. Let's talk to Melina, question mark? No, so it's not here. Maybe I need to do it at the lift. Alright, I'm gonna visit that side of Grace. I don't think Melina's gonna show up. Then we're gonna talk to our good girl Millicent, whom we will then help summon for the Ancient Dragon Knight. Draconic Tree Sentinel is its actual name. Just having a moment. And talk a little bit about the things here. Oh lord, he's got a bow. Can I make him shoot his friend? Well, he can shoot me. Yeah, so as I was talking about the gold within the rocks of Altus Plateau, you can kind of see that around here. So no Melina, kind of what I expected. I'm going to double check the abandoned coffin. Because I'm not sure where Melina gives us the Bok is crying line, if not here. Because it wasn't at the Ray Lucarian gate. Although, I guess I could double check that. The path the sun travels makes Night Scout wonder if north on Elden Ring's map isn't truly north in its actual setting and what that might mean. So like magnetic north versus true north is completely out of whack. Alright, so between Liurnia and, well, more specifically Ray Lucaria and Lanedell, we've got the high road, which extends all the way back down to Stormvale. And this stupid highway goes all the way down until the ramparts of Castle Morn, where there's no historic gate, which doesn't make any sense here, and then it just kind of stops despite visually continuing here. And then the other parts of the road continue from Stormvale to the Saints Bridge, all the way into Caelid, and then it kind of stops right before the bend leading into Castle Redmane, and potentially Celia as well. So it like stops like right here-ish at the fork in the road. And throughout the highway, we have what is often referred to as the Crucible statue, because there's not really a better name for it that we've come up with as a community yet. So if the Crucible is a tree and it's supposed to be a competing set of life, or where things get blended together, people think that this statue might be able to visually represent that, which might have a figure of a burning person based off of some cut content that we've seen from like Zoli or Garden of Eyes, I don't remember, where they had like flaming skulls, and they're kind of in a tree and they're holding sprouts up in other places, which kind of resembles a 7-branched sword. But anyway, we can see this all throughout Altus Plateau. So let's go visit Millicent again. Why do all fantasy IPs have sun? For what it's worth, I really do like how in Elden Ring, the moon is a completely different size from the sun. I do wish we saw more of its faces, because it's actually astronomically rare, pun intended, I suppose, that the size of the moon and sun are approximate from the viewing distance of the Earth, and it's even rarer for the moon to be locked in a tidal orbit system with the Earth, so that way only one side of the moon faces the Earth throughout the day and night. You know what I mean? Throughout its rotations.
Now, I'm tracing the path Melania took. She's passed into the lands that lie beyond the Erdtree. Are you giving me this arm. Thank you. I am in your debt yet again, I think. If the arm serves well enough, it might be possible for me to wield a sword again. If the arm serves well enough, it might be possible for me to wield a sword again. Perhaps. If the arm serves well enough, it might be perhaps that.
Welcome, welcome.
Oh damn, I was muted for all that. Whoopsies.
So, you gave Millicent a golden arm replacement. This is a wonderful development. Thank you for your kindness. Now, Millicent may fully realize her true warrior's potential, like her beautiful mother. The girl, Millicent, she is a bud. Green and undeveloped, waiting to flower into magnificence. What a wondrous day that will be. In truth, before her, I'd never seen a bud of such superior quality. She might very well outshine her sisters.
Alright, so that gives us a little bit more information about what's-his-face's motivations as far as Millicent is concerned. She is a bud of the highest quality. Weed pun intended, I suppose. So we get some of this sorceries, which I meant to buy. No, I did buy Night Maiden's Mist. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery, releases a life-sapping silver mist before the caster, dealing damage to all caught within, including the caster. The sorcery can be cast while in motion. Below Celia, the eternal city of Nokron sleeps. This sorcery originates from the maidens of that place. Did they change this? Because I thought it was singular. Maybe it was singular in a different build. Anyway. Now we get the Pest Thread incantation. Incantation of the Servants of Rot. Secretes countless sticky threads, launching them forwards. A technique of the pale pests who crawl through the lands afflicted by scarlet rot, the abandoned children of the goddess. Quote, do you have an interest in rot incantations? End quote. So, I haven't really used this too much because it didn't seem quite as effective as the way that the kin of rot use it, but apparently it's really good for gigantic enemies like Estelle, according to the chat. But we're not really going to have a chance to fight Estelle unless we do the Yellow Annex Tunnel version. So that's something. Yeah, okay.
Do you need me for something else?
That's the Armored Core missile in Elden Ring? Yeah. And welcome into the stream, Buzzgut. Alright, now that we've done that, we can go towards Dominula. And so, yeah, while I was muted, I was making the comments about the Dectus Enrolled medallions not necessarily being unique medallions. But that one got lost in the sauce there. Oh, yeah. The cool ghost. This is what I get for, like, trying to drink water all quietly away from the mic and, like, clear my throat for you guys. Eek! I hear a festive melody. No, don't skin me. My hide is filthy, I swear. Alright, so that's a pretty big hint that our boy got skinned by these sweet dancers. This is where Tanith is from. No, I don't know about that. I'm just goofing. Is there an item in here? Yeah. Just a golden rune. If I had more time for the streams, I'd go and like get the noble set or like the traveling set, the navy hooded one to the left, and do a bunch of other stuff, but we're already pressed and probably going to go well over. So as we come up to Dominula proper, we get a Godskin Apostle. What am I doing? How do I want to fight this guy? Right, okay. I was not expecting to get comboed to death immediately. It'd have been nice to have, like, tanked one combo, but I was just unlocked. Not going to summon Millicent. I didn't see her summon. I don't know if you can summon her for this. You guys might be right. I don't summon NPCs a lot. Except for, like, lore runs, mostly. I know you can summon her for the Draconic Tree Sentinel, but this is, like, more of an open area. That doesn't matter. I just don't know where her summon sign is, then. Oh, is this it? Ruh-roh. I've never summoned her for this, to be honest. Gotta abuse that AI. I'm one-handing. Good job, Millie. So he did not get rotted. Duly noted. So these dudes are weak to sleep. And other than my Sword of St. Trina, I really don't have anything to do that. He's going to follow that up with his body. Swing around. Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with this dude's moveset because he destroyed me my first playthrough when I went to Caelid Divine Tower way too early. That felt amazing. I was hoping that was going to kill him. Just because it would look cooler. Not Millicent. YOLO. YOLO too hard. Get out. Oh my god. I'm gonna... he's gonna hit me with the ball. Okay, he delayed. Follow it up. Damn it! That sucks. Because I was definitely topped up on HP unless I still took more damage from the Black Flame, which is a strong possibility. But he had to be super low. Can I make sleep grease? No, I don't have the crafting thing yet, I don't believe. I think for that one, I need to buy it from the merchant in Rea Lucaria, to be honest, which I didn't do. Alright. Galmoth says, this is one of the few places it does make sense for a godskin to be hanging around, except for the fact that there's no real gods here, but yeah. Oh lord, he looking. I didn't mean it. Alright, so I'm not going to do the rock grease strat. Not rock grease, but rock breath. Come on, Millie. Do a little bit more. Just get his attention. Thank you. Whiffed it. I was not trying to do that. Okay. Get off the wall. Screw your jump. He's probably going to phase 2. Yep. Oh lord, they're angry. May as well pick these up. What weapon is Millicent using? She's using the Shamshir, which you can't put Waterfowl Dance on, so that's kind of like a Millicent exclusive. Oh, he is routed. Uh-oh. Don't combo me to death. Okay. I just need to play safe, really. Hey! Enemy felled. So we get the Godskin Peeler and Scouring Black Flame. Bunch of really cool lore here. That's pretty cool. Oh, he must have been using the Lansax Glaive thing. I don't think I read Eleanor's Pull Blade. Anyway. Unique twin blade wielded by Godskin apostles, characterized by its disturbing design. One end features a sickle for slicing attacks, while the other boasts a widening spike for boring into flesh. Much skill is required to wield this weapon due to its asymmetric nature. So, I don't remember exactly what the other... Is it called like the Godskin Sewing Needle or something like that? But the other Godskin weapon is kind of like another threaded needle, which might tie into those Threads of Fate imageries we've talked about earlier on the stream. And then Eleanor's Pole Blade. Oh yeah. Skill Black Flame Tornado. It doesn't really say too much. Alright. Eleanor's Pole Blade. Twin Naginata forged in the Land of Reeds. Chosen weapon of Eleonora, Violet Bloody Finger. Her mastery of the sword was such that her onslaught was likened to a whirlwind, but now her legacy is stained by accursed blood. Unique skill Bloodblade Dance. Leap at foe to perform a flurry of tornado-like attacks. Follow up with an additional input to perform an attack that ends in an evasive maneuver. So I think because the Land of Reed's weapons are all designed to bleed things, that Eleanor's Pole Blade is kind of like the Uchigatana, because she's not Uchigatana. I think it's like Rivers of Blood, in that Okina killed so many people, his sword became permanently coated in blood, and because Eleanor was the Violet Bloody Finger, she killed so many people, her pole blade became coated in blood and blood flame as well. So this causes blood loss buildup natively, whereas the other twin blades do not. But all of the katana, including Rivers, do proc bleed. Rivers might have a higher bleed percent. I don't know. The Godskin Stitcher. Thank you, guys. Did I read the gag comedy manga? No, I have not. I don't really like a lot of third-party IP stuff for franchises that I like. And how's it going, Paul? Nice to see you again. Bro got air for the Godskin. Yeah, I was a little bit surprised and a little bit in awe that I knocked him out of the sky with that critical strike. Captini was shooting the windmills with fire arrows like crazy because of the trauma from Dark Souls 2. Yeah, I was thinking of you just running into it with the lance on Torrent or something like that. Night Scout says, doesn't Rivers of Blood imply that Mohg made a pact with Okina and strengthened his sword? That is a possibility, but there's enough weird stuff going on with just the bleed and the Land of Reeds that I wonder if Mohg and Okina are the equivalent of two blind men touching that elephant being the formless mother because she craves wounds. So I have wondered whether or not Okina was blessed, or not like blessed, but like on the cusp of receiving that power before he met Mohg, or maybe he had that power to a lesser degree until he met Mohg, and Mohg just ensured that he would continue to have a never-ending path of blood, which appealed to Okina's sense of sword mastery. And Okina is kind of like a parallel to Shura from Sekiro. I'm pretty sure he's actually, I think there might be like a throwaway line in his mask about that as well. So what else did we pick up? Oh yeah, the Scouring Black Flame. A Black Flame incantation of the Godskin Apostles. Sweeps a wide area before the caster with Black Flame. Charging enhances range. The Black Flame could once slay gods, but when Malekith sealed destined death, the true power of the Black Flame was lost. So that's pretty straightforward on its face, but we do have a lot of lingering questions about the defeat of the Glowmide Queen and how that relates to destined death that I don't really want to get into right this moment, unfortunately. So next, let's go along up the hills to fight our Draconic Tree Sentinel. I guess we also have Boggart down below, but I will meet him later, I suppose. So coming up here, we will have a merchant shack up to the top left that I probably should have been going to. It's whatever. No, I don't remember what he sells. And throughout the lands between, we do have a bunch of those who live in death that wield the Sunrealm Shield, and we can find them here as well. Some people think that those who live in death have more gold in their bones, which might be true. I honestly haven't taken the time to look at them to confirm or deny. And we get a skull snail, which is somehow different from a spirit calling snail. Because it's those who live in death snail. I don't know. I do really like the designs of the skull snails, though. Night Scout asks, for people on PC, does Steam prevent anyone from buying games they don't meet the system requirements for? No, Estella says. Eladelia, nice to see you. Snails have surprisingly complex allegiances. Yeah. Alright, so can't level up. Not a surprise.
Is someone there? A customer? Well, how long has it been?
So can this dude not see? Oh yeah, we get golden sunflowers, which I haven't picked up here yet. Perfume bottle, haven't picked up any of those. Arrows, golden arrows. Carved arrows made in tandem with the Erdtree bow deals holy damage. Highly effective against those who live in death and able to prevent them from rising again. Which is really interesting because it has the Erdtree worship sigil. So I wonder if some things got changed in development with how some of these arrows interact. Like the Halig Bone arrows can stop those who live in death, but certain other bows cannot. Anyway. Okay, so this is the prophet set which Corrin wears. Blindfold of exiled prophets who foretold misfortune and were persecuted and driven from their homes as a result. Why hesitate if the path leading to the future is clear? Just close your eyes and walk. So this is why Corrin can kind of intuit the wriggling of Goldmask's fingers despite being blindfolded. It's because his faith gives him sight beyond sight. Alright. Robe of exiled prophets who foretold misfortune and were persecuted and driven from their homes as a result. The shackles around their neck warn passers-by not to lend an ear to their sermons. So Corrin's is a little bit different because he has a wheel around his neck for whatever reason, and the wheel is supposed to signify that Corrin shouldn't forget the prophecies that he had, which he promptly seems to try to forget when he enters the Lands Between and studies Golden Order fundamentalism. Upper class robe. Embroidered bright green robe worn by noble children. Donning such a robe is traditionally the child's first show of burgeoning independence. Very good enough with this. Note below the capital. Distinguished Great Shield. Great Shield featuring sumptuous ornamentation used by scions of great families. Due to their excessive size, these shields were at times seen as the hallmark of little lordlings who were too timid to earn a few nicks and scratches. I really like that description just because it's funny. So this is a really good item in Sentry's Torch. Torch given to protectors of the Erdtree. Its flames are bestowed with a special incantation which allows the bearer to see assassins cloaked in veils. Burnished on behalf of the Erdtree and Grace-given Lord, such that a night of black knives will never come again. And the Grace-given Lord is a reference to Morgott. And this torch will reveal Black Knife assassins even in Ordina, but it doesn't reveal like the invisible sorcerers in other places. Let's go ahead and rest. And Enter Y thinks that the wheel could represent a mending rune. Maybe, but for what it's worth, that mending rune is something that we don't get from Corrin exactly. I believe you could probably kill Corrin and still complete Goldmask's quest. I guess I haven't tested it to be certain, though. Let's just take some extra damage from a skeleton snail. Alright, so earlier in the stream, I was talking about the minor Erdtrees, and this is a presumably dead one. But what's kind of interesting to me about this tree is that... Damn it. Alright, because we have the rock grease on. Is that if you look over there, it does seem to be having coppiced branches growing from it, despite being dead. So it's not entirely dead, it's just mostly dead. It's feeling better. Which might be analogous to the kind of super golden leaves we see in the minor Erdtree church in Altus Plateau. Yeah, that torch would have been useful before the Night of the Black Knives. But if they did have it back then the Night of Black Knives might have gone down a different way. Oh yeah, so in addition to having more orangey yellow colors of the foliage here, we also have like grayish branches on many trees for whatever reason in this part of Altus Plateau specifically, which does lead me to believe that the conifers are older, as well as like this darker color to their gold. And I still haven't read the Golden Roa, which may be as good a time as any to read now. I was afraid I was about to get sniped. Close. Golden Roa. A Roa fruit tinted with gold, material used for crafting items, easily found near the Erdtree. Whereas Roa fruits are easily found everywhere in the Lands Between and has a wide variety of uses. So because gold is around the Erdtree, I think that that's the reason that this is Golden Roa as opposed to regular Roa, which is why I think gold is more suffused around Altus Plateau in general and could explain the differences in the leaves throughout all this. Yeah, so for whatever reason, these wandering noblemen do piss off the golems. And I honestly just try to ignore them, so they don't shoot at me. Alright, so as we come up over here, we can see our Draconic Tree Sentinel. And we get 2 summon signs. One for our good gold girl Millicent, and the other for the Great Horned Tragoth. So before having that golem shoot at us throughout this fight, or while we summon, we'll just go ahead and reset the aggro. And if we die here, there's a Stake of Marika. Why are there black knives in Ordina in the first place? That's a really good question, which we don't know the answer to. They were added... Well, never mind. The Black Knife Assassin set was added there after 1.0, but they're still the dudes. And for what it's worth, they are roaming around in an Everjail more specifically, so maybe they're in trouble. A Night Scout thinks they probably tried to kill Mikola and Melania, which is a good possibility as well. A Night Scout also pointed out that in this area with the graveyards, we've got a bunch of the gigantic ones with holes in them, which are of the same design as the one in Castle Morn. Forgot I'd already accidentally drank that. So he's got his little move right there that he's trying to exploit. He is rotted. So I am out of juice. Damn it, Millie. Can't blame her for that one. I mean, I could. That's the great thing about blame. Doesn't need to be true to life at all. So he's entered phase 2. Surprised that staggered him a little bit. And because he is an ancient Draconic Sentinel, he has red lightning, which is weird because all of the other adherents of the dragon followers use yellow lightning. And even his horse has been altered by his faith or his communion. I don't exactly know how that works. Does his horse breathe fire? Did he kill Millie? I was trying to save her this time around. Damn. Holy crap. Oh yeah, I could just place it. Because he's rotted. Not like that. Not like that. He's no longer rotted. I cannot place it. Because I don't need to. I'm really glad that worked out. Dragon Great Claw and Dragon Claw Shield. Hit him with the halitosis. Yeah, this is why X-Psych's Rotted Breath is so good, because it's free damage, free real estate. And hey, Meow Laser, welcome back. Alright, so let's go ahead and see if I can't level up once or twice. Just the twice? Okay. I think I'll just keep going with a little bit more HP. And then I might start switching into that Twin Blade after all. Although, I've honestly considered just going back to the Godslayer Greatsword, because it's really cool. Oh no, I don't necessarily want to use that Twin Blade or the Godslayer Greatsword if I want to use the shadow lure thing. Well, I could always just have 2 different weapons for different purposes. One for boss slaying and the other for traversal. Alright, so this is going to be Landell. We can warp here through Fia's questline. This is how I originally came to Landell in my first playthrough, by doing the Fia stuff. So I got teleported into here and then walked out and saw the majesty of the Erdtree. Just a really cool vantage. So we get some more of those baby crucible statues here. And I say they're baby because they don't have like the full tree stuff going on. And as we go into Landell, we've got a bunch of dejected commoners. And so we've got the depiction of the Erdtree on the stuff over here. How did I do that? There we go. And you'll see this all throughout Landell. But of course, this isn't the only depiction of the Erdtree, and we've got the older style, Banished Knight style on the walls here, plus the more robust ones, which we can also see on the round table hold. Oh yeah, need to talk to Bach.
My utmost thanks for bringing me to the base of the Erdtree. Here, I can govern my own movement, and thus, the accord is fulfilled. I shall depart to ascertain the purpose I was given. Farewell. I shall leave Torrent and the power to turn runes into strength. Here, with you, I wish you luck in realizing your ambition. You have fought long and hard. I have no doubt you will become Elden Lord. May you take the throne.
Alright, so Melina kind of becomes free from us for a while, and we can summon her for the Morgott fight. I don't exactly know why. But anyway, let's go ahead and leave. Talk to Bach. I don't think Melina will talk to us more about Bach's condition.
Are you ready to make...
Did you see it?
Master, did you see it? The Erdtree. I don't really have the words for this, but I was so dazzled. I felt something stir in my breast. The Erdtree is waiting for you, Master. I know it, I do. I feel it in my bones.
Alright, so for some reason, some people have taken Bach's dialogue to indicate that people can't see the Erdtree, but I think that gets contradicted by a couple of things. Patches talks about seeing the Erdtree, not directly, but he says like taking the Iron Virgin will put us in view of the Erdtree or something like that. Muriel talks about Raya Lucaria and the Erdtree being in view of the Church of Vows, which is why it was built on that site. And there's some other stuff, which I don't remember every single example, which implies that the Erdtree is indeed visible. And I think Bach's following lines in that him being so dazzled does imply that even he sees the Erdtree. But I just tend to take his lines here being a bit rhetorical, that do you actually see the Erdtree for what it is, like so majestic and gigantic when you're this close to it, as opposed to looking much smaller when you're further away from it. So, right.
Oh, going so soon? Please do be safe on your journeys.
Hey Orna, how's it going? And then Bella asks you, morning, what's the future like? And then Scowleasy, I'm assuming this is a sarcastic question with, is the DLC out yet? The answer is no, because I don't think Taint none of us would be here if it was out.
Bok the Seamster, at your service, Master. Ready. Oh, please do be...
Alright, so let's go ahead and rest. Yep, no Melina dialogue. Maybe it's after Morgott where she talks about Bach crying. I don't remember that quest chain the best. I've gotten the dialogue before. I have footage of it. I've used it. I just don't remember how I triggered it. This is what I get. This is what I get. I took it off, and then they heard me. We got our jazz players right here. Oh Lord, they're coming. Alrighty. Preserving boluses. I still need to talk to Blackguard, I suppose. 17 hours to go? Yeah, we're closing in for that DLC. We got our Seedbed Curse, which says... Curse grown on a corpse killed and defiled by the Dung Eater, a tender pox afflicted with omen horns. The Dung Eater cultivates the Seedbed Curse on corpses. By doing so, he prevents dead souls returning to the Erdtree, leaving them forever cursed, one of the most loathsome things found in all the lands between. And 1.0 is a little bit clearer that it's not necessarily a pox afflicted with omen horns as much as it is like intestines that had omen horns implanted into them. And based off of what happens with Blackguard, I don't think Dung Eater needs to kill people first and then curse them. I think he might place this in them while they're still alive, which will torment them and cause them to not have a good time and be cursed, essentially. Smithing stone tier 4, so that's not important. I wasn't trying to get him to squish me. Man, I gotta speed up. I would really like to visit the fortified manor. Alright, so as we come into the lower section of Lane Dell, the houses aren't gilded. They're covered with a lot more ash, especially by Gransax. They are ransaxed. Anyway. We've also got the more orangey type trees in this area, but more specifically in the fortified manor area, we have red trees. Not like orangey, red tinged gold, but like legitimate red leaved trees. And I think they're probably the oldest trees in Lanedell. I don't know if I'll be able to show off super well from up here. And we also have some red trees in the lower quarter, specifically the one that has the hanged, those who live in death corpse in it, is a red tree. And it's very curious as to why there's even a hanged tree in Lanedell to begin with. Was that a prisoner, or not prisoner, like a criminal? Did they not deserve Erdtree burial? Is that why they were hung? Dub Geeter. He's a tanky bro. Or I just still deal no damage. I might just deal no damage, but I just need to get to the Zamor ruins to get that next tier of bell upgrade. Oh lordy coming. Golden Moon tier 11. Lost Grace discovered. Let's rest. Or not. Alright, we'll kill this dude, pull out our telescope to look at some trees, and then rest. Yeah, so those are the red trees that I was talking about next to the fortified manor. Yeah, so they are kind of red like the trees in Fair Missoula, although they are of a different variety. So it's a little bit hard to tell from this angle and maybe this time of day. What time is it? Evening? Let's go ahead and move the time to morning, perhaps. Yeah, I have visited the Altus Junction a couple times, but it just failed to work. Enter Y says, the oracles themselves are round like bubbles. Is this important or not? Good question. Alright, so for whatever this is worth, this little plaque thing was also a reused asset from Bloodborne. It appears in only one location of the lecture hall when you're trying to go from the lecture hall to the Nightmare Frontier or Nightmare of Mensis above those doors. Leather draped tabard. Sweet. So yeah, this is a lot better of a color to see that they are much more red. And the fortified manor itself is heavily charred compared to the upper quarter of Leyndell. So the stuff that we've got going on with the lower quarter and the upper quarter makes me think that Leyndell was burned one time before, and that could align with the, cardinal sin of burning the Erdtree. So rather than just talking about it, I'll show off the red tree and the those who live in death real quick, and then move on. So this I would describe as more of an orange tree. This is more of like a ashen petrified tree, so maybe that one doesn't count. That's where you get the ulcerated tree spirit and like the orange yellowy trees. But as we come up here, this is like one of the very lone red trees in this little region of like a cemetery type place. So we've got rotting corpses, and so this one has a hanging those who live in death skeleton, and this is a red leaved tree. So now that I think about it, it's interesting that we've got the rotting corpses as well as those who live in death. I really don't know what the deal is with the rotting corpses. So, anyway, just wanted to show this off. And as we move up above, up above here, we get grabbed. Yeah, so we've got a ton of burned corpses in this area, which does make me question why they didn't receive Erdtree burial. Maybe we'll get more info with that with the DLC and the Flame of Mesmer, the Tyranny of Mesmer, hopefully, because this type of damage doesn't seem to align super well with Grand Sax's attack despite everything, because there's a good chance that the outer walls of Leyndell weren't constructed when Grand Sax arrived. When we look at Grand Sax himself, he's actually on the fortified manor wall rather than the actual ramparts, despite his tail clipping through the ramparts here. So we do have a little bit of a contradiction with some of the item descriptions, which say that the inner ramparts of Leyndell have never been breached, because when you look into Leyndell, if they've not been breached, what the hell is this? Is this not breaching? I think the real unironic answer is that Grand Sax attacked Leyndell before these inner ramparts were constructed. So that way there would be no contradiction, despite what our eyes might think. And yeah, just a lot more ash down here. No more decorative gilding. And also these are red. Maybe that's supposed to be important as well. So when I was talking about like the tree looking like design on the sconces in Ordina and Celia, we kind of see a similar repeated design throughout a couple places in the Lands Between, like this being one of them here. And this is a reused asset from Dark Souls 3. We'll see it further on in the Erdtree Sanctuary and whatnot. This might be of a Nox design or an Eternal City design. I don't really know, because it repeats elsewhere with some of the other stuff here. Wait, there we go. Night Scott says the people in the city might be short-staffed. They're still in a brutal war and now have to recover from a catastrophe while the military is gradually going insane. Nonetheless, the sacking of Leyndell by Grandsax should have happened much, much earlier in the timeline than the Shattering, to have all of this destruction stay as it is, I suppose. You know, I could be wrong about that, and there might be other calamities which have complicated things. Alright, so I wanted to come in here specifically because this is kind of a more unique Crucible person statue. Because when you look into it, it looks as though it's like peeling away to reveal gold underneath, or that like it's been constructed with some form of gold. Or like, I don't know how to describe this. Like, I know I've seen this stuff before, but I can't think of what it's actually called. So this statue is just neat to me. So these are like the more base forms. The lion things are just reused assets from Dark Souls 3, or maybe it's the shields. So yeah. As we come up in here, we have a Crucible Knight Siluria, which I'm not going to fight because this sucks. And on the Crucible Knight's equipment, we have the Herb of Many Aspects, as it was called in 1.0. This is a shared symbol on the clothing worn by Godfrey, his little cape. And yeah, it's kind of looking at either this corpse or the depiction of the Erdtree on our Cathedral of the Deep thing that's just been gilded for whatever reason. Think we can see this elsewhere? Maybe not. Maybe that's the only one. And we've got more of like the Crucible-esque statues as well. It looks organic in your opinion? A little bit, yeah. And Summit Streams, how's it going? When Melina says, "Oh, Erdtree burn for the sake of the new Elden Lord," they take that to possibly be an invocation of a prophecy or words of power that's been issued to the Erdtree for every Elden Lord. Potentially, because that might be analogous to what would go on to become a spoken echo for the next age. So we get a Hero's Rune tier 5, now that we've pissed off the fake Siluria. And a Golden Rune tier 9. So we're going to leg it. I would start to head toward the Forbidden Land area. Actually, yeah, let's do that. Just to open up the gates. And hopefully that'll drop aggro and we can teleport back to the West Rampart. Sweet. Bella says, maybe that statue's... I did not expect him to chase me this far. Maybe that statue is mixed with gold, like how copper is mixed into coins, so you see it oxidizing after a bit. I do think that's a possibility. One of my questions would be then, what kind of gold or metals alloys is it mixed with? And for what reason? Oh, my man got ran over? I never noticed. That's kind of funny. See if the Crucible Knight will fight the Misbegotten? That's a good idea. But I have moved too far. Don't squish me, bro. I honestly didn't realize that there was a door here for a very long time. I just never bothered to, like, go through it. Wait, where's my side of grace? Oh, I'm blind. Okay. Hey, Kyle. Nice to see you again. Crackpot theory. Melina equals Erdtree. It burns when she burns, and Bot can see the Erdtree now because we bought Melina back. Counter offer. Is Melina the only person that is the Erdtree then? Bella said... It's mixed with American concrete and microplastics? Oh no. Alright. I would like to visit the Colosseum, but that's not going to happen. And Corrin and Goldmask can kind of suffer there for a while. Because I ain't got the smarts to learn that Radagon is America right now. Man, I must be really underleveled now that I think about it. Maybe we'll get lucky and get a bloom set. Malekith typed /kill all, but it's taking a while. So if the Flame Garrison is anything to go by, the minor Erdtree Guardians may have originally been tarnished, or the tarnished before they became tarnished, if that makes any sense. And these dudes are all praying to the actual Erdtree. As far as the blooming ones are concerned, we're told in their item description that the red color of their blooms represents the senescence of their pact, but the Japanese is a little bit more evocative and says something along the lines of it's... I should double check because I forget which line says what. That their pact is either broken or that their pact has bloomed. And so, not only that, we're told that the minor Erdtree Guardians' deaths led not to destruction, but instead renewed eternal life as guardians. Which is very interesting to me, because if destined death was removed, why would they need their deaths to not lead to destruction, but instead renewal? And there's a lot of stuff which leads me to believe that destined death got sealed more along the line of Radagon's time. Right, full HP. Ooh-wee. So I'm pretty confident we can't rot the gold free, but I'm a little bit curious, to be honest. So I'm going to turn on the HUD. Godfrey, first Elden Lord. And so the reason why we tend to call him Goldfree is because he's a gold version of Godfrey. Simple as. I should have probably summoned my Skelebros. This is gonna hurt. I rolled way too early. I actually really enjoy the Godfrey fights for the most part. And many people have wondered whether or not Goldfree is a conjuration of Morgoth's golden grace-given magic, which would seem to make a decent amount of sense. It's not like we can... Damn it, I rolled too soon. It's not like we can fight Morgoth beforehand to see if there's any way to that. And even if you could like cheat to fight Morgoth first, I'm sure the devs didn't think to code for any kind of contingency plan for that, so I really wouldn't make much of it either way. Rex calls him Bay. Okay. Morlord, nice to see you. You call him Lord's Apparition because that's what his soundtrack is called. Fair enough. Could be the Erdtree summoning a Spectre of Godfrey to defend Leyndell itself. Oh yeah, and I probably should have mentioned that as a possibility as well. That's kind of what my initial take was on it. I like the idea of it being related to Morgoth's shenanigans, but if it isn't, it's fine with me. There's a heal now. He should have a gold Sirach on him. Well, it's a little bit weird that he doesn't have Sirach, and that's a good point to bring up. Maybe because Sirach is already gold and can't be cloned that way? Which, I guess that doesn't really work since remembrances can canonically be cloned and duped. Uh-oh. I don't know how much damage that did. Why didn't I roll? Like, mechanically speaking. Oh, I whiffed it? That sucks. I might die if it hits me. I rolled way too early. It's a little bit awkward. It's gonna hurt. I thought I got run cycled into that. So I've got to be really low on heals now. Ooh, that lucked out. Damn it. So I couldn't finish that attack, I guess. That wasn't too bad of an attempt. I just need to clean it up. Galamoth heard that too, and Grace is what revives Tarnished specifically, but that too seems weirdly complicated. Night Scout says, Goldfree is summoned from an ancient Erdtree sigil too, like when the commoner gets turned into Margit? I'll need to pay attention to that. Maybe it's easier to see with the free cam. Oh, it's only the first time you walk in, apparently. That was not the play. Alright, here we go. The way Goldfree and Godfrey's hitboxes are good and like miss the player is really compelling. He's like, oh no, I screwed up, but then like he missed. Which obviously the devs intended to have it be a bit more forgiving on that front. Ugh, okay. That's kind of a fluke. Here we go. Yeah, the posture system can feel nice when you like understand it, but because there's no indicators, I feel like Elden Ring really suffers for a lot of people. I was just having fun at that point. I really do enjoy that Godfrey fight, even if he kicks my ass sometimes. So this is where we get our third talisman pouch, or no, that was the fourth one, which is good for me. It's kind of tempting. Whatever. No, let's make a mistake. Rex says, this is your favorite fight, you think? Goldfree has no bullcrap moves, in your opinion? It's very satisfying to fight him. Yeah. So, there are a couple moves by Radagon which annoys me, but I really enjoy that fight. And I unironically enjoy both the Sewer Moog and Luminary Moog fights. I think Luminary Moog might be my favorite, just because there's like more stuff going on with it than Sewer one, but I think Sewer Moog is probably a lot more fair for most people. Isn't there a ghost here, or does someone only show up after everything? Don't we get our first talisman pouch from defeating Margit? So if so, wouldn't that make sense that we would get one from Goldfree as well? And then Ania gives us the third? I know you can make this jump. don't want to do it the manual way. I need to rotate it a little bit more. Oh well, whatever. I don't want to go the long way around. So for whatever reason, there is a black knife assassin over here. It never goes invisible, so I don't really need this torch out. And you can kind of just ignore it, to be honest. Oh boy, lots to talk about here. Blessing of the Erdtree. But this one can use Destined Death. The one in the catacombs doesn't, for whatever reason. I whiffed it. This thing's so passive right now. I wonder if I like kited it to its zone where it can't do attacks. I almost got that. There we go. Thought that would finish it. So nothing in particular for defeating that one, just some runes. May as well rest, because there's going to be no enemies. The girl's bed is made out of stone. It's clear she was a psycho from the start. Alright, Buster, you're a little bit behind. Alright. You also wondered about all these stone tablets. I wonder if they're supposed to be like memories of people or records. Maybe just because of like the way that Renala can turn her children into stone tablets during her fight. Maybe that's kind of analogous to what Marika does. Now, I don't really fully believe that. I don't fully understand what's going on with the Marika tablets either. But yeah, okay, so we got Golden Order Principia. And the Blessing of the Erdtree. So we've got the big old Erdtree depiction here. The Erdtree bow, which you've heard about from another item with the arrows. And I think we have some more like miscellaneous treasures that we can get to this way. But I don't remember it actually being very worthwhile. Actually, the Scarab by the Radagon statue has a pretty good Ash of War. I think that one's Indomitable Vow. It might be worth seeing that one. Anyway, let's go back to the bedchamber. Does Vow of the Indomitable work on Waterfowl Dance? Yes, although I don't know if you need to time it a certain way. As far as I understand, it should work, although I don't know for sure whether or not the length of the attack can still clip through the invincibility frames of Indomitable Vow. Prayer Book of the Golden Order Fundamentalists. A dense and complex academic treatise that contains the Order's fundamental principles. Can be given to a learned cleric to gain access to the following incantations. Radagon's Rings of Light, Law of Regression. So this is how we will be able to complete Corrin and Goldmask's quest. Alrighty. What else did we pick up? The Erdtree, Blessing of the Erdtree. Oh yeah, the really good one. One of the ancient Erdtree incantations grants a greater blessing to the caster and nearby allies, gradually restoring a large amount of HP. Hold to continue praying and delay activation. The Erdtree once flourished with abundance, yet it was only for a fleeting moment. Such is the course of all life. Now, I think this is unironically one of the most important items in the game, and Erdtree Heal has the same description, but The reason for that is this seems to set up the Erdtree as once being fleeting and mortal, and like all other forms of life. But then we get contradictory descriptions found in the golden seeds. No, it's the crimson and cerulean seed talismans, I believe, which say that the Erdtree was once perfect and eternal, which I think is a contradiction to the Erdtree being fleeting and like all life, unless the time in which the Erdtree was perfect and eternal was not the same time when it was fleeting and like all other forms of life. And so I think the most likely time for it to have been made eternal would have been when Radagon became Elden Lord and used the laws of causality and regression, because regression is linked to immutability. But we don't really have explicit confirmation on that, unfortunately. Oh, yeah. I shouldn't have summoned her yet. I should have listened to the bedside chat. Congrats, Ponyboy, for beating Moog. You were 21 levels under and your equipment was negative 15-ish to what it should be. You called in a friend? Okay. Alright, since we accidentally summoned Melina for this boss fight, we will have to conduct the boss fight. Now, I don't know why exactly Melina is corporeal enough to be usable here, but I guess that's a good enough question for any Spirit Ash when you really think about it, despite being burned and bodiless as she is. Maybe enough gold lingering in the air to allow this to work. So she has on the Traveler set. She looks pretty much the same as we've seen her elsewhere. She still has her strawberry red hair. Can't exactly get a good look at her face because she tends to walk away. Maybe we can do it this way. That's pretty decent. Yeah, so her eye is golden, but a little bit different from how you'd see it in the cutscenes, and that could just because it's a little bit tinged more red with the summon mechanic. She is wielding the Blade of Calling, but it's always imbued with this golden flame that we can't use ourselves. And when she does use her Ash of War, it is the same as like the base form of it, so she might just always have this buff permanently. And she moves very much like a Black Knife assassin, and the Blade of Calling's Ash of War is nearly identical to the destined death used by the Black Flame assassins. The only difference is its flames are gold versus the red and black of destined death. You forgot to fight Moog, Yada? Good luck. I mean, there is still a decent amount of time before the DLC officially drops. Alright. Cutscene.
Graceless, tarnished. What is thy business with these thrones? Ah, Godric the Golden. The twin prodigies, Mikola and Melania. General Radahn, Praetor Rykard, Luna Princess Rani, willful traitors, all. Thy kind are all of a piece. Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of ambition. Have it writ upon thy meager grave. Felled by King Morgoth, last of all kings.
Hey operator, welcome on in. Why doesn't Moog get a throne? Shake your head. That is a fantastic question, one that we've grappled with ourselves. So this version of Morgott I think is unironically a bit easier. That one he just threw at us was Tree Spear, I believe. That's Giant Crusher. He's focused on Melina, which means we can try to rot him. So I do also think it's very strange that Moog isn't mentioned along with the other willful traders all. But maybe it's because Morgott just loves him more as a brother, or something else entirely. So throughout, okay, that was the special move by Melina there. Throughout this fight, Melina can potentially summon in a spectral Erdtree type thing. Why am I stuck? And she could also use like the Miranda flower spell. Damn it. That's why it's sometimes harder to deal with bosses while you're summoning things, because they can just like drop aggro seemingly at random. So he's got aggro on her.
Put these
That's what I get for being greedy about it. But now, oh, she was about to cast it. Oh, if I'd hit him, he probably would have phased. Oh yeah, I could just rot breath him while he's phasing. That probably makes sense. Maybe not. Okay. So we also had some other comments that I wanted to talk about. Let me scroll up real quick. The empty space between Godric and the twins should be Messmer's. Oh yeah, so that's kind of what it was. So some people think that the thrones that Morgott conjures are like real thrones for the demigods, but I think this is just him airing his grievances, and they're not real thrones. They're very obviously made of gold, and so he's just kind of addressing the demigods that have pissed him off, that are still at large, I suppose. And for what it's worth, the thrones are not to scale, so some people think like Rykard got a lot bigger after the Shattering, because the throne for Rykard is small, and some people think that Ronnie's throne is small, and that's why we should take the Rykard one seriously, but I think it's just a trick of the camera perspective that Ronnie and both Godric's thrones look smaller because they're further away from the camera when it first pans in, but really all of the thrones are of identical size, and I think somebody showed that off. I don't remember if it was Zoli or Garden of Eyes on Twitter, but I am confident that was shown off. Maybe I'm misremembering. Oh, so it looks like we need to beat Morgott for the bedchamber dialogue, or maybe it's an Ashen Landell thing. Maybe that would make sense. So, right. Scalise said Moog rejected the Erdtree and wants to make his own dynasty, which, if that is the case, it's interesting that Morgott doesn't lump him in with all of the other willful traders, as he calls them. And then Kyle says, you don't think Moog ever claimed to be part of the Golden Order would be your guess? Yeah, I don't think it's that as much as he may have not been considered a real demigod. And that might be why he doesn't actually have a throne. Yeah, Galamoth says Moog's been in the sewers his whole life, probably. Aren't they real in the story trailer? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Melina doesn't rejoin us until after Morgott dies. That's why no dialogue? Okay. So let's get our runes. Damn it, so delayed. Kind of more disappointed at myself with that one. I knew I was going to piss him off with that. So part of the reason why I think this version of Morgott is easier is because... Oh, we've got our cool tree. I didn't show it off. It's because there's a lot more gaps between his attacks. He isn't as brutal. His second phase can get kind of out there, but at this point in the game, you should be able to deal enough damage where it's not completely ridiculous to get walled by him. Because he doesn't constantly spam his little daggers to interrupt your healing. And there's a little bit more opportunities to attack, I think. Well, not when I roll into his attacks. Feels bad. No, I did not see what you said about Moog, I don't think. Maybe Morgott thinks the Moog in the sewers is real. You think if Morgott knew what Moog was doing, he'd probably take a great effort to stop it? Maybe he thinks Moog is mind-controlled. Because that sewer Moog might be an illusion. We don't know if that one is conjured by Morgott. Because after you defeat sewer Moog, if you don't have the requisite amount of great runes, you will have a door which says that the Frenzy Flame prescription was sealed by the Grace-given Lord. Mr. Yada just killed Moog on the second try? Nice. Is this our final pre-DLC boss? Is he? Let me think about this. I don't really intend to fight the Valiant's Gargoyle Kindred in the Blasted Lands, but I'm going to make my way down to Elphiel and right before Melania in case there's like DLC stuff, and I'm also going to make my way toward Moog, but not necessarily fight them yet. So maybe he will be, after all. He continues. Okay. I'm gonna die.
Put these foolish ambitions to
So that one I need to react to, not panic roll. It's kind of the tricky thing with Morgott rather. It's hard to tell when he's actually swinging versus stalling. Because if you truly do react to purely just his swings, it becomes more difficult because they do come out pretty quickly when they actually come out. So let me talk more crap about Morgott. I forgot to summon Melina. Dog's distracting me? Okay. So I need to delay that dodge. Can't tell all of his sweeping ranged attacks. Just patting the dog. I rolled way too early. I rolled too late. I need to play better. This is totally me. I was not trying to telescope, I was trying to use my flask. Okay. Looks like he more got me. Yeah, he did. Morgott. Operator says, is it known how long it is between the Night of the Black Knives and the Shattering? You also found it interesting, the timeline-wise, that Godric gets a throne and Godwyn isn't in the picture. It's not entirely clear. I think it's supposed to have happened in a very short amount of time, but a lot of people get confused by Roger's English dialogue, which makes it sound as though there's a big break between the Shattering of the Ring and the... Sorry, there's a big break between the Night of the Black Knives and the Shattering of the Ring. You don't understand how I'm able to talk and fight at the same time? Oh, it's really simple. You see, I can really only do one thing at a time, which is why I am not playing so well right now. That's the trick. He got pissed off by melts. That's so annoying. I don't know if she dodged him into me. I wasted my damage blocker. I'm gonna die if he hits me. Okay, here we go. Yeah, sometimes I'm just narrating what's happening, which doesn't really require a lot of brain processing power. Okay, oh my god. The range on that. Did he kill Melina? If so, I'm sad, but that makes it a little bit easier. No, she's just chilling. Bro. That attack's a little bit annoying. How did I miss? I'm surprised that didn't kill me. I figure this has got to be close to his phase transition. There we go. Good job, Melina. Hopefully this isn't too close. Get out of the geysers! I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to dual hand. There we go.
The thrones, stained by my
Roll forward!
Thy part in this.
I was afraid I was out of juice. All of my rolls are so slow. Oh my god. That was me a little bit, but I don't know what was going on with my inputs. Having trouble getting to phase 2. What level am I? 58. Most of my stats have been put into HP though. Okay. Margaret Thatcher. Maybe Morgott is also working with Moog to seal the Frenzy Flame? You mean that's something they would both wouldn't want to happen? I've wondered that as well. And that could be like a real fake Moog in the sewers, not a conjuration by Morgott, but we don't know. Fun fact about Melina's incantations, they have a unique shading being a light gold with white light, like a middle ground between Elden Stars and the aspects of the Crucible. Spoonbender, welcome in. You're going to call sick on Friday and no one can stop you. Yeah, he's real fake Moog because there's a real fake door behind him. Bro, come on. I'm annoyed by that one a lot because I pressed the button. So I should be out of stamina. Thanks, Melina, babe. I do wish this was a little bit more effective at healing. Oh, there we go. Roll away! Roll away!
Put these
Okay. Panic rolling was not the answer. I need to actually time it. Because he is specifically timed to murk the panic rolls. That sucks, because if I just dodged it, healed, I might have been able to rot him and had a good start. As they say, it was going well until it wasn't. So yeah, that whole sovereign alliance crumbling from within and traces of bloody conspiracy remain makes me think like Mohg should have had a role in that, which is why I'm still curious that Morgott doesn't blame Mohg a little bit more. Morgott seems to consider the blood flame part of his shameful curse, so he probably doesn't know Mohg is the Lord of Blood. I don't know. Because he seems to be spying on others pretty regularly. So I'd be curious why he doesn't know about that one. So I can't charge attack that. Come on, Mills. There you go. Good job, Mills. He still hit me? He wasn't even aiming at me? Maybe I should take back what I say about Morgott being easier than Margit. Oh my god. Okay. Stop panic rolling. Start sight reading. I got distracted by my dog and walked into an attack. Yeah, so that's the Miranda flower spell. I tried reading. Oh god. And then he just switched dagger for no reason. At least that didn't kill me. I would have been salty. I didn't mean that. Oh, why is he pointing at me? What did I do? Alright, here we go. Oh, was not expecting that, but I'll take it. He's not rotted. I'm boned.
The thrones, stained by my curse.
Not Melly.
Thy part in this.
I got stuck in my running animation. Heal. Damn it, I rolled way too soon. Here we go. So he does a 2 attack on that one. The range. Okay. That's cool. All right, I'm going to change up my physic. My flask. Actually, don't I have the opaline tier? I could probably just spam magic indefinitely. Not exactly. I need more, like, holy defense. Not it. Oh, this is it. No, that's lightning. I need to go into the cave, almost. To get that Halig Drake seal. Or talisman. It's interesting how Melina can do a triple sword beam and an aerial sword beam reminiscent of Malekith. You wonder if she, the assassin, and Malekith fight in a Newman style. It seems that way because the Black Knives move a similar way as well. I never thought to compare Melina's fighting style to Malekith, but if so, maybe that implies more of a America connection as well? When you fought Margit, you verbally said out loud, "This reminds you of Pontiff." The Sulphur Alliance? So I rolled way too early still, but... Okay, I was running. Why lantern? Got a little bit of extra damage there. Here we go. And he's rotted. Oh, that was so close slash lucky. Well, up until I did that. Oh, I wasn't dual wielding.
Such cannot bear. Thy part in this shall not be forgiven.
I just don't know where to dodge on that one sometimes. Not get hit by all the falling crap. He's zoning me. Roll, please. Don't panic roll. She's using the Miranda stuff. Tied him into it. Good stuff, Melly. There we go. Morgoth's Great Rune, Remembrance of the Omen King. That was a really cool looking finish though, gotta admit. Between the fake Erdtree, all that gold crap on the screen. And now we get a felled demigod who doesn't have any horns anymore. So remember guys, the horns, the grace is stored in the horns. Nope. So this is the same model as Kind Mikola in the Cocoon. Hope you have fun with that mental imagery as we go into the DLC.
Tarnished. Thou art but a fool. The Erdtree wards off all who deign approach. We are all forsaken. None may claim the title of Elden Lord. Thy deeds shall be met with failure, just as I.
So it is also interesting to me that Morgoth allegedly dies here, but he doesn't turn back into gold until Godfrey comes back and claims him. I have wondered why Morgoth is called the Grace Given Lord. and whether or not that means he essentially was given Godfrey's grace after it was stolen from him, but I don't really know about that. And maybe Godfrey gets his grace back when he encounters Morgoth up here. So that kind of inadvertently answers Scally's question, in that Morgoth must not have been born with grace, but he was given it later. So let's check out our new Great Rune devoid of benediction. Where is it? Oh yeah. The Great Rune of the Shardbearer Morgoth, devoid of any benediction. Seek the divine tower of East Altus, blah blah blah. And then the remembrance. Remembrance of Morgoth, the Omen King, hewn into the Erdtree. The power of its namesake, blah blah blah. Though born one of the graceless Omen, Morgoth took it upon himself to become the Erdtree's protector. He loved not in return, for he was never loved, but nevertheless love it he did. I think this is like one of the most convoluted sentences Frog Nation's ever produced. The Japanese for that final line there is more along the lines of, Morgoth loved the Erdtree, not because he was loved by the Erdtree, but because he loved the Erdtree just because he loved it, essentially. So even with my like little off-the-cuff like rendition, it is a little bit redundant, but it could be cleaned up to be a little bit more legible, I think. So yeah, that was that. Thanks for the GGs, everybody. Is there any reason to save Millicent's gold needle and not get Miquella's needle? I don't think so, now that you mention it. Unless you just went to like look at the art on it instead. So as we come into the Erdtree proper, the thorns on it are kind of the exact same types of thorns that we see in Stormvale. Does this mean that Radagon could have been somebody who assaulted Stormvale maybe in the past before Godfrey took it over? I don't know. But also, as we look into the door, we see that it's been sealed shut by a literal seal of gold, which is very reminiscent of the barriers of Raya Lucaria, and is kind of almost one-to-one with what you can see on Radagon's Scar Seal. So this is like a baby depiction of what I think this is. So I would say that the Erdtree is being warded by Radagon because he is essentially the personification of the Golden Order and doesn't want things to change. Impenetrable thorns refuse all. None may enter the Erdtree. So, Global Sequence said that you love that Morgoth talked trash until his last breath. Yeah, so I really like the Morgoth storyline because he is somebody who's so blinded by his love and devotion that he probably couldn't even think or begin to fathom that the way to become Elden Lord would entail burning the Erdtree. Night Scout says, Godfrey gets his grace back in the game's intro, though. We see it next to him. He is called back to grace, but I don't know if that means he's gotten all of his grace back as much as just that he was called by some form of grace. Hey, Billy. Yes, we have been to the Shaded Castle. We've even defeated Elemer.
Hello again, old friend. Allow me a moment to converse with you. You are unable to enter the Erdtree. No, prevented by the mantle of barbs. The thorns are impenetrable, a husk of the Erdtree's being that spurns all that exists without. The only way to stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord is to pass the thorns. My purpose serves to aid in that very act, so I'd like you to undertake a new journey with me to the Flame of Ruin, far above the clouds, upon the snowy mountaintops of the giants. Then I can set the Erdtree aflame and guide you down the path to becoming Elden Lord.
So we get the full rolled medallion somehow? Maybe she had this the entire time. Maybe she had to get it from her mother. which does raise the question of if her mother had the World Medallion, who is that mother? Many would obviously believe that it would be America, but there could be a third party that we don't actually know about at play here. A red mark was made on the map. Okay. So we can talk to Melina.
I wish to journey with you once more to the flame of ruin, far above the clouds, upon the snowy mountain tops of the giants. Then I can set the Erdtree aflame and guide you down the path to becoming Elden Lord. I wish to journey to the flame then and guide you.
Alright, so this is kind of where we first learned about that cardinal sin. Well, maybe not the first time, but you know. Alright, let's go ahead and level up.
Runes to strength? Let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment, share them with me. Your thoughts.
Damn.
Your ambitions. The principles you would follow.
That's a lot of levels. Holy crap, man. Alright, let's... I feel like I need more damage stat. This does nothing for me. Maybe a little bit more dex? I don't know. So we will visit the bedchamber site of Grace, talk to Melina again, and then he'll head on over to the Round Table Hold to talk to Enya. Tor Ferrothor, nice to see you again. Do I think Radagon is protecting Renala like he is the Erdtree, or would he guard the Rune of the Unborn? Alternatively, do I think sealing magic could have been taught to Radagon at Raya Lucaria? I think he definitely learned sorceries from Renala, so presumably. But it isn't ever made explicit, but I mean, I definitely think his Erdtree seal, his Elden Rune, was derived from the stuff with Raya Lucaria, which might be why the Dark Moon Greatsword was repurposed into the Golden Order Greatsword.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you? In Marika's own words, O Radigan, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both. Mine other self.
Alright, so this is one of the most divisive lines of dialogue in the entire game for some reason. I think a lot of people inadvertently hear the lines, thou art yet to become me, and then just kind of like stop paying attention there. And so to them, they might believe this implies that Marika and Radagon are two different individuals and they are not one being. However, the final lines of let us be shattered both, mine other self, implies very heavily to me that they are of one body. And I also take this line of dialogue to be delivered right before Marika shatters the ring, and depending on how one feels about that, I think it's pretty clear, canonically speaking, that Marika and Radagon were one being, at least at the time of the birth of the twin prodigies of Miquella and Melania. And so, if you want to believe that Radagon and Marika were split at this point, then you would need to justify this kind of on-again, off-again relationship as far as their duality is concerned, which, you know, some people are more than willing to do so just leave that up to them. But as for me, I tend to view Marika and Radagon as having always been of the same body, but we don't know when, like, the personalities emerged and whatnot. So until we're shown otherwise, that's kind of my working assumption, because we do see them morph between each other during that cutscene transition into the boss fight at the end of the game. Hey Hilko, nice to see you. Happy late morning, Mr. Loreman. Yeah, we're going to be having a bit of a late stream to try to prep a little bit more before the DLC drops. Billy has a theory. Yokade's Regalia says the metal could be confused for rust. Elmer was wrapped in rusty metal thorns. You think Elmer controlled his briars to snatch the Murray greatsword. So, as far as the term that's used for rust, the Japanese for it is like akagane, which can mean like rust, but is very unlikely because it's an archaism for rust as far as Japanese is concerned. So the characters for akagane are literally like red and gold, whereas the term that's used for copper I think is do, or no, maybe it's to. I don't remember how you actually pronounce it off the top of my head. So red gold means copper in an archaic form of Japanese, or it could just be taken a bit more literally, perhaps, in modern Japanese to mean red gold. And so the Regalia of Yokade and the Murray Executioner's Sword might be imbued with the will of its user through this form of red gold, which I think ties into a lot of other forms of gold in the Lands Between. How am I beating Morgoth at level 58? You don't even fight the Tree Sentinel in Akil and then Grave until you hit 60? Oh, you wait until you're 60 to fight Akil? That's crazy. So I leveled up 7 times. So yeah, I was 59?
Your thoughts.
Okay. I mean, it's recorded on the VOD. I had I had Melina distract him a bit, and then I rotted him when I could and just did some damage. It took me a couple tries. It was a little bit more difficult than I anticipated. Maybe because I'm just a little bit lower for having ignored a lot of content on this playthrough. We need to talk to Enya. Can I do this? Oh, maybe this is a bad vantage, I think.
Well, you managed to return. You know what this means. The Erdtree has spurned you. The fingers remain still, shaken by this turn of events. They are busy consulting the greater will. When they are finished, the fingers will again offer their guidance. But thousands, if not tens of thousands, of moons must first pass. No matter for me, but you. How will you ever manage the wait? My, oh my.
Alright, so as far as Enya's dialogue here, she says tens of thousands of moons, which I don't exactly know why. Maybe there was a difference in the Japanese at one point, and it could have implied months, because that's the character that's used for month at times. Kind of like how we get month from the Latin word of moon. Oh, no, is that Latin at that point? Anyway, month comes from moon somewhere further down the line, so it's kind of similar in Japanese because of like that 28-day cycle kind of matching up pretty naturally with the orbit of the sun and whatnot, or the orbit of the Earth around the sun more specifically, and all that stuff. So lunar calendars, etc. What else is he going to say? Oh yeah, so instead of saying months, she says like days in Japanese, which isn't that big of a deal, but it's kind of a huge time difference between the two. But nonetheless, it's going to take a very long time for the fingers to talk to the greater will, so I don't think it's like the biggest of deals as far as like the translation's concerned, but I figure some people might still be very curious about that. So I want to burn the impenetrable thorns.
Heavens forbid. That is not the domain of mere men. The burning of the Erdtree is the first cardinal sin. And you say you seek the power of the Rune of Death too? The Rune of Death goes by 2 names. The other is Destined Death. The forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation. Unleashing the rune now would be unthinkable. The Fingers would never permit it. Nor would the Greater Will. But here we are. The Fingers dormant, severing our link to the Greater Will. The realm and all life in ruins. Impossible events transpire beyond the ken of the Fingers. Who is to say that the cardinal sin must be cardinal forever? Go on. Finish the job. Take the course you deem most worthy. You must find kindling. Only the smoldering flame in the great forge of the giants on the highest peak in the lands between can burn the Erdtree. But special kindling is required to reignite the flame. For the flame to burn the Erdtree, a sacrifice is needed. Of one who envisions the flame and can lead you to the rune of death. You must find kindling. Only the smoldering flame, but special for the and can lead.
Alright, so that's pretty much it with Aenea's dialogue and all that. I think Gideon has more to say, but I don't want to spend the time on that, to be quite frank. So we're just going to go ahead and teleport back to Altus Plateau. Maybe to see what Bach says with Melina, if she talks about his mama. No, he moved on, so she might not talk here. But she should give us more dialogue about volunteering for the position.
Think not of the kindling. I shall see to that. All I ask of you is to make the journey to the snowy mountaintops of the giants, far above the clouds. I know I'm asking you to commit a cardinal sin, but it must be done to reach the path beyond. And that is the path I wish to travel. What is your mind?
Alright, so that's it with Melina's dialogue here. So we'll start going towards the Forbidden Lands, obviously enough. I'm not sure which way is faster to get here, from the East Ramparts or the other one. Let's put our vial back on. Talk to Bach.
Bach ready to make... Oh.
And maybe Melina. So I screwed up that part of their quest somehow. I don't remember. Okay. So Aenea does seem to imply that both the Greater Will and the Two Fingers want the Golden Order specifically to continue on. It is interesting that for as ancient as Aenea seems, she doesn't seem to have that kind of direct knowledge of the cardinal sin that Melina seems to gain from her mother as she comes into, what do you want to call it? Into like the foot of the Erdtree or whatnot. So I should have gone the other way. Oopsies. Oopsies. Golden Rune Tier 9. Oh Lord, they're coming. Yeah, this is a mistake. But we fixed it. This way was definitely longer than I intended. I probably could have jumped down sooner, maybe? I don't know. Either way. So, I feel like Melina talking to her mother and coming to the decision that she did should raise questions about, like, why Marika knew this was the path needed to go down, if Marika is indeed her mother. Which seems very, very likely. And that could imply that Marika burnt down the previous tree, if there was one, or she burned down the tree to potentially like transition between Godfrey and Radagon, or there could be another calamity, sin type event which happened in the past that we don't know about. So setting that stuff aside for a moment, when we get into the outer quarters of Leyndell, we see it's still covered with ash. So the ash and its presence in Leyndell seems most closely tied to its elevation. And like the lower parts of Leyndell seem to have the most ash compared to the upper parts. And that could be a byproduct of the wind pushing things around for a while. We don't know if, when, or how the Erdtree was born before. We have a lot of guesses that can go a lot of different directions. So that's why I say we don't know the if and the when, because it seems very highly likely that the Erdtree was burned at some point, but the specifics of such an event is questionable. Whether it could have happened during the war against the Giants, Grant's Axe, something to do with Mesmer. We'll just have to, wait less than a day, hopefully, and get a bit more answers on that front. But probably none at all, just to spite us. So, aside from the ashen stuff, we've got more reddish trees in this specific region, which seems to be one of the older parts of Leyndell. Because not only do we have Misbegotten, we have a bunch of graves in this graveyard, big surprise. And some of these Misbegotten are praying to, like, the Divine Tower statues, or statue. So this is very, very interesting to me. I don't know why these Misbegotten praise this dude, but they do. I don't know if this guy wakes up if I take this. Soporific grease. So this dude's sleeping next to some sleep grease. Alright. Night Scout said, Inia surprised a ton of people here? Yeah. Saying like, hey, forget the great sin. We don't need to worry about that. You're cool. We get our nascent butterfly. I don't like to deal with the perfumers or Misbegotten here, so I just leg it. So these are like some of the red trees as well, but they're a lot more vibrant because of the sun. And that's just purely a lighting thing. I'm not trying to imply like they get more sun and are therefore of a deeper color. I'm just saying like it's a lighting issue. Perfume and bubbles make them happy. How did that miss? I don't intend to deal with that Divine Tower right now. Towards the right, the isolated one with the Omen twin fight. Although that fight wouldn't actually be very difficult for this character because Omens are pretty easy to stun lock with a greatsword. Flame Drake Talisman +1. I always forget about this dude. I was gonna leave him be, but, you know, the principle of the matter. You shoot me with an arrow when I was about to be on my merry way, and you're gonna get got. Oh, so one of the things that I did not point out about Leyndell when we first reached it is that the masonry doesn't match the outside of Leyndell's ramparts to the bridge leading into it, which implies a change in the constructors of the city as well. So that's why I do think it's likely that the upper portion of Leyndell may have been built after the lower portion, in addition to all that stuff with like the ashes and whatnot. Let me get on that horse. Ooh, a scarab. Bro! Oh. I thought it was disappearing. Actually, I don't remember it becoming gigantic at all. I must do no damage. Somber Smithing Stone 6. I legitimately don't remember that. Night Scout says, it's curious how she knows about the kindling ritual. Perhaps the Fire Giants culture was well known in the past, but perhaps Merca gave orders even to those who were scared to hear them. Maybe. It does make me think that the finger readers might not be as ancient as they seem, perhaps. Probably gonna miss my jump. Yeah. I was kind of close, but was still facing the wrong way. Mouths in 3D video games always look so weird when they're not shaded properly. Yeah, that close-up of Anya probably was doing a bit of a number to the chat's mental state. Night Scout says, Anya seems aware of all the same things as Melina, in your opinion? If so, it seems a little bit odd that she didn't come to the conclusion of burning the Erdtree earlier. Maybe it's because she was banking that there would be a peaceful transition of power, but apparently not. So we got the Blade of Calling and the officer's attire, or official's attire, I don't remember. Blade of Calling. Dagger given to one who set out on a journey to fulfill her duty long ago. The power of its former owner, the Kindling Maiden, is still apparent. The one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death. And this is the weapon that Melina was using against Morgott. So, for whatever reason, I guess I should read that. Armor. Grubby blue robe worn by magisterial officials to carry out their grim tasks. Surveillance, executions, gruesome rituals, the darkest duties drive the wheels of mankind. So some nefarious stuff could potentially be at play with whatever is going on with Melina as the Kindling Maiden, depending on how one interprets that jail cell type thing to be in this lift here. And then Morlor asks, do I think that the red light in the Forbidden Lands here is lamplight? By lamplight, do you mean like a lampwood's lamplight or a candle tree or something else like a literal lamp? So as we come into the Forbidden Lands, we've got a bunch of pygmy dudes who can use Destined Death for some reason. And we've also got a bunch of giant skeletons. And I think if you go in this one's mouth, there's an item you can get, which isn't important. But it's kind of fun to show off. So it's not this one. It's the other one. So yeah, I pretty much just ignore all the pygmy dudes and or vulgar militiamen, and I just go straight for the most part. And I ignore the Valiant's gargoyle. I always forget that there's the Knight Rider here, but hey guys, it's night. There's an enemy. I think he might give the armor set actually, or maybe you know that seems like it'd be more of a snowfield one. And so we've also got a bunch of dead trees over here. And as we come up to the Valiant's gargoyle, we will be able to see a summon sign for Millicent to fight him. But I don't want to do that, so I'm not. Golden Seed. Shuffle Poppy, welcome on in. Can you alter the Armor of Solitude, the cape? I'm not sure what you're calling the Armor of Solitude. I'm sorry. Alright. So Morlord was talking about the Helfin gem color with the red. Okay, I see what you mean. I do think it's possible. I have wondered whether or not it's like a form of previous grace that wasn't necessarily tied to the Erdtree. So I've wondered if, before the time of the Erdtree, if the fire giants ruled like the lands between, could this red-like grace have been a product of the Flame of Ruin? Was there a different kind of construct to the Erdtree in the past? And if so, are these its lingering remnants? I've definitely had those thoughts, but not finalized thoughts by any means. Potato says, oh yeah, whose militia are they from? So I think the vulgar militiamen are kind of analogous perhaps to the slave knights in Dark Souls 3. So while I don't think these things are slaves exactly, I feel as though the forces of Marika and her Erdtree may have just abused them and used them to like sacrifice as sacrificial lambs essentially in conducting war, because they seem to be ostracized and a little bit banished, but not exactly sent to the fringes, despite technically still being part of the Order somehow. The Mariners also have red stuff. You wonder if that's connected. A little bit, but yeah, there's a lot of death stuff that is related to red as well. Ayunat says, you feel like this is Destined Death Slight, but it's only based on vibes. I mean, vibes are pretty fun to work with if they, like, don't contradict the text. Galmoth's afraid your console's going to burst into flames in this weather. Yeah, that is a concern. Like, when I stream, even though it's at night, it gets really hot in here. With the PS5 going, the PC, and the monitor. I am cooking a little bit. Seek friend, all the more praise the joy. So this is where we can summon Millicent. You don't have to summon her for any quest-related reasons. They won't fail. It's not like Lucatiel in Dark Souls 2. But we're going to skip. And so now we get to one of the weirdest dialogues in the game. With this little finger reader.
You, please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers. Turn back. Ahead lies the land of the giant's flame, and the way forth is forbidden. Hear me. The burning of the Erdtree is the first cardinal sin. Doing so will unbind destined death and slay the world itself. Who would dare put you up to such a task? Most certainly not the fingers.
Alright, so I mentioned this in my video about the Grace of Old, that for a very long time I just took this finger reader's dialogue to be no more than the propaganda of the two fingers. Because once we do unleash Destined Death, it's not as though like the world immediately crumbles apart and is slain by Destined Death. So she just seems to be overly dramatic for no reason than to try to dissuade us from using the power of Destined Death. However, I have reconsidered what she said when in a bit of a new light because of what is said in the Seedbed Curse. But before doing that, I want to just double check what she says.
You turn back ahead and the way. Hear me. Doing so will who would most certain.
So, burning the Erdtree unbinds Destined Death. So does that imply then that Destined Death is sealed within the Erdtree? Like literally? Maybe, unironically. So when we look at that Seedbed Curse, I didn't mention this earlier because it wasn't super relevant at the moment, but it says, Dung Eater cultivate the Seedbed Curse on corpses. By doing so, he prevents dead souls from returning to the Erdtree, leaving them forever cursed. As far as the Japanese is concerned, it doesn't actually say dead souls. It says it prevents death from returning to the Erdtree. Now, I don't blame the localizers for this kind of translation because it sounds really awkward to just say without any context that Dung Eater cursing people prevents death itself, essentially, from returning to the Erdtree. And so Dead Souls does seem to be a pretty intuitive translation of that line. However, with death being a metaphysical construct and like a kind of force in Elden Ring, it does really raise that question of if death itself can be put inside the tree. So I think it's unironically a strong possibility that the Rune of Death, or Destined Death itself, might be sealed inside the Erdtree, and that could be one way that it was removed from the Elden Ring or like affecting the greater order of the Golden Order. And then Potato Poker was asking, wait, you could skip that fight? In all caps. Yeah. I just love being able to show that stuff off, and when you guys like freak out about that kind of thing. So anyway, this is the Lift of Rold, which will take us not quite to the Halig Tree yet, but it really will. And I didn't read the description, but it doesn't get consumed, so we're all right. Hey, Nocturne738, is Moog a simp? I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't know if he's been bewitched by Mikola, either accidentally or on purpose, or if he is a big ol' simp. I really like the statues up here in the Lift of Rold area. How? Okay, anyway. Because it almost looks as though they're holding tree spears, which are like 7-branch talisman swords that just have some extra vines added to them after the fact. When you look at their faces, it almost looks as though they have fire monk like adornments like in front of their noses, coming off of their, like, I don't want to call these circlets, their crowns, whatever you want to call it, their headpieces. That's a better word. And they do seem to have a bit of a unique design on their, like, apron-looking like things that we don't see elsewhere. They kind of remind me of the Millwood deer type thing on the surcoats of Dark Souls 3. And the Millwood people were engaged with a dream tree. So I've wondered whether or not the Millwood stuff was actually a dev hint Easter egg into one of their upcoming titles with Elden Ring. And so maybe perhaps the development cycle of Elden Ring stretches that far back to DS3. So since we've finished the rest of Yura's quest, he will pop up here, not exactly as Yura anymore. Alright, but before talking to him, I'm actually going to go AFK for a minute to refill my water because I ran out for a while. So I'm going to go get some water, hydrate, and then we will continue with Yura, and then make our way to Millicent, and then the Consecrated Snowfield. And I'll be able to do that relatively quickly, believe it or not. So, be right back. And this is why I tend to not parry. It's because I'm trash. I done goofed. I felt like I should have blocked that. Anyway, I should probably rely more on dodging, and then I was just slow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, there's a spot to stand. Okay, that's kind of nice. I should have dodged. I felt like I was way early for that. Alright, yeah, I screwed up. Lie or die? Gotta go for it. Oh, that's different. I don't remember him actually taking his head off. He's kicking my ass now. Oh, I was not expecting that direction. I'm gonna die. See, I felt like I blocked way too early, but I felt like I blocked in time, but apparently that wasn't time enough. Oh, I was way too early with that, apparently. I felt like I probably should have stopped and died again just to get a bit more practice, though, to be honest. I wonder... Oh, I should probably, like, quick step more, huh? Now, I wonder if that, like, trivializes a couple things. My block was off. Okay. Lie or die. Alright, so that wasn't too bad. I'm definitely getting a lot better at parrying. I felt like I should have blocked that. Oh, it's got a shiny ass. I should probably hit that like a baboon. Oh, that's different. I'm gonna die. I was hoping that was gonna kill him. There we go. That's how you kill him. Alright, everybody, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. So, okay. Let's go ahead and talk to Creary. Creary.
Finally, we meet the Tarnished, who would be Lord. Oh my. Why the long face? I fear that you were previously acquainted with this vessel. Well, that is most unfortunate, for he is dead. As for his flesh, he gave it to me. Shabriri, I hope you can make your peace with that.
Oh, damn. A notification of server maintenance. I wasn't paying attention to that. I was, like, looking at chat. What did it say? What was the time? Was it, like, 7 o'clock UTC? Hey, ding-dong. That notification freaked you out? It freaked me out. I've never seen that. Shabriri summon server maintenance. Made chaos take the world indeed. 7 to 10. Oh, so it's going to be down for a while, huh?
You were about to sacrifice something precious. The life of a fair maiden that you would toss into the fiery forge, only so that you may be Lord. What a horrible thing to ponder. Your ascendancy requires her sacrifice, whether she wishes it or not. But how would the Lord, crowned so, be looked upon?
Alright, so have patch notes actually been released, like literally, or are you just saying patch notes? If so, feel free to send me a link in the Discord. Okay, so no, never mind. Because I would have like linked it to us all directly in the chat if you wanted to look.
Chosen Tarnished and would-be Lord, dare to tread the path of true rigor. Spare the poor girl and singe your own flesh in her stead. If you are prepared to show resolve and attain lordship through righteous hardship, then heed the words of I, Shabriri. Chosen, tarnished, and would-be Lord, descend into the depths far below the Erdtree capital. Seek audience with the three fingers and the flame of frenzy. If you inherit the flame of frenzy, your flesh will serve as kindling, and the girl can be spared, setting you on the righteous path of lordship, the path of the Lord of Chaos. Burn the Erdtree to the ground and incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos take the world. May chaos take the world.
I just love the subtle delivery at the beginning, just descending into madness at the end there. We were joking on the Discord earlier today how Shabriri is this close to selling his idea, and then he just kind of loses it there at the end.
Chosen, tarnish, descend into the Sigordi.
Alright, so may chaos take the world indeed. Now, what was I going to say about Shabriri beyond that? Oh yeah, you can summon him for the Godfrey fight, which is pretty cool. The idea of sparing the maiden seems to be a bit of a lie, because when we encounter Fingerprint Vike in Liurnia, we can essentially see his maiden is still dead regardless. And it's kind of interesting that he tries to shame us into becoming the Lord of Frenzied Flame by saying, like, what would people think about you becoming Elden Lord by sacrificing a maiden when, I mean, the genocide wasn't enough. It's really just the sacrifice of the Kindling Maiden. It's kind of a little bit missing the mark, I suppose, but I digress. He's so convincing until that last little bit when he just can't keep it together exactly. So In addition to Shabriri's dialogue, when we do talk to Hayata in the Frenzy Flame prescription, she tells us to do all this stuff while she's kind of literally sitting on a mound of corpses. So I think there's a lot of yellow and red flags to the veracity of the Three Fingers words, and we should probably hold them at a distance. But anyway, I just absolutely love a lot of the voice acting in Elden Ring.
Burn the earth and make it.
All right. So the last thing that I wanted to mention with Shabriri and burning the world to the ground and all that is that even though I do wonder what exactly Melena's relationship is with the Erdtree, and I've wondered if it's a bit more personal because of her kind of quintessential linking to it and being able to burn it as the Kindling Maiden, the fact that we can burn it ourselves might show that Melena's connection isn't as unique as it may seem. Some more Ice Storm. I always forget where the actual treasure is. I think it's like over here. There it is. Just follow the torch, forehead. So we got some Fire Blossoms, some Rhymed Roa. I don't think there's a boss in here. I hope not. Okay. The Smithing Stone Miner's Bell Bearing Tier 3. Precisely what we needed. Now we can start cooking with our weapon damage again. Am I going this way? So yeah, I'm not about to try to fight all these damn Zamorians, because they will kick my ass. Even at like high levels, they are pretty damn deadly. Really, really cool enemies. Very smart for FromSoft to use them sparingly and not repurpose them for every area. Night Scout thinks Shabriri's body language is creepy. It's almost like Yura's own body is recoiling in agony, horror, and disgust at Shabriri's presence. I do kind of like that he's got his hands raised up to his face, like curled around it, as though he's like in ecstasy at times. But yeah, lots of bad vibes, or maybe the vibes are off type feelings coming from the Frenzied Flame folk. Like, a lot of the words that they say are, like, right on the mark, but it doesn't exactly seem like it's being done sincerely. And one of the common questions I get asked is, what's my favorite ending? And I do unironically say it's the Chaos Flame ending. Not because I particularly like that one, as much as it is that I tend to dislike the others. I didn't think it'd snipe you that way. Alright, now we're safe. Yeah, so I don't bother fighting that golem because it's just tanky and not really worth all that effort. Somber Smithing Stone Tier 8. Did I get a Tier 6 yet? I should look at my inventory. I know we could get one in Knock-On, but I also realized since we're not going to fight Radahn, it makes it a little bit more annoying trying to go there. Why do the Zamora have chains? I have no idea. Because it's cool. Essentially, rule of cool trumps all. So now we can talk to Melina again. Wait, where's Millicent? Do I really need to fight that damn gargoyle for her?
There There is something I'd like to say.
Oh yeah, I forgot to do this
My
after Yura.
purpose was given to me by my mother, but now I act of my own volition. I have set my heart upon the world that I would have, regardless of my mother's designs. I won't allow anyone to speak ill of that, not even you.
So if anybody really was courting the idea of becoming the Lord of Frenzied Flame, we get it straight from the source's mouth that it's a bad plan, my man. So don't do it. And this line makes a lot more sense when we listen to it right after meeting Yura, but I didn't do that because I am good. Alright. Damn it. First, I'm gonna go to the round table hold to upgrade my weapon, and then I will deal with that damn gargoyle thing with Millie. Hey Emily, how's it going? The playthrough is moving along at a pretty reasonable pace. So that's kind of why we're going extra long tonight to finish our DLC prep. But how's it going for you? So how many? I need tier 5s. I'll probably need at least 6. And 12 of these. I will need more of those, I'm sure, but yeah. Did I forget the Windmill Village? You know what? You're right. I summoned her there, but I did not talk to her, now that you mention it.
No. I need to do better than this. This will never kill a god. I can do better than this. It needs to slay a bloody god. Oh, it's you. Don't pay me any mind, it's not important. Just lay out your arms.
To get to the round table, hold faster. When you go into the map, press Y, then hold L1 until the cursor moves to the round table. I don't think I ever paid attention to that. That might be nice. Damn it, so I need to upgrade it again. Okay, so I'm out of runes. Easy way to fix that. How many for these? 800, 1200, 1600.
Back already, no matter.
All right. Did pretty well with the math on that one. Zoink Scoob. I never even knew that this is a thing. Hide multiplayer status. What does this even mean? Oh, so like people are battling here. That makes sense. Super hot battle zone. Holding L1 did nothing. L2. Sorry, my guy. It doesn't seem to work. Oh, press Y. Then L1? Oh, okay. I see what you mean. What am I doing? Right. Diminula. Jam OG, welcome on in. Fastest roundtable hold warp is to hit YXA on the map. Okay. Thank you, gents. Hopefully I didn't screw up this quest. Okay. So we did summon her for the Godskin fight. I actually didn't know you could even summon her for that because I tend not to summon.
Ah, we meet yet again. The arm you gave me truly is a thing of wonder. It feels just like my own. Even handling a sword. Perhaps it is foolish to say this to you of all people, but I am sure of my skill with the sword. Thus, I would have you call upon me in battle again, should you ever have the need. I would have you call upon me in battle, should you ever have the need. It is the only way that I can express my thanks.
I just realized I probably did screw up the Dung Eater quest. Well, no, I haven't talked to him yet. I think if you progress past Morgott, the Blackguard thing just happens automatically.
I would have you call upon me in battle. It is the only...
I'm gonna look real quick. You've killed her here so many times for the prosthesis and the canvas flock talisman. You can kill her after you get the reward for one of the like quest endings. And you can like get everything on one playthrough, I think, or maybe that's a 1.0 specific thing. Gravelstone. That was patched. Damn it. Notification. We will be conducting server maintenance from 7 to 10 a.m. UTC. Please log out from the game server. No, you. Alright, so it did not screw up his quest yet. I hate this part of the quest. Come on, you damn dragonfly. Hey, I finally got a skill to deal with them. Okay. Two years. It's finally happening.
What are you looking at? Oh, you again, is it? Perfect bloody timing, actually. I got crab. Cooked up fresh. Mate, there's something I should probably tell you. You heard of the Dung Eater? He's a madman. Has it out for everyone. Curses them. Goes round in his rank armor and all. You see him, though. Stay, well, away. I was in the same jail as him once, so I know firsthand. He's a god-forsaken monster. Not just some petty thug like me. He's a killer. Kills people. And curses the souls. Does all sort of shit to the corpses. To keep them cursed forever. I ain't seen nothing more disgusting in all my years. I never been more scared neither. Rooted to the bloody spot while he did that. To my friend.
Alright, so in addition to that, we can get some crab as well as the prawn. Good note to move on to. Alright, so...
Never met someone with a taste for crab I couldn't trust. You've got a real thing here, eh? And it's only getting better.
Because we can find a Blackguard here later and still alive and talk to him before he dies, and we get the seedbed curse from him, that does lead me to believe that the Dung Eater doesn't necessarily defile dead bodies alone. He might kill these people while they're still alive to curse them. So that's why we get the seedbed pox from Blackguard. Alright, so I just wanted to do that, and the quest progress beyond that, it's whatever. Alright, so now let's talk to our gal,
To
Millicent.
think we'd meet in such a place. What could your purpose possibly... No. I know well enough who you are. And what I know is good enough for me. Call upon me again, in battle, should you have the need. I'm searching for a fort to the north of the ruins. I heard the master of the fort was given a medallion that allowed him to visit the Erdtree. Indeed, I believe that is where Melania will be found. The Erdtree is hidden somewhere in these northern lands. I'm searching for a fort to the... I heard the master...
Alright, so that's that. And I think this part of the tennis quest is bugged, but she should talk to us as we start heading north to, like, Castle Sol. Yes, I'd kill people while they're still alive instead of curse It's late. That's my excuse.
Do you hear me? It is I, Lieutenant. We're almost there. Castle Sol lies just off to the north, where the other medallion is housed. It will grant passage to the land of the Erdtree.
Alright, so yeah, on my very first playthrough, I was not paying super close attention when I was just traversing the overworld. I think I might have been distracted by the dog or something like that. And the lieutenant started talking. I was like, what the hell's going on? So I pretty much would have missed almost the entirety of her dialogue. But since I was recording what I was doing, I was able to like look back and see it. So I do wish FromSoft allowed a bit more repeats of dialogue at different times here. But, you know, they don't. So rip. Alright, so rather than going to the fire giant, I'm actually going to go to the consecrated snowfield. And I don't believe the way that I'm going to go through it has been properly dealt with, so hopefully I'll be able to show that off for you guys. So maybe it's only the Steam/PC version of 1.10, which has a bugged Latenna. Because I was trying to get her dialogue there for the trailer contest video, but I could not proc it. Come on, Lee. So, for whatever reason, I initially thought that there were a lot more Gashadokuros in this area in 1.0, but I think as it turns out, the reason why there are so many Gashadokuro is tied to whether or not the Tibia Mariner is alive. And for anybody who's like wondering what the hell I'm saying, a Gashadokuro is a kind of like Japanese mythological skeleton monster. Oh no, like that thing right there. If you type that into Google, you'll see what I'm talking about. So yeah, while the Tibia Mariner is still alive, you get like a ton of them over here. I really like these enemies. It does make me sad that we lost out on a lot of the giant type things in the deeper depths when you look at like the concept art. So anyway, hopefully I don't screw this up, but I'm probably going to. I'm trying to remember how it works exactly. Not like that. Not like that. I think I needed to go a bit further. Oh, nope, we did it first try. Hell yeah, folks. They don't have to put on the red light. So hey guys, I think they patched it. Oh, this stake of America. Oh no. I'm not trying to fight no death bird. Or death right bird even. This one's a real pain in the ass. So I still need to be a bit further out, I think. Dub Alice says, you think the Canada time for the DLC drops in like 8 minutes? No, unfortunately not. It's going to be like another 12, 14 hours. Galamoth's nervous about the New Zealand trick not working. I would be skeptical if it does, unless you set your VPN there when you initially added it to your cart. But best of luck. No, it seems like they did patch it. Oh yeah, because my body needs to go like all the way down there. You're looking forward to all the day one DLC glitch videos? Oh yeah, so this is something that I was thinking about earlier today. That probably the way that I'm approaching trying to enter the DLC is going to be fruitless, because it's probably already been all figured out by bastards who got early access. So whether there's like quest NPCs that tie into like Radon and whatnot is kind of irrelevant, perhaps. Damn, maybe they really did patch it. New Zealand gets it first? You think that's where Vadi lives? They're playing favorites? Well, I think... I'm not sure if New Zealand actually gets it first or if it's like Japan. And then like New Zealand is the first like English-speaking country. I get it. I'm gonna try to get out of the Deathrite bird fight. Because maybe that is screwing with the sequence of events here. Night Scout says, if you buy a game on Steam for one computer, then later get a new one or do a ship of Theseus, will you have to rebuy the game or will your account let you download it again? So for Steam, it's all account-based, not hardware-based, unless a game has DRM, I guess, but I don't know the particulars of that. Japan gets it on the 21st Japan time, so if you're in the US, they're like almost a full day ahead of you. So we don't have the boss fight going. So I'm pretty confident on my testing before that I can't actually jump there from this point. Or maybe I do jump it. Yeah, okay, I screwed up. I'll give this a few more tries, otherwise I will have to do Njal legitimately. By legitimately, I mean cheesing it a bit with Bewitching Branches and Skelebros. This is too far. I didn't mean to dismount. I got too excited with my turning. So that's the wrong angle anyway. I like how that time they're like, nah, bro, you don't even deserve that steak, America. Okay, here we go. Japan gets the DLC in about 8 hours. So when it's morning, Japan will have it, yeah. So if you're wondering when it's released, they did have an infographic which explains what comes out where and when. I don't remember like each specific time zone off the top of my head, unfortunately. And it is different for consoles and PC. So console players get it a lot later, like 7 hours later in some locations. So I think we need to go for... Oh, maybe it's this one. No. Alright, I will give this one more try. In some locations, PC gets it later. I'm not sure about that. I thought PC was pretty much all released at the same time. Like, time zone-wise, maybe, but PC gets it at the exact same time everywhere. Well, let's try it a little bit further out this way. Gotta heal before I jump to my death. Yeah, that's a fail. Because the way that you would access it before is you could like kind of jump over the kill zone and fall all the way down to the bottom if you like aimed it into the central circular hole at the end of the cliff. So this will be my last attempt. And then I will do legit things. I didn't. Okay, I'm gonna give it a real try because that was just an actual fail. Tried to turn my stick too hard. You think you could do it beside the shack, not near the deathbird? I've done it. Maybe you're right about the shack, but I don't know like the best spot to do it from. But this one was a tried and true method. It was a little bit finicky to get going. And I had done it supposedly after they'd patched it out, so I don't know if they continued to patch it out. Hopefully we'll get it this time. Okay, yeah, I think that was about as good an attempt as I could have made, and that wasn't enough. Unless I need to go even further out to the left. Oh. Rip the dream. So yeah, that's the kind of thing that I tend to do on my own when I like play off stream. Which is probably not the best of content. And I would be doing a lot of stupid stuff like that with the DLC, but for a lot longer. Pretty much the only reason I stopped is because I'm streaming right now. So can't I play this offline still? Alright, so we got logged out of the game. Starting in offline mode. There we go. Sweet. It's the 21st local time, JVS. So it's the 21st for New Zealand, which is the 20th in other parts of the world. So I don't want to deal with the Guardian Lions, so I'm gonna be running. I'm just scooting. Man, having to get both halves of the medallion. Having to go through the secret tunnels. Morgott was already kicking my ass, and they expect me to deal with O'Neill? Or rather, Niall? Do I do my first playthrough online or offline? I do it definitely offline, so that way I don't have these annoying ass specters and annoying online messages getting in the way. It can follow me this far? Alright. I thought going to the left was the wrong way. Run. Run. Right now we should be safe until we get attacked by the birds. Thawfrost boluses. And hopefully we don't get too tapped by the banished knights up here. Oh. Alright, we made it. I don't know how I hit it. Hey Jay Khalil, welcome on into the stream. I got him. I probably need to heal. Okay, there we go. Do I think there will be a fun main game ending tied into beating the DLC? No, Miyazaki has confirmed that there's not going to be an additional ending along with the DLC, unfortunately. Elodelia says international date changes aren't intuitive at all. Alright, so we got another ghost as well as the Eclipse Chotel. Oh, great sun, frigid son of soul. Surrender yourself to the eclipse. Grant life to the soulless bones. So this little ghost dialogue is slightly different in the Japanese. Rather than referring to quote-unquote soulless bones, he calls it like the soulless husk, which is more analogous to what one would see with Godwin. Okay, well, I don't want to piss off that Banished Knight, so we're going to have to do our inventory prep up there. Run away! How about a non-canon fun ending, like the dog ending in SH2? I don't know. I doubt it. Saying a fun ending for a FromSoft game is a bit of an oxymoron. If the New Zealand glitch works for Jay, they'll be having an extra day of kicking ass and getting their ass kicked. Alright, let's see if I have any of the Bewitching branches. So I only have 5, so got a very limited amount of attempts to get this right. So I'm going to do something a little bit sketchy and turn on my hood. I don't think the Chaos Flame ending is fun. I didn't say that. We were talking about non-canon endings, Stella. Alright, so I want to get the dual sword guy, because he's a right proper bastard. Oh. I tanked that a bit better than I expected. Okay, I was afraid I used it. Oh, I know what I should do. I should probably pull out the Skelebros first, and then have them attack those. Yeah, so that's kind of like my biggest complaint about the Bewitching branch, is that it just really takes a lot of time to set up, and you need like an aggro drawer. Most FromSoft endings are sitting in a chair or burning alive forever. Yep. I kind of want to make a video about like the appeal of sitting in a chair in a lot of Japanese media. It's like what most protagonists in games seem to aspire to, or even like anime. Just sitting in a chair and looking bored is peak. Oh Lord, he angry. Lord, they angy. Bro, where are my skeletons? Piss him off. Hell yeah. That's not what I needed. Work! Oh my god! I thought he was about to kill me. Hopefully he's not summoning more. I don't think that's enough to stagger him. I meant rot him. Oh no, I killed my own guy. I am boned. I'm not trying to cast a spell. Phase 2. Buckle his shoe. Damn it. Oh, I thought I died. So I should probably devote another flask or start leveling up my mind stat. I almost blinked. How did I still get punished for that? I should probably heal. Well, this is going to be a rough fight because I don't have the Bewitching Branch thing. Quick book. Let me think about this. No need to think. What time gets it first? Apparently New Zealand. But I thought it would be Japan. I'm not. Maybe New Zealand is further to the east technically. I'm not sure. This fight's tough as a spellcaster. This fight is tough, period. I think this fight or the one with the Valiant Gargoyles might unironically be the toughest in the game. Especially more so as you go up on higher New Game Plus difficulties. New Zealand is about a bit further east? Okay, that makes sense. Oh. Okay, this will make things a lot easier if I do it this way. Oh man, he killed both of them? What a jerk. What a real jerk. I thought he was walking up on me. Doesn't he have like a projectile thing? Damn it, and I missed. Oh, I don't need to actually contact them? Wrong button. Oh well. And I was delayed with it. So I need to delay my dodge. Wrong spell. Oh my god. Oh, he does a follow-up. I didn't mean it. I did not mean it. Well, it's working a little bit. That's what I get for rolling back against the spear user. Oh, he was rotted! I didn't realize. Okay, so I only need one bar of spell to do it. Okay. I'm going to change my flask because I'm not running out of heals. I'm just... Flasks. I'm just way too low level for this, a little bit. Oh yeah, 10? That's more than enough. Actually, let's even go 3 to spam some more of that rot breath. The DLC is out for New Zealand? It's only 7 PM in New Zealand. It's about 15 hours until it's supposed to be live, yeah. Don't lie in chat, like I'm tempted to ban you, like unironically. Like this stuff is really easily fact-checked. Have I seen the launch trailer? Is there a new one? Like beyond the story trailer? If so, I have not actually. What am I doing? I should have probably upgraded my boys from Roderica. Oh my god. That was pure luck, and the other dude staggered. What a good start. Do it before he gets buffed. Okay, we're on a good start. Until they get AoE'd to death. That sucks. There we go. Drink. Okay, don't roll immediately after. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh my god. That's so annoying. What do I do? I just iframe dodge that? They released a new trailer a few minutes ago. Cool. I probably, at this point, I feel like I'm just going to avoid it. Because it's might have some stuff that like gets spoiled. Or I mean, it's not even like the spoilers at this point. It's that I may have forgotten some of the. I haven't really forgotten a lot of it from the other trailers. I'm lying. I don't know. Like, I'm already hyped up enough that I don't really need to see additional content about it, I suppose. Uh-oh, I'm out of stamina. I lived? This is why I hate this fight. Because I also don't see what he's doing. Oh, I thought I died. Okay, I deserve that. I could have played that better right there. That wasn't as bad as I initially thought. Okay, so I'm gonna walk in, summon the skeletons, buff my weapon, and then juice. Goodbye, Space Ninja. Don't really miss ya. It's tacky as hell to come into somebody's channel and ask for money for the DLC. Even if it's a joke, it's tasteless. 50 gigabyte update is crazy. Why is it so big just for a patch update? It's because you're still going to get all of the weapons and whatnot in the base game if it's anything like their other titles. He didn't get staggered, he cheated. Oh my god. That's why I don't like the dealing with the double-bladed one. So maybe the jumping attack is better against it? Doggo says that trailer's crazy. Aziz watched the first 5 seconds of the trailer and went, nope, and he closed it immediately. Okay, Doggo posted the link in Discord. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Y'all hyped? Y'all ready? Are your DLC characters ready? Mine isn't. Alright, what am I doing? Are they both dead? Pretty much. That's not what I meant. I mean, it is, but not like this, is essentially what I'm saying. He didn't get fully rotted. That's not great. Get off the wall. I was actually trying to dual wield, or dual hand. There we go. That was totally me. Oh, why can't, there we go. There we go. I wish I still had a Skelebro. Actually, O'Neill seems a hell of a lot less aggro while his bros are still up. Or maybe this is an HP thing. So I gotta delay my dodge in that one attack. Bro, not this bullcrap. Okay, I got really lucky there. Oh my god, how did that not hit me at all? Okay, so he's no longer rotted, so I need to actually fight. I rolled into that one, that's not smart. Roll toward him. Oh my god, that's pure luck. This is probably a mistake. Not again. Whew. Can you chill, bro? And get staggered? This trade's not worth it. Ah, I got too greedy. Okay, so he doesn't spawn 2 sets of dudes. It's only 2 dudes. For some reason, I thought he actually spawned 2 pairs of guys. So I think I need to burst down the dual wielder rather, and maybe leave the shield guy up. I'm gonna turn on more mana flasks for this. Hooey. Lauren H, welcome on in. Yeah, we heard that a new trailer just dropped, but unfortunately I still need to finish my build almost. I'm gonna be super underleveled until I do like actual farming. Flasks. This should be good enough, I think. Don't I think he's chill enough? A little bit, but he could be even chiller, believe it or not. And how's it going? Sorry, I don't understand Cyrillic, but it looks almost as though like the word on the right says bonk as far as English letters go, or Roman letters go. So if you'd like to be called something more specific, just feel free to let me know. Hey Lee G, how's it going? Yeah, I'm still alive. How long are we going to go tonight? Until we need to. It's the name of the game. But yeah, call these dudes out. Oh Lord, they're coming. Come on, tracking, please. Alright, that just kind of got messed up. Definitely my fault, but... The new trailer made Automatic's mouth drop? Damn. Hey, I-Man, yeah, apparently a new trailer just came out, like, moments ago, apparently. Doggo says, you've never actually been to Mogwin? I whistled out of my teeth. Can I give you some directions? So if you haven't done the Vari questline, the way you get to the the way you get to the Mogwin Dynasty Mausoleum is through the consecrated snowfield on the very western edge of the map, kind of a little bit beneath the yellow annex tunnel, or maybe it's north of that. I would need to pull out my map and reference it, but I also don't have the snowfield unlocked to give you the most accurate directions. So after I beat this guy, because I'm not going to die this time, I'll tell you a bit more clearly. That's not what I meant. What are these input buffers? Oh my god. That's a little bit infuriating. I'm going to get got. Yeah, screw this. It's literally Volk, but Wolf is okay? It's the same thing. Okay. You think his summons are actually Ingval and Oleg, the Wings of the Storm? If so, it's kind of ironic that you can summon them against him. Alright, so this is not the best representation since I don't have... I can't really show you, but it's southwest of Ordina, and it's literally the western edge of the map. If you know where the big petrified trees are, it's kind of south to that area where the Dragonkin soldiers' spirits spawn in. And it's not up above the cliffside, so it's like nestled between a cliffside kind of, and like where the shaman ancestral followers are kind of around. So when you get invaded by the Sanguine Noble to the west side of the map, it's further south than that. Why can't I do anything? There we go. That hurt. There we go. It's pretty much about as good as I can make it. I didn't see him coming after me. So he's rotted. Ooh, that's terrifying. Don't roll backwards against the spear user. I should know that much. I rolled too soon. Gotta double tap that one. Bro, come on, militiaman. What are you doing? That hit me. Unironically, what are my skeletons doing? I'm not angry at them, I'm just confused. Oh, I thought he was hitting the Skelbro. Alright, I need to dodge differently. Oh no, don't roll backwards. Good job, Skelebros. I rolled too early. No, not backwards. I keep telling myself not to do it, but I do it regardless. I didn't mean it, but okay, we're going. Skellies! For the love of it all. Not like this. I'm out of juice, that's right. I rolled! How did I choke so hard? He's gonna die. I rolled in my mind. Oh my god. That sucks. I had him. Alright, so I don't need the Bewitching Branches. The ironic thing is I did do that one flask over, and if I'd healed, I could have tanked that hit. And I still would have had him rotted. Oh well. Did they say when it'll drop after the patch? Yes, there is an official sites post which tells us when all of the DLCs will be dropped worldwide. All the PC players do get it at the same time, so it's the console players that kind of get boned. No! Leave Scully alone. Uh-oh. I'm boned. See? Good job, Skelly. I didn't mean it. Oh, thank goodness. There we go. Trying to kite him away. Oh man. So I rolled way too early on that one again. Okay, I gotta delay that. I need to pay attention to what attack that is that he starts it off with. Is it this one? No. Hooey. I run away and rot. No, he's still rotting. I blinked. I was stressed out. Oh! Alright, here we go. He's gonna do something crazy, like hit me with an attack that I've never seen before. I was trying to guard, actually. That was my mistake for not going back to dual handing. Ah! I get so close, and then I choke. What talismans am I running? Not very great ones, because I don't have very many talismans right now. Aziz just booted up the game after the patch, and the Dark Bandai Namco logo feels off. I can't English anymore. Alright, Orna, good luck with the breakfast. Hope you don't have to sit here much longer. Wouldn't want me to burn out before the DLC is even released. No, this stuff is fine for me right now, because I do kind of enjoy this challenge. Facing him a little bit underleveled, not ridiculously so. Damn, did he really just one-shot both of them? No! You jerk. I might get punished for this. Oh man, he killed my Skelly. But he's been damaged or rotted. A little too soon. Oh, I'm gonna die. There we go. Oh, he's already rotted. What am I doing? Oh my god, the range on that. Do I need to jump? So that's a one hit. Okay. Whew. Here we go. Oh my god, the range. The nice thing about Neal, at least, is that he does give you a little bit of time to heal. Alright, so I need to delay the second roll. That's a mistake. I need to breathe. Got 2 heals each. I want a rot breath, but it's a little bit risky unless he comes at me from a super long range. Delay it. Damn it. Damn it. Alright, once I'm able to punish that more effectively. Bro, how have we gotten him to his, like, letters, like, 3 times in a row now? No, I don't have the ritual shield. Hey, Red Wolf, how's it going? The release day trailer's looking amazing. So, yeah, sorry, Discord, or not Discord, YouTube eats all of my links, or at least Nightbot does. So, I can't link it in the chat right now. Yeah, and so in addition to like the DLC, people who don't own it will get all those new hairstyles. I'm pretty confident they'll be able to gain access to the weapons if they like get dropped in and whatnot, but... Okay, so he's been rotted. Damn it. Damn it. Too much of a trade. Okay, so that strat didn't work. I think I would need to walk in and do the rot first. I could probably solo the Banished Knights if I kite them around and then summon Skellies. Fresh Ronin, welcome on in. They brought back Lords of the Fallen 2014? For what, Lords of the Fallen 2? Because Lords of the Fallen 2014 kind of sort of got like a remaster, not exactly a remaster, a sequel with the last one from last year, 2022. So let's single-hand it. We're gonna run up while he's summoning. Okay, so he's already gotten. Come on, bro. I'm gonna die. There we go. Run away? I'm out of stamina, I can't run. Alright. We're doing okay. I was not trying to let that happen. I was out of stamina. Okay. That's the evil one. It's gonna hurt. Alright, ready for round 2. 100. He's still not rotted. Okay. So he killed both the skellies, but he's rotted. I rolled too early. Right, here we go. Uh-oh. I know that one. Oh, so I still got clipped even though I delayed. Maybe I need to roll into him. I did not roll at all. Oh, and I got frostbitten. Okay, that's not good. Just live. He's gonna follow that up. Alright, we're gonna rot him to death, y'all. Screw you! I lied. Hit him. Veteran's prosthesis. So that only took like an hour of what was supposed to be a quicker stream. But honestly, I was not intending on having to fight him at all. My snowfield skip got gotten. This guy's the main reason why you hate ever having to go to the consecrated snowfield or the Erdtree? Yeah. I would opt to just jump off the map every single time, unless, like, even if it took me like a half hour of jumping off the map, I found it more bearable than having to deal with him. Honestly, if I was a higher level and did more damage with my spells, that wouldn't have been too bad. Like, I've got the hang of it now, at least with the Rotting Breath. I thought he summoned 2 pairs of the dudes, though. I'm really confused. Maybe it's only the other guy, O'Neill, which summons multiple sets of soldiers. Brandon, your game just updated. You're confused when you get the DLC. So even if the game is updated, the servers don't let people play it until it's ready to go live. So it's the pre-patch for the DLC. Yeah. Oh, he's pretty easy to parry? That's what I get for dual handing, huh? Lord Mikola, forgive me. The sun has not been swallowed. Our prayers were lacking. Your comrade remains soulless. I will never set my eyes upon it now. Your divine Erdtree. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure that the English here is fine, but I always... Your divine Erdtree. Okay, so here's the thing about this line of dialogue. As far as the Japanese goes, it doesn't often distinguish who is the subject of a sentence at a given time. So it is possible that the friend that this ghost is speaking of is referring to itself. Or it could just be that it's referring to this unspecified friend of Lord Mikola. And that friend could potentially be Godwin, but if that were to be the case, it does strike me as odd that this ghost would refer to Godwin as Miquella's friend rather than his brother or lord or something along those lines. So, with that being said, I do think it is probably the most likely that he is referring to himself, that ghost, as opposed to somebody else. Although it could be somebody else. At least not Godwin, perhaps. Alright, so that's it with this. We got both halves of the medallion, so let's go on over to the lift. Actually, I think I need to go to the bottom, not the top of it. Rip. It's crazy how many people from New Zealand are going to be able to play the game, guys, right? Choosing what stakes it can be summoned at. Ding Dong hates being summoned to Rykard for the host to just have 900 HP and get one shot, for sure. That's going to be part of the updates. Okay, let's check out the lore of the Erdtree medallion. Secret, left, and right. I don't have both halves of the Dectus medallion. That's kind of funny. Left half of a split medallion depicting the Erdtree. Brandishing the medallion with both halves conjoined will activate the Grand Lift of Rold, granting access to a hidden path. In other words, the secret medallion will guide the bearer to the land of Miquella's Erdtree. And both are pretty much the same, just right versus left. Oh, and it does have like the same image on it as like the Lift of Rold almost. But this one is for the Erdtree. I do wish we had a conjoined version of this just to see how this tree is supposed to look. Alright. Hoisting medallion. I didn't lift the secret one. I am so smart. SMRT. I forgot that I needed to switch the prompt over, and the game doesn't actually read my mind. Go figure. So Connor said they're in New Zealand. Nothing much happens here, but you always get games first. That's nice. I mean, New Zealand seems like a beautiful country. I would like to visit it sometime. Oh, damn it. I just did the exact same thing. Zoink Scoob. Ash King, nice to see you again. Do the Japanese people struggle in private conversations if their language is so ambiguous? I mean, we run into the same issues with English at times where we need further clarification. But generally, like, I mean, language is language. So Japanese is a high context language, which means if you understand what's going on, it isn't that difficult to understand things. Although, at least for pieces of like Japanese media and literature especially, ambiguity can be used as a kind of rhetorical device for obfuscating details or boosting intrigue and mystery. Right, I'll shut up during this cutscene. Alright, so not too much to talk about with that cutscene, except the statues for this one glow green. It does kind of annoy me. Maybe I just didn't get to the proper way on the top side, but you can hoist the secret medallion to gold back down, but you can't do it from the top of the actual lift, just in this specific instance for whatever reason. So I'm not going to bother getting the secret stuff now, because I'm just trying to get towards the end of the playthrough to be DLC prepped somewhat. Oh damn, we got 90,000 runes for defeating Niall. So hopefully we don't get ganked to death by the land octopi and the vulgar militiamen. So yeah, as we got hit by that vulgar militiaman destined death imbued saw, we did continue to lose HP, but it wasn't necessarily max HP, but that is also not the bleed stat. So these guys do have something going on with their blades and their relationship to Malekith. So that's the land octopus that'll gank us. And then somebody was asking what my favorite Great Rune was. Honestly, I don't really use the Great Runes to have a legitimate favorite. If it worked better, I would say Millennia's, because it's like the rally mechanic from Bloodborne, but it doesn't, so it isn't. So just to be a basic Andy, I guess my answer has to be Godric's Great Rune, because I don't even really know what Radon or Rykard's does, or even like the Omen Twins. Actually, isn't it that Mogs will allow you to do some extra invasion-y type stuff? These guys are bullying me out of the place. Feels bad. Oh my god. I was afraid that was going to kill me during that trade. I was afraid I was going to clink on the wall and then get got. Alright, so we got a Vulgar Militia helm, which I don't think I've actually read the Vulgar Militia set on this playthrough yet. I think we got the Greaves earlier, but I wasn't paying attention. Helm worn by lean, mean, and filthy militiamen. The upper extension serves to create an appearance of larger size, however slightly. And oh no, we did read this because it was provocative. Did I rest? No, I did not rest. Or if I did rest, I didn't level up, which is what I meant to do. You can chain an infinite amount to the word police and it'll be a sentence in English. And somebody mentioned the whole buffalo 8 times being a legitimate sentence. I feel like that's more or less a lie. Like nobody will ever really say buffalo 8 times in a row without that specific meme purpose in mind. So I'm just going to keep pumping vigor. Even though I do no damage right now, just because I want more vigor for the DLC. So I'm going to be skipping around quite a bit here. Show me the path, O gentle lights. The promised path to the Halig tree. So basically you follow the lights and you will be able to get to the Halig tree.
Hear me? It is I, Latenna. We have reached the land of Mikla's Halig tree, where Lobo and I began our travels. It's entirely thanks to you that I'm so close to home. These great snow-laden lands stretch far to the north, and beyond the ancient bowers, in the liturgical town of Ofnir, lies the place to which I must return.
So, I almost thought this was a fever dream, her dialogue, because I haven't been able to get it for so long. So this was the dialogue that I almost missed my first playthrough. I don't remember her other dialogue at the top of the mountains. So anyway, as we come into the consecrated snowfield, we get a blizzard, which is very reminiscent of the frigid outskirts of Dark Souls 2, which means this is one of my least favorite areas in the game. So there's a lot of cool stuff here, but it's just kind of hard to show off, and it's a lot easier to do once we actually have the map fragment. I'm way too far off my intended course. Oh, and I need to reallocate my flasks, maybe. So if those dudes are going that way... This is what I get for turning off the compass. Damn it, I want to loot this. But I also don't want to die. Damn it! I'm too far to the west. I needed to be in the east. Okay, but we are out of the snowfield. So our site of grace should be over there. Hey Stella, thanks so much for the 20. Yeah, I figured this is going to be a long stream, but having to fight Neal definitely set me back a bit more. XCX32, welcome on in, and Einsgown. You both got the update, but you can't connect. Right. So the DLC, while it does come up with that update file, it will not go live until it goes live for each individual region. So let me try to rephrase that. Depending on what region you are, the DLC is set to release at a specific time if you're on console or PC. So there is an official post. I should probably just pull that up and pin it in the chat rather than the Discord thing. So give me a second. Yeah, so this is like the pre-patch for the DLC, which probably actually just has all the DLC files. Release date region. Let me pull up the image itself. Oh man, this is kind of small. Shit. Didn't mean to open that way. I hate how Reddit has designed their images at this point anymore. Okay, so screw Reddit. Oh, this is better. All right, everybody. This is the release date of the Shadow of the Erdtree. I'm going to go ahead and pin this into the chat right here. And yeah, Stella, once again, thank you so much for that 20. I appreciate that. Hold on, I'm blind. Okay. You want to see the patch notes already? Yeah, it'd be nice to see those. Okay, so now that we are in the Erdtree region, essentially, did I rest at that side of grace? I did, okay. We're going to follow the path, so to speak, to get the map fragment, and that'll be easier to talk about. And then I'll be able to show off where the Mohgwyn Dynasty Mausoleum is for those who were asking earlier. Although I might be invaded by Anastasia. Did I level up? Yeah, I did. I need to use my eyes. There we go. Map, Consecrated Snowfield. So this is around where the Mohgwyn Dynasty warp thing is, I think. Or no, maybe it's here. Yeah, this is too far north. So yeah, I think this is the ridge for it, like right here. So it's pretty much almost directly southwest from Ordina, I believe. And I will check that out in a moment. I'll go to the Moog place first. Wait, why did I put that there? Oh yeah, for the thing. So let's get this side of Grace, and then I will hoof it on that way. Yeah, so if you guys need to download the updates, you might need to restart your console or something like that. So that way your console will know to like look for an update. Three bites while I was resting. Yeah, St. Trina's torch is in that other caravan, which is why I got excited with the one. I knew I was way too far off to the left. Because generally, if you just go directly south from that first site of Grace, or technically, I mean, I said south. I meant if you go north from this one, like north to the east, kind of, like following this path, you'll meet the caravan around here, perhaps, and be able to get the St. Trina torch. And then both of these caravans are escorted by, or maybe it's only the left one. The west one gets escorted by a knight cavalryman. Did I take it off? Okay, no, I didn't. Cannot see my map marker. I'm going to get invaded like twice doing it this way. And if your console doesn't look for the update, I wonder if it's just like region based a little bit. So there are two invaders in this area. This one's going to be the Sanguine Noble. Anastasia gets us in the riverbed area. And this Sanguine Noble, oddly enough, it has the body of a Tarnished as opposed to like a half-invisible dude, like a Black Knife assassin. He will follow us pretty much all the way to the spot. Okay, so no. Damn dragonflies. Damn it. He hits me 3 times and I healed. I didn't even get bled until the end. Whoopsies. Yeah, the western caravan has 2 knight cavalrymen which guard it. So it can be pretty rough out there. I'm not going to worry about those runes. Oh, is this going to be the White Shadow Lure? We've got wolves following it. Fudge. So I'm not going to catch it. I just need to figure out where it turns. Fudge. Doubly juked. I feel like I'm about to get attacked. How did that not hit? I probably would have had it if I did hold it. Alright, I whiffed it. This is a problem by getting distracted so easily. There we go. There we go. That's the Ash Award that I wanted for this character. Not that it's like particularly fantastic, but it's more of like a thematic thing. Which, to be fair, I have really liked the Flaming Strike thing. It whimpered. That sucks. Anastasia, Tarnished Eater. She shows up quite a few places. Our Ichigo cosplayer. The Anastasia that invades you here slaps. Uh-oh. She hit first. Probably should heal, huh? I was about to say, my bros, I think I do a little damage. Okay, so we get our Somber Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone, which is the highest degree. And I think... What's even my highest tier upgrade do I have? 7, 8. No, I'm missing 7. It's a little bit better than I thought, to be honest. There's a cookbook or two in this area that are always a pain to find. Anastasia writes that she's a finger maiden in the lands between Twinder, but don't be fooled, brave tarnished. Yeah, so it seems as though she might be using that get-up as a disguise. So I was right, it is further south than the Frenzied Flame place. So once you get your singing shaman folk, that's a pretty good indicator that you're close. Or no, am I wrong? Is it further up? Oh, yeah, no. This is definitely way off base. So it's past that cliff. I went too far south. Trying to avoid the Sanguine Noble right now. Like, I could beat him, it's just gonna take a while, and if I die in 3 hits, it's not the best. So this is the entrance to the Yellow Annex Tunnel. So it's north of the Yellow Annex Ruins. And if anybody doesn't know, you can use the trolls and their Frenzy Flame attacks to break open parts of the buildings, which might be necessary to get one of the treasures in one of them. Okay, yeah, that's the cliff. Damn, my map marker was pretty much right on the money, I think. Hey, Kreviz, welcome on in. No, I've not watched the new trailer yet. I might not do it at all, just to keep a little bit of intrigue left going for me. And I'm also just trying to finish this playthrough up. Hopefully fall damage doesn't kill me. Okay, so this will be the invasion point for the Sanguine Noble, but below here, you've got a bunch of Albinorks, and then this warp teleporter will take us to where we need to go, which I think is actually inactivated because of the Sanguine Noble invasion. So rip the dream. And as we get into the consecrated snowfield, the Albinorks we face will start getting a golden hue in their eyes. Don't kill me, bro. I'm dead. Oh, I rolled into that thing. If I rolled the other way, I probably would have been fine. So I needed to put my marker a little bit north. Don't do it. They're showing off half the bosses, and actually it's not so great. Everybody else seems to be super hyped. Yeah. At this point, like, if we were a couple months out, I would probably watch it, like, in a heartbeat. But at this point, I can wait a couple hours, you know? We've already been waiting so long. But I'm definitely glad that... I'm a little bit confused why they didn't release the trailer earlier, to be honest. Galma says tomorrow. Tomorrow? It comes out tomorrow. Oh, you're probably doing like the Annie thing. Because I was about to say that tomorrow is today. Oh, so that's the Yellow Annex Tunnel. MK says it's fine, but you wish you hadn't watched it. My condolences, my guy. Alright, let's go ahead and not talk about the DLC just yet, man. In case anybody was seeing that and didn't want to know. Wait, I'm too far north. Am I? No. Automatic's glad that they watched it. You're ready? Rhymed crystal buds. I think I've accidentally pissed off the rune bear and had what's his face get attacked by it with me, which is a bit of an experience during an invasion, an NPC invasion, because I mean that's not terribly uncommon for player one. I was hoping to knock him off the cliff a little bit. I don't know how much stamina I have. I'm scared that I took any hits, especially when he gets close in with those daggers. Oh, that might hurt. Oh no. Thank you. I don't want to risk it. Oh no, the tracking! Don't bleed me, bro. Oh my god. Die already! I feel like Joker talking about Batman. Oh man, he could have killed me. Why? I must have been low on stamina because I wasn't running. Ah, it's so annoying. He's a tanky boy. I lost my runes from Anastasia. That's true, doggo. Good points. I'm just used to, you know, being on high alert. And, well, I don't know. I'm still kind of fine at deleting what I did for reasons that I'll, like, leave vague right now. Because I don't know the context of certain things that were talked about. Dylan says, this NPC invasion is always one of the harder ones for you. I think this is probably like one of the hardest in the game. Because Consecrated Snowfield is as late an area as you can get before like Elfile. And like pretty much the only other place that's high level that you can even be invaded at would be Vare in the Dynasty Mausoleum, and he's not as hard as this guy. Not dragonflies. I do like how the Ash of War kind of like posture breaks a little bit to follow into that follow-up attack. Damn it. I knew I should have healed after the one hit. Sucks, I gotta hit him like 20 times and he just touches me 3 times. Dylan says, you feel like the story trailer is the perfect trailer and you don't need to see more? It shows a lot of interesting things while spoiling very little. Maybe, yeah. The story trailer does do a really good job. I feel like that first trailer does show off a lot. Maybe because it shows off a little bit more gameplay than like story-related stuff. Ding Dong says there's a talisman nearby which increases bleed resistance. You're not wrong. I'm just trying to get to like the Mausoleum Dynasty place as fast as I can. So I wasn't trying to go out of the way to pick it up, but if I do keep dying, maybe it was the smarter play after all. Not a rock dog. So I dealt enough damage to that thing. I failed R2, that's cool. And we pissed off the dragonflies again. Oh man, it didn't track. I almost died for real. In the game. I keep pressing R1 instead of R2, that's a mistake. I think I was out of stamina. Because of the damn Reduvia, it makes me reluctant to even try to heal. Damn dragonfly. I was gonna be super salty if that killed me. I'm scared. Hold me, chat. Oh, really? Yeah, that's part of the anxiety of doing a headless run. Alright, I was at half health. But I mean, if he kills me in 3 hits anyway, it's not a big margin of error to work with. Hey Red Wolf, how's it going? This the build I'm taking into the DLC? You're still undecided on what to go with. Not fully. I do want to switch out my Ash of War in a minute here. And I'm like still at a baby level. I've skipped too much content to say that this will be like the full-on DLC build. So I'll probably grind some like Elden Orcs or something off stream. Right. So that is the warp into the Dynasty Mausoleum. Mogwin Palace. Thanks for all the GGs and the first tries. Right. Now we shall rest and move on up. So yeah, this is the intended way to get to the Mogwin Dynasty Mausoleum if you don't do the Vare quest line fully. Blood Rose, Dukist Herba, because we're underground. And as we come up here, we will see some red Albinorix that have been infused with cursed blood. They have like omen horns growing out of them. I know there's something pretty cool in that cave, I think, but I can't remember what it is. I'm just more interested in getting to the Sites of Grace right now. And for whatever reason, these Albinorix can summon the Gashadokuro spirits with their horns, which I don't fully understand how exactly that works. Could you imagine getting that summon in the DLC? It just pops in for like one mega attack. That'd be really cool, unironically. Map Mogwin Palace. Alright, so I don't know how well this is going to work in this area. Tibia Manners use horns to summon them too, right? I guess that is kind of true, the like little dudes that they summon. Although I do think they might summon some without the horns, but I might be misremembering. So one of the worst things is like not going to Nokron first means I can't use like the blood or ice scaling stuff. So instead of occult, we'll just do standard still. So objectively speaking, this is not like the best Ash of War, but for when it works, it can be quite nice. Yes, it seems to have no effect on this thing. It does work on a lot of beasts, but not like all the bat people. Smithing stone tier 7. Probably should have kept the fire thing on just a little bit longer for this, if for no other reason. So this is a giant cyst of blood, similar to the ones one would find near like the Rose Church or that other church in Altus Plateau that I always forget about, that has the other Vare-related NPC who invades. Ghosts like music so much that even Elden Orcs can play a horn to summon them, apparently. Yeah. And so, I guess I should have pointed this out. When you actually look at these pustules, they seem to have, like, worms and stuff growing in them, kind of similarly to the way, oh man, that the rotted corpses have worms in them. This thing's a lot easier to kill if you have a bleed weapon, I tell you what. I don't have any pots active, that's right. Oh, but I can do this. This thing's probably already close to dead. There we go. This took quite a substantial number of swings. Yeah, I do no damage. That's not good. And because I'm not going to at least defeat the fire giant and sacrifice Melina yet, I will be missing out on a plus 10 or plus 25, a max level weapon. I forgot I had that on. Don't need to worry about it anymore. Dylan says, red things being red in this game has always intrigued you for some reason. Right. Now we get a Lord's Rune. I'm not trying to fight the Sanguine Nobles here. So as we come up here, we should get a summon sign for Vare, maybe? Oh, maybe we didn't do enough of his quest. Yeah, that would make sense. And it's funny because you can complete Vare's questline even after Mohg is dead. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and loot the item up here, and then I will quickly speedrun, try to get towards the Halig tree, and maybe stop by Loretta if she's strong. Somber Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone, so that's the second one we got. Am I fat rolling? Or is that because of all the muck that they put over there? So the Elden Orcs can grow blood spikes that like crystallize and shatter off of them, which is super cool, while they cartwheel and whatnot. It's weird that Placidus Axe give fewer runes than Mohg. Yeah, I feel like Mohg is a higher level boss. And this snowfield. Actually, I don't really know how far I'm going to get. I might just do the Everjail thing and then call it there. And maybe before I actually do like the DLC type streams, I'll grind a little bit to get my level a little bit more in line. And then I would fight Mohg and the other bosses on stream. like the 4 figures in the Everjail. So you do need to interact with that little statue to begin this. And we do have our little beast torch on. Galamot doesn't get it. You just beat Placidusax in one try, but you've been stuck on Millennia for a week. Oh, yeah. And as others have been saying, Millennia is that hard. She is him. Yeah, I didn't have issues with Placidusax at all. I one-shot him my first 2 times going into that fight. So on my first playthrough and on like New Game Plus. Don't kill me, bro. One of the most surprising things to me about this Everjail is that if you die, you don't have to like restart from the beginning. Could it be a lore reason that Placidusax has less runes because he's been slowly decaying? Probably not. I would say probably not, because runes aren't the best indicator of strength in these games sometimes. Because who was it? I don't know. Trying to think of like an enemy. Oh yeah, so like these Albinorics over here in the Mogun Dynasty Mausoleum give a ridiculously high amount of runes. These little pygmy dudes give a huge amount of runes, but they're not like particularly stronger than some of the earlier game bosses, you know? Hey Ghost Gamers, welcome on into the stream. If you look at my pinned comment at the top, I've got an infographic for all of the release times globally. Yeah, Ensha gives like 460 runes and he's older than Gideon. Well, I don't think that Ensha is like the real original Ensha, but that's not too important. So what I did want to talk about is when we look at the statue of Mikola, he does seem to have a bit of an eye thing going on. Maybe this one doesn't show it off. It's the other eye. Yeah, so there's like this weird thing coming off of his eye, which almost makes it seem sealed. Actually, it looks pretty different on PS5. It almost makes me want to eat my words. Oh no, you can kind of see it. Like, I don't think there's like a design or a symbol, but his left eye seems closed, which is interesting. And as we look underneath him, we get the same kind of sigil thing, which appears in Celia's Everjail in its sconces. And this is also what appears on the Nox crypt chairs. So imagine a town affiliated with the Nox, or the Eternal Cities, has Eternal City type imagery in it. I forgot about her. I was not trying to aggro her. That's what I get. Kuroshi, welcome on in. And is your name supposed to be like Black Death or something like that? And then Rhinus says these statues don't have braids. I would need to double check, because you might be right about that. And Dylan says, on one playthrough, they one-shot the dual gargoyles, and you've never been remotely close to doing that again since. Yeah, that's probably my least favorite fight in the entire game. But congrats on doing that. I don't know if I've ever one-shot them, to be fair. Or if I did, I must have been, like, really high level. Alright, Ding Dong, you have a good night, and thanks for hanging out. And don't go hollow. Enjoy the DLC. Hey Spaghetti, nice to see you again. You really like this arena? Wish there was more unique encounters, like being chased by invisible assassins? This is pretty unique, and it is kind of disappointing that there wasn't a little bit more variety for this stuff in the base game. Oh yeah, so he doesn't have his hair braided. He's got like the head crown circlet-like thing going on though. And also, in addition to the like sealed eye type thing going on, he's wielding, not wielding, like holding a candelabra looking like thing. And it almost looks like he's got veins growing in him, or like his clothes or something, which is also repeated on the statues where like Melania is hugging him. Oh my god. Deleted. Yeah, I don't typically come here at this low of a level to get deleted on the run. I can normally just tank a couple arrows and get to where I need to go. I don't want to actually have to strategize for this. You've been following my stuff since Bloodborne? Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that. So your nickname is supposed to be like Black Death? Or is it a different conglomeration of kanji readings? Which wouldn't surprise me in the least. Feels like time's just not even moving right now. It's because I'm in the Everjail. Hey, Red Bonnie Bloody, welcome on into the stream. So once we go through here, I'll pick up the Black Knife Assassin set underneath the village and talk about those runes we've been picking up and ignoring. Oh man, let me think about this. That's about as good as I can make it for now, I think. Yep. Or, oh yeah, that's right. I can do that. So in 1.0, these Albinorc archers' bows and arrows were purple, kind of like the Dark Moon Blade stuff from Dark Souls 3. Albinorc Bloodclot, Smotown would be proud. Alright, so the last one should be free. Provided we don't get ganked along the way. That's not looking. Okay. Oh lord, it's there. That was the worst spot it could possibly be. But it doesn't matter. A permanently missable item. Golden Rune times 10. Tier 10. Someone used to speedrun this game but haven't finished it. You haven't finished watching it? Of course, it's an old live stream from 2022. Yeah. I'm definitely not a speedrunner by any stretch of the imagination. As evidenced by Niall kicking my ass for like 45 minutes or an hour, whatever it was. Where is it? Is it further up? Oh, there it is. So, interestingly enough, this is kind of a unique corpse because it is a legitimate corpse of a Black Knife assassin, as opposed to just like a random-ass commoner. So you get the Black Knife hood, armor, gauntlets, and the greaves, plus a nascent butterfly like right next to it. When Rhinus is on their first playthrough, they're level 220 for this. Never been that easy since, yeah. Invigorating cured meats. So we'll check out all of these items after we warp in. Alright, so let's check out the Black Knife set. Black Knife hood is a hood used by the Black Knife assassins. Go figure. The assassins that carried out the deeds of the Night of the Black Knives were all women and rumored to be Newman, who had close ties with Marika herself. And that's pretty much it for that armor set. Scale armor used by the Black Knife assassins, forged to make no sound. Traces of power yet remain in its concealing veil, which muffles the sound of footsteps. The assassins that carried out the deeds of the Night of the Black Knives were all women, and it is rumored to be Newman, who had close ties with Marika herself. So that does raise a lot of questions about Marika's ties to the Night of Black Knives. Did she conspire with the Black Knife assassins, with Ronnie to kill Godwin, to initiate the shattering, or was it a series of events that just kind of went wrong? Was she completely not in the know and really struck by the events and moved out of grief into the shattering with everything? And there's multiple ways one can read that, especially with the addition of things like Deathroot into the equation. So moving beyond that, let's check out the tiers of runes. So even now, runes are still imbued with the power of life itself. Do you see the Erdtree towering over? Those born at the foot of the Erdtree are blessed. At least, that is the enduring belief of the people of the plateau. No grace resides in the eyes of the tarnished. If it ever did, it is now lost. The grace of gold blessed those who were first to serve it with the most vivid coloration. And then as we get into the hero runes, we see a lot more red introduced into the color. And it said, there were once heroes who walked the battlefields, abundantly blessed by the Erdtree itself, who upon earning their honor simply died. Now, this rune, in conjunction with a lot of other information in the game, so for the people who are joining the stream for the first time, I apologize if this claim is going to seem out of left field, but I do think it's substantiated quite a bit by the text, that in the initial early days of the Erdtree, more specifically the ancient Erdtree times, I do think it's a strong possibility that dust and death still existed within the Lands Between, and the people who received their honor in battle dying could have been because of destined death, rather than being given Erdtree burial. Although, to be fair, this description is vague enough that it could imply, or still leave room to doubt whether or not Erdtree burial was a thing. But at the very least, it is curious that the heroes in the past weren't necessarily revived by grace or some other mechanism. And then the Lord's rune says, this is runes of one who is destined to become a lord, but when the Elden Ring was shattered, all that remained was a distant duty. So this is one of the most important items in the game in terms of trying to reconcile what is going on between gold and duty and fate. And for whatever reason, it seems as though the shattering event itself altered the flow of fate and destiny if it was altered from destiny into a distant duty. And duty is also tied into things like curses based off of a couple items, which I'm too tired to remember right now. Yeah, Scalizi, I am still streaming at pretty much the very tail end of it. And I think that's it as far as the items are concerned for now. Oh yeah, the rhymed Roa. This hardy species takes root even when frozen solid. Dylan says, how are you literally only now realizing how these runes resemble eyes and irises? Well, the grace of gold did reside in the eyes, didn't it? Yeah, a new trailer has released. Sun's rising, LP still streaming, indeed. That's what I get for not starting the playthrough earlier or spending more time on previous nights. What am I doing? Can't I summon Torrent here? No. I'm tripping. I'm thinking of the Deep Root Depths thing. So yeah, as we come into the Halig tree, we can see it's literally covered in rot. We've got a bunch of oracles. I did not mean to jump right there. Who are heralding the dawn of a new age, allegedly. This is the part of the tree that I'm not fond of, because it's kind of easy to get one-shot by this bubble boy. Flaming bolts. I was trying to roll. Okay. And the Newman's Rune. I couldn't remember if we were going to access a Newman's Rune anytime soon. Alright. All according to Keikaku. That means playing. Sniper heaven? Yeah, a little bit. What do I think about commoners being so long and slender, unlike us or most NPCs? I'm not sure, to be honest. I've wondered if they're kind of related to Zamorians, who are super long. We've also got Bloodhound Knights, which have really elongated arms. So there's also the distinct possibility, apparently, that they could be eunuchs. Because apparently that's a thing. When dudes get castrated young enough, their bones don't receive the same hormones, and so they like grow longer as a result of all that. Golden Rune tier 13. Hefty Beast Bone. I know there's items all the way at the top as well, but you know, just trying to speed along a little bit. Ooh, multiple fire greases. Oh, I wasn't dual handing. I take way too much damage from everything here. Let's just go to the side of Grace real quick, so I don't have to run all the way back. Run. There we go. The Anne Orlando Archer section? Nah, that's not nearly as bad as those two damn Silver Knights. Don't forget the Pale Drake Talisman +2. I'm gonna abandon it for the moment. And if I need that for like the DLC, I'll grab it eventually. Can I knock it down? Nope, not like this. Uh-oh. Don't need to be able to deal damage if you just get good. Forehead. How funny would it be if this dude just wrecks me? So we get the Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone finally. Nice speed. I buzzed through most of that. Yeah, I've speed run a little bit for lore footage a time or two. So as I was talking about Miquella's depiction in that other statue in Ordina, we've kind of got a similar viney type thing going on with Melania in these depictions. And it's pretty hard to get a good look at Miquella's face, but he might still have his one eye sealed. Presuming, of course, that this is indeed a statue of Miquella. And this is the most likely case because if we have a Melania, it would make sense. Or maybe there's just another woman with no arm hugging a random child. And of course, one of my favorite things... Oh, maybe it's not in this room. Okay, never mind. Not like this, please. I was not trying to lock onto that. Oh, I know what I should have done. I got grabbed. I was trying to visceral. Here I am putting on this Ash of War for a specific reason, and I don't even use it. Alright. Not enough distraction. Come on, bro. Yeah, so that's what White Shadow's Lure does. It makes enemies go aggro against a target dummy, essentially. Alright, I'm done with that. So wanted to show off that statue, even though there's like another one right here. Wanted that smithing stone. Golden rune 12. I could probably level up already. Close. Smithing stone tier 6. And so as we come up into this next region, we'll have spirit calling snails, but apparently I don't have the damage to kill them super quickly, and I don't want to deal with these crystalline dudes. Which it's really weird to me that spirit calling snails are summoning crystallians of all things, or even why these snails are here specifically. Which might be a game design thing more than like a lore thing, but you never know. Please asking if anybody on the PlayStation has gotten the update yet. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Oh man, these are both by the other one. I thought the first two were by this one. Five hits just to kill some snails. There we go. That was a lot rougher than I was anticipating. And this guy's still alive. Okay. So part of the reason why I wanted to come here was to show off these candle tree designs, which you can see in many places throughout the Halig tree and Elf Isle. These are the exact same tree design as the kind of candle trees that you can find throughout the Lands Between, which have like ghosts that walk by them, and you follow their golden footprints. I don't remember there being a scarab, but I hear it. It's got to be below in the room. I didn't think anything was here. Okay. Snails are eerily skillful casters? Yeah. I have wondered whether or not the spirit calling snails like ingested spirit vapor water or whatnot to be the way that they are. Oh man. That's a tanky guy. Hopefully this kills it. What the hell is that? Ronnie doesn't have a console. You only get your phone games. Oh, you can only get your phone games you play on there. Do you play Elden Ring on PC, or do you like not play at all? Oh, so this wasn't even important. No wonder why I forgot what it was. Alright, so time to speedrun everything unless we die. I know we've got a bunch of Misbegotten over here. Alright, mission accomplished. What's creepy is they're shaped like snails, but they're snakes with shells and skulls, yeah. Or are they snails that are just shaped like snakes? Where did the misbegotten come from? That's a good question, Dylan. We still don't have the full picture, but it's implied that they should have been people that were quote-unquote touched by the crucible. Alright, I'm going to just turn on the HUD to deal with Loretta, because I don't want to take too long against her. Because there's a pretty good chance that she might not be too difficult to kill. Because she's not in her spirit form, which means she's affected by a lot more status effects. Ooh-wee, here we go. So she's going to rear up. So I haven't rotted her yet. Actually, I don't know how resistant she is to rot. That's not good. There we go. Okay, now we can fight normally. My Ash of War will not be effective against her. Actually, that'd be really fun if it was. And I'm gonna cheat, because I just want to win. Let's rid of that. Ooh, that was close. Leave its skeleton alone. I probably need more stamina. Oh yeah, so Loretta's Warglaive has unalloyed gold amber in it. But for whatever reason, the gem in the game right now looks a bit more red in nature than like the yellowy type of unalloyed gold you see elsewhere. I shouldn't have healed that. So she's still being rotted, which is nice. Damn, that got me. Oh, I don't remember how to deal with that. Okay. This isn't good. Oh god, I was stuck! If I didn't screw up my commands, I pressed L2 instead of L1, I would have gotten the first rot breath off and at least been able to like dodge out of the way properly. Zoink Scoob, that wasn't a bad attempt for a first one. And I didn't set the elevator back up. I was overconfident. Kurto feels bad for the Misbegotten and the Albinorix too. Hey, Atherin, welcome on into the stream. I will promise nothing. Oh my god, I got hurt? No, I didn't. I did not. Drizzlam, nice to see you. Do I think the statue is showing a Mikola and Melania being embraced by an adult form Mikola? Godwin might be a good candidate, but now you doubt it is Radagon. So I was going to wait to talk about that until we defeated Latenna. So that way people get the visuals to go along with the words. What was I going to do? Guess this is good enough. Or whatever. You think the final boss dialogue got revealed in the trailer? Damn. That's kind of her to group all of those attacks up together. Bro, that killed me? Okay. So I might need to summon first, do a little bit of rotting with my remaining MP, or FP. I do kind of wish, I don't think I said the Elevator back up. I do kind of wish there was a Statue of America down there, even though this is pretty generous already. It's just kind of annoying. You're 100% sure it's the final boss dialogue? Thanks for letting me know, because that kind of definitely would solidify me not wanting to check it out then. At least not until I finish the DLC. Nightbot's still looking out for us. I'm gonna hydrate real quick. Alright, I accidentally turned my volume all the way down, so I don't remember where exactly it was. So sorry if the mic gets a little bit crispy after this. Smithing Stone, Tier 8. Appreciate that. Okay. I think I just screwed up a lot. I meant to summon as well. Here we go. Damn it, she's still not rotted. And I can't summon that. This really screwed me up. That's what I get for not sticking to the plan. That move is so annoying. The way she did it just then was fine, but I've seen her use it like literally 9 times in a row. It can be obnoxious. Let's piss her off with the golems, or not golems, the skeletons. Now we should be cooking. Okay. Oh, she's looking at me. Okay, no, she's not. Screw you, lady. Good job, Skellies. Pissing her off. I really need to upgrade them. That would probably make things easier too. So they might deal more damage. What is she doing? I don't even... I mean, I kind of saw how she hit me, but I just did not expect that by any means. This might be a mistake. Whiffed it. There we go. Finish. All right. Was that 3 tries? Yeah. Loretta's Mastery and the Warsicle. Oh my god, 200,000. Okay. And then, after I praised Nightbot, it just kind of lost its mind. Rock Games, welcome on in. You keep saying you failed to LG in the Elden Ring game server? Or the... Oh, log in to the Elden Ring servers. Yes, they are down right now because they are doing the update prior to the DLC. And Methodi, nice to see you again. We still streaming? Yes, we is. Isn't it like 3 in the morning for me? Later, but yeah. Appreciate the commitment. Well, you know how it goes. Gotta lock in for the DLC a little bit. Yeah, so the servers are currently down for maintenance. Yeah, no problem. Alrighty, so we have a lot of levels to spend right now. How many was that? 6? 6 levels just from Loretta. I really probably need to start updating strength. Or something. I need to figure out what I actually want to use. I'll probably just stick with the greatsword, I suppose. It's too late to switch now. Ah, man, I don't want to have to fight the avatars. I don't really have to, but I'm going to put this back on. Nope, not this one. Nope. There we go. All right. I'm excited for the DLC. Yeah, I'm getting more excited as we actually get closer to it. I was way more excited before I started streaming, which isn't to say like my excitement has really gone down. It's just I'm distracted by the stream enough that it's helping. Is the plan to grind until I can boot up the DLC? Oh no. So for anybody who's like joining the stream new, my plan right now is to get this character ready for when I do my actual DLC streams. I will be playing the DLC for my first time offline. So that way I could do a bunch of stupid, boring shit. And when I do decide to stream it, I will come back to this character and use this one to kind of like continue the playthrough, essentially. Just with a little bit of a time gap in between. Which I can't exactly say when that's going to be, but it'll, you know, be not too long, hopefully, after I complete my first run through. Unless I'm like really compelled to make lore videos like right off the rip. But I'm certain there's going to be a lot of text to pour through, so I imagine it'll be a hot minute before I'm actually like ready to make full-on videos. So I'm not actually sure if White Shadow's lure works against these dudes. I guess I could have kept it on just to see. Oh, so when they're guarding like that, they'll take a lot less damage. Go figure. Yeah, I just don't do enough damage right now. Just trying to strafe him. I didn't get a backstab. Heal. Why did that not backstab? Oh, his feet were angled a different way. Alrighty. So now we get our good girl Millicent again.
Again we meet. I can only surmise our purposes are aligned. In which case, allow me to explain myself. I am of Melania's blood, but in what capacity I know not. I could be sister, daughter, or an offshoot. Whatever the case, though, I am certain of a kinship between us. There is something I must return to Melania. The will that was once her own. The dignity. The sense of self. That allowed her to resist the call of the Scarlet Rot. The pride she abandoned. To meet Radahn's measure.
Alright, so the Japanese line for Millicent saying the pride she abandoned to meet Radahn's measure is slightly different. It's kind of hard to translate it directly, but the term that's used is, instead of pride, is kind of more meant along the sense of being like restraint. So she knew she couldn't restrain herself to fight Radahn, so she had to unleash the Scarlet Rot. And so I don't, disagree with the localization choice of saying that it was the pride she abandoned. The only unfortunate thing about that is that it makes it sound more like an emotion thing rather than a calculated move on her part. So like this pride isn't necessarily the same as restraint, and her restraint essentially, from my estimation of things, would be trying to fight Radahn without the Scarlet Rot. So she knew she would be outmatched unless she went completely all out, because he was considered the strongest of the demigods.
There is something I must return to Melania. The will that was once her dignity.
And on my video about gold and silver, I go in a lot of depth as to what I think Millicent means in returning the will that belonged to Melania. I think it's possible that gold itself can be infused with one's willpower, which ties into things like the HP stat in this game because of like the Baldachin blessing taking a bit of the HP stat and things like that. So if the unalloyed gold needle was something that originally belonged to Melania and she abandoned it to fight Radahn with a Scarlet Rot, and once we give this unalloyed gold needle to Millicent and she regains the will to like move along her own destined path, then I think there's a really good chance that the will that Millicent wants to return essentially is confined within the unalloyed gold needle, which can be upgraded further along once Millicent kind of imbues it with her own will as well, which we can then use to overcome the fate of the Lord of Frenzied by just being having enough of a rebellious will to oppose the outer gods. I don't remember if I rested. Methoda never considered that it'd be staggered out globally. I am really surprised by the rollout of the DLC for the consoles, and I was really disappointed about that, especially since like the DLC drops at the same time for the PC. Oh Lord, he booming. So yeah, as I talked about Loretta's Warglaive a moment ago, when we look at the unalloyed gold on these dudes' armors, it is much more yellow in nature than like the reddish type that you saw within her amber. Anyway. Moving on forward, this is one of my favorite pieces of equipment in the game. Oh, it's not this spot. Where is it? Is it lower? I actually don't remember where it is then. I could have sworn it was up here, and maybe it's in that room over there. Was it on that thing? I don't remember where the McKellen Knight Sword is. Or is it all the way up here? So we got the bell tower. Okay. No, I was right. McKellen Knight Sword. Part of the reason why I do like this weapon is that it has a kind of unique R2. Sword forged by servants of Mikola of the Erdtree, with a design modeled after those carried by Carian knights. Instead of glintstone, however, amber from the Erdtree is embedded in the blade. A sumptuous piece, yet it has never been offered to any knight. An ill-starred sword with no master. Skill Sacred Blade, which is a fundamental skill, oddly enough. Grants armament's attacks Holy Essence and fires off a golden blade projectile. The armament retains its Holy Essence for a while. It also looks amazing. It's one of your favorite swords in the game. It's just really cool, but it's such a late game item. I never bothered to use it. Like, in my mind, it seems to lunge farther than it actually does. So maybe it's not that cool. Oh yeah, so this kind of goofy statue of like a soldier with a baby attached to him is taken from a real life one in France, I think it was. And I don't remember where it came from off the top of my head, but we do have a pinned comment on the lore channel for the Discord where somebody had tracked it down. So actually, I'll look it up real quick, and I guess I could just link it here for anybody curious. No, I don't want to remove the pin. I want to jump to it. All right. So here's the Wikipedia page for it. It's the Colegio de San Gregorio. And you can see the statue there. And it's pretty much almost a one-to-one rip as to what we get in the game. The 3 levels from the Grace to the Cleanrot Knights is great for late game farming. Yeah. I mean, I've already gotten the Mogwin Dynasty Mausoleum area available. But this place is so strong, it's easy to accidentally level up. Like, the Hailing Tree is just so much harder than every other area in the base game. It's kind of ridiculous. That's goofy as hell, yeah. And so there's another statue or pillar in Elphiel, which is used in Path of Exile. It's been pretty well documented. So I don't think that's enough to kill him. But I don't necessarily want to drop down and fight. Oh well. Oh, they didn't notice. Okay, that was a lot smoother than I expected. Do I want to deal with the rock stallion? Uh-oh. If I was smart, I would have put my healing incantations on. But apparently I am the dumb. Alright, I don't want to do it this way. Alright, yeah, we're just going to go all the way back up. And I know the scarabs here are not that important. Alright, hold on. Let me deal with the dog real quick. Alright, I am back. So if you kill that thing, you get like a Lord's Rune, or maybe that's at the end of it. Oh, the Newman's Rune. That's what you should pick up here. There's something further down that way, but I don't want to deal with that right now. So we've got a rock crystallion over here. Honestly, the crystallions aren't too bad if you're fighting them like one-on-one. How did I strafe that much? It's kind of funny and ironic that that happened that way. So we were discussing the nature of rot earlier on the Discord and even in the stream. And I had posited the possibility that the somber smithing stones might create equipment which doesn't get ruined by scarlet rot, and then somebody was asking about the inorganic beings as crystallians and why they could get scarlet rot, which I don't really have a good answer for. But maybe it's because like I don't have enough faith. I need blessing of the Erdtree. I goofed. Whoa. So I wonder if there's still like organic material within some crystallians that are like not technically part of the crystallians. Kind of like how there are like bacteria in our guts and whatnot. But it's just a random thought. Because it is interesting how the inorganic beings as crystallians can be infected with rot. Rot does erode memory, and spirits have memory, and crystallians can become spirits, So it's not like completely out of the question that they would interact, but not what I would have initially expected from the Crystallians. Alright, we broke him. That means GG. Because once you break the Crystallians' outer shells, they just become ridiculously easy to stagger and posture break. And then Dylan asks, do all smithing stones come from dragons? Maybe not. But we certainly know like the highest tier do. There could be like some meteoric stuff that's going on. Oh man, that just took so long to kill. Somber smithing stone tier 9. Golden rune tier 10. So I might do a little bit of a regret. Actually, I don't even remember how this connects. Is this the dark room? Yeah. Okay. Didn't realize it went all the way up. So I'm going to go for the Scar Seal. And I might get gotten by a Revenant along the way. Or 2 or 3. Golden Rune 12. Oh cool, it didn't notice me. It just spawned it. America's Source Seal. In one way, it makes sense because many crystals decay when subjected to organic substances. I don't know enough about crystals to know that. I'd be interested to hear more. Alright. Summoning pool is now functional. Let's go ahead and check the Scar Seal, which shouldn't be too different from the other one that we got. The Source Seal. I guess it is. Okay. This legendary talisman is an eye engraved with an Elden Rune, said to be the seal of Queen Marika. Greatly raises mind intelligence, faith in arcane, but also increases damage taken by a similar measure. Solemn duty weighs upon the one beholden, not unlike a gnawing curse from which there is no deliverance. So that's kind of one of the items I was referencing when talking about Millicent and her fate, and fate being tied to duty and destiny, and it essentially all coming back to people in the form of curses. Lightning Great Bolts. Okay, so you can backstab these dudes. I had to crouch just to be extra careful. They have a grab attack, guys. I'm rotted. I'm dead. I am dead. That's what I get for not having this quick guard. Okay, I'm a little bit alive. Oh, wait. No, I don't have the Shadow Lure on. Clean Rot Knight Finlay. Interesting. It has like the Winged Sword Talisman on, I guess. Is this supposed to be Finlay herself? I clanked. Oh, okay. It's a lot more nerve-wracking being here when you're not a higher level. Somber Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone. Seedbed Curse dude. So Dung Eater somehow got to the Halig Tree. I know some people were asking about like that earlier in chats. I really don't have an answer as to like why and how he got here. Maybe he is just that good. As much as we don't want to believe it. I probably shouldn't Sparta him in case he drops an item. Oh, there's just stairs right there. Okay, it's fine. So in this section of Elphiel, we've got some catapults, but also some really cool Scarlet Rot Miranda flowers. And we've also got the more reddened styles of trees. And I think there's a good possibility that aspects of Elphiel and the Halig Tree could have predated that of the Erdtree. Did I say the Halig Tree? I meant like the Halig Tree town, not the literal tree. Fudge. Run away. I didn't mean to land on him. Okay. And we're golden. 2 times he got here. What's that mean? I'm in. Alright, Smithing Stone 6. And there should be some like minor items up here as well. Halig Tree Night Helm. Oh, I didn't remember that that was like a legitimate treasure as opposed to a random drop. Oh, 2 items he got here. Damn it, I need like Bloodhound Step or something. Wait, I should probably try to level up. Did that guy steal the helmets? I don't know. Damn, I could almost level up twice already. This should be enough, I think. Alright, I'll level up once more in Vigor to make my HP go bigger. Okay. I fought these dudes individually before. This is like the smart strat, like throwing the item at them. But since I'm just gonna loot and run, I'm not too concerned about this. 3 rotten crystallions. Hey Vord, yeah, I'm still up. You're still at work, you just put music on? Welcome back to the stream. We should be getting to the end here fairly shortly. Now that we are in Elphiel. Alright, so for this, I'm going to put my HUD back on because it's impossible to know how to deal with status ailments sometimes. And I can't wait to just get one shot by a Kindred of Rot as I run around. Oh, I should have put quick step on something. Oh my god. So you guys know how I was saying I was going to get one shot by Kindred of Rot? I was being a little bit sarcastic, but that was damn near close. Counter damage with Pest Thread sucks. I wasn't even countered. I was just schmoving. You think it hits on instability damage for every hit? It's pretty rough. I wish mine felt nearly as effective as those ones do. So this inner chamber doesn't make sense, like how you're supposed to get in and out of it. That stuff does kind of low-key annoy me in games. been rotted. Alright, I'm not going to heal if I can get to the site of grace. How did that even happen? Added to the sludge, it was walkable before the rot. Well, like, the roots of the tree kind of block off a lot of things, as well as opening them up, I suppose, so you might be right. Because there is that one door next to that Erdtree avatar that I ignored. Which I think I heard, like, theories that the DLC was going to have something to do with that door at some point, but I never took them very seriously. But maybe we'll see. Damn, just barely got the rats. Alright. Round 2. Scarlet Boogaloo. There we go. Easy enough until we get one shot. Alright. Golden Rune tier 10. So there's like weird canal thing, which I'm not sure how like the water works. If you're running and get hit with the pest threads, then every single hit does extra damage hitting you while running. Yes. So now I can take that off and we'll be good. So I think this might be the area where we, where we get the Path of Exile. No, these aren't it, I don't think. We get the Path of Exile pillars. And because of stuff like that, it does make me a bit more reluctant to believe in the significance of visual similarities between elements of the games. So I just remain skeptical a lot of times for things which are taken a little bit for granted. I thought I missed again. Alright. So I know there's definitely more in the graveyard area as well. That's not what I'm here for right now. Uh-oh. So within LFIL, we do have a bunch of depictions of the Erdtree, like surcoat type stuff, which is pretty cool. They were on the banners in that church that we just passed up. No, I did not get the Dragon Crest Great Shield Talisman already. I've skipped so much content that my build is not great by any means. So as we come in here, we have a Scarlet Ionian Bloom. We don't know where exactly this came from. It could have been Millennia's very first bloom, Baby Bloom. And then the second one could have been Radahn. And then the third could be in the boss fight. But from this, we get the Traveler's set, which in 1.0 was... hold on. Which the Japanese version of the 1.0 Traveler set said it belonged to Melina. And I wondered if that was a like typo between like Melania and Melina, or maybe the devs got confused, or maybe the names were changed. I don't know. Light yet sturdy clothes, worn by young women who set off into the world to confront their fate. Very similar to what Melina actually wears in... Wait, do we not actually have Melina set? Oh well, rip. That just kind of goes along with like the Blade of Calling. And for anybody like wondering, like the calling in the Blade of Calling means like calling to a journey or something like that. It's not like literally a journey, but just that idea. So we pointed out on the Raya Lucaria stream that we have sarcophaguses in the Raya Lucaria which are kind of identical to what you can see in the Erdtree, with the difference being the person on top of them. Summit says, at times they felt that rock could gain a hold over being by away both of its biology and its consciousness and spirit. And if that's true, that could be how crystallians could be rotten. No evidence, though. Now, I appreciate that. And I think you might kind of be right. I don't know if we have, like, a being that's actually immune physically to the scarlet rot, but not mentally, which would be very interesting to see. Which maybe those are the crystallians after all. And Rhaenys says, the clothes from the Traveler set make you think it was one of Millicent's sisters that bloomed here. Yeah, so for whatever reason, this bloom was not here in 1.0, but was added later, probably the day one patch. So, kind of interesting that they, like, wanted to add it into the game, I suppose. But yeah, and in here we have a depiction of what might have been meant to be the Hailing Tree, because this doesn't show up elsewhere. And I guess that reminds me to check out Loretta's arena, which I forgot to talk about that statue hugging Mikola and Melania and the Erdtree stuff there. But before doing that, I want to show off the graveyards here. So we've got the Hailing Tree banners at the very top of this room, which I'm quickly moving away from, because otherwise I'll die. So this part of Elphiel seems way, way, way older than any other part, because we've got the old style graveyards, we've got the Path of Exile pillars right here, and these dudes are kind of like holding vigil for their lost comrades, perhaps. But I'm just very curious why the trees here are red. Maybe it's because this place was away from the Erdtree's influence. That could help explain things. So we get an Arteria leaf. And I know there's some items over there at the top left. And some real jerks over here, which are kind of hard to kill. But yeah, that's pretty much it before Melania, Melina, and all that. So for the most part, I'm kind of DLC ready, except for like my level and some of my build. Which is, you know, essentially not ready at all, but did I not touch that side of grace? I did not touch the side of grace. Or is there not a side of grace? No, I'm pretty confident there's a side of grace. Anyway, it's pretty quick to get back there. I just feel a little silly for forgetting it. So yeah, if you guys have any like quick lore questions or like DLC questions in the chat, feel free to let them fly now, because we're pretty much at the end of the playthrough up until I'm ready to resume it for the DLC. When you accidentally forget a set piece and have to patch it in. But yeah, so we've got like a candle tree, not candle tree, but like a candle holding woman throughout the Hailing Tree. I should have like ridden that elevator that goes all the way to the top. But this wasn't too long to get back down here. I feel silly though. Got distracted by everything. Was Millicent's quest complete in 1.0? Yes, for the most part. It was a little bit buggy, and you could accidentally kill her really easily if you fell on her here. But yes, it was mostly complete. Just small bugs. So we could try to help Millicent with her sisters, but honestly, that would kick my ass at this point, because I need to upgrade things. Alright, so I'm going to go perhaps to the round table hold and maybe see if I can't level things up. So once the DLC comes out, we will also be able to go to like the Fair Missoula, kill the Godskin duo, and get the final tier of upgrade materials for the bells. And maybe I should also look for the Somber Smithing Stone things. No, I need tier 7s, don't I? So yeah, I'll need that final bell bearing, and I really do hope the DLC adds in like other bell bearings or options to upgrade our equipment. How did Datakar end up being a woman? Retconning? That's a good question for anybody who doesn't know. In 1.0, Datakar's woe said that there was pretty much a man who was the lover of Rykard. And that got retconned pretty big. Wait, how much does this cost? I'm blind. Oh, $24.38. I didn't mean to use my last one. Whoops. Oh. So whenever you do use some of the bigger tiers of runes, you also got like glintstone looking like things coming out of you, which is really fascinating. So I need a lot of tier 7s. Do I think Phase 2 is really Melania's final form? Well, it does call her a goddess, and I tend to think so, because depending on how you look at all of the blooms, you have 4 total which could be potentially counted towards Melania. The Lake of Rot could have potentially been Melania in the past. I doubt it, but I don't know how others feel. You have the bloom with the Radon fight Melania, the bloom outside her room, and the bloom during the boss fight. So at the very least, 4 distinct possibilities. You killed Melania for the DLC character just for your reward from Gideon? I don't blame you. It's a pretty good reward. Okay, everybody. Thank you so much for sticking around on this endeavor. Sorry that this last episode was so long up until we complete the playthrough with the DLC. I hope you're all excited for what's coming, and if you're wondering when the DLC is coming out, we do have the pinned comment to give the global release time for everybody. So hope the DLC meets everybody's expectations, and crossing my fingers that it will even go so far as to exceed them. But we'll have to see in only like a few hours, essentially. I mean, it's more than a few, but you know, less than a day. So we are in the final stretches for the release of Shadow of the Erdtree. So till I see you guys again, take care, stay safe, don't you dare go hollow. Last Protagonist out.